I like the fit. The jacket's really nice.
Thank you. I like your jacket even more, actually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you know what? I like both of your jackets, but I'm having a terrible day. I've lost my shoe, Leo.
What is that?
I had to steal your slider.
Jack, it's fine. You're gonna watch Team Secret. You gotta watch your favorite
No.
team. Everything's gonna be okay.
No, and you don't understand. Team Secret, they're in the lower bracket. Everything is going wrong for me this stage.
Jack, it's fine. You'll still see some of the best teams and the best players in EML.
No, Leo, also, you don't understand. The best player in EML, Hungry, he's been eliminated. Everything is going wrong for me.
Hungry.
It is lower bracket day here at the EML playoffs. That means 2 teams will lose their chance today to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today. And joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. And guys, I think it's good that we find ourselves here because judging that cold opener, I don't know if there's a acting career for us out there.
What do you mean? We're actually perfect
I thought that was
actors.
pretty good. I thought that was great acting.
Okay.
Hungry.
Yeah,
See, you could believe.
Yeah.
The disbelief.
I believe you're
And I
very
wasn't
hungry.
acting. Hungry is genuinely my favorite player, and there was no acting about that.
That's fair. But yeah, the shirt and everything, it was fun to do. I love doing these little bits that we do here. We are hungry as well for some siege. We'll talk about the brackets. We've had 8 teams starting in that. We said goodbye to 2 of those at the end of the group stage. 8 teams now find themselves in the bracket. And on Monday, we had those matches in the upper bracket. But today, we're diving down into the lower bracket, into the Alligator Swamp.
Yeah, it is elimination day, and it means that we're going to send teams home, and it means that some dreams will be crushed. But it also means that, you know, looking at the games yesterday, Jack, they were no big surprise. I think the 2 favorites really come on top.
Yeah. No, absolutely they did. And of course, the lower bracket, now that we're in it, we're in the bottom 2 games on the left-hand side of your screen. Now we're in those games. Should you win, you advance through to the games to qualify to yourself in Salt Lake City on Friday. Should you lose it, you are eliminated from contention. You will not be going to the major. And you will be also, at this point, be putting yourself in the back foot for SI standings and all that wonderful good stuff.
Yeah, that's very far ahead still, but it's worth thinking about that already at the kickoff here. We'll have a look at our schedule for today. Just 2 best of 3s, and we saw on Monday that could go by very fast. We had some really dominant matches, but looking at these ones, I hope and I think they'll be more competitive today.
Yeah, you would expect so. I think the lower bracket, I think from what we've seen from all the kickoff groups plus Monday's play days, really sets itself, you know, aside as the teams that have had their trials and tribulations, that have had their struggles, but because a lot of them are actually in the same boat, you would expect quite competitive games because of that.
Yeah, it's a game of inconsistencies, right? We've seen some really high highs from every team, some very low lows as well. It's just a question of who's going to turn up today, fix the most mistakes, and be the better team.
Yeah, before we jump in our matches today, I think we have to talk about something that we saw yesterday. Fresh off the press, some new player or well, operator balancing changes that came out yesterday.
Mid-season patch notes.
Yes, we could say some smaller ones. We could say they might be bigger, but at least we have a few of them that really affect our esports.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a small tweak, but they've had quite a big impact. Particularly, here's the 4 that we're looking at in terms of the ones that will influence our esport. You've got Raora with the panel times, but also the panel distance. I know Kudos has been posting a lot about the different things you can do with this one because believes it will have a big impact. Particularly, the big change there is actually the time to deploy for the defenders to raise those gates is now 6 seconds, which is massive. Grim's had a slight nerf with a lower deployment time in terms of, a higher deployment time.
So that means that if I see a Grim now, I have like 0.2 seconds more to shoot at it.
Exactly,
Just
yeah.
like the Yin Candelas.
Exactly. Clash has had a buff. I have no idea in the world who was asking for that apart from you, Leo.
I will be honest, I wanted it.
And then everybody can rejoice because Smoke has got a shield back, which makes it massive in our esport because shields are a big part of it, and Smoke with the shotgun is a big part of defensive setup.
And I know that Bikini Body also probably requested the Clash buff as well.
Yeah, true.
So much power in that man. Let's focus on Riora because I think, like you said, Kudos has showed some of the examples. I think let's take an example of Garage, for example, the new range, so 10 more meters. That means that you can directly take Garage control, you can close off the 3 steps, and look, all the way from Garage steps, you could close off directly the cache door. That one is OP.
Wow.
And that means that basically, if you want to go and you can close Oil Pit as well, in this scenario, if you've got Garage control, that Riora can be super effective. And just keep in mind, it's got a DMR, a really good one.
Yeah.
It's got smokes. So right now, it becomes a little bit more of a meta operator.
It's difficult. I mean, I hope to see some of those changes already coming in action today with our 2 matches that we have here. We can jump into the first match of the day. We got Rebels and Shifters going up against each other in a best of 3. And there are 14 French players in total inside of our league. 8 find themselves inside this matchup. Despite that, they've never played against each other before, but they should know each other. When we look at Rebels, though, there's a reason they find themselves in this lower bracket. I think it's very clear that they stood absolutely no chance against Virtus.pro on Monday.
Yeah, there was clearly a big gap between the two teams. I think, like you said, some of these players know each other. Obviously, LMs has been around so long in this game that, as a staple French player, he knows the other very well. Asa has played with P4 and Nasmo before. He was part of the Wolves rework around EWC last year. So we look at players and we look at improvements, I think, in general. I want to highlight Feno because I think that we've mentioned before that the only 2 strongmen that were really stepping up were LMs and Asa, the 2 players that had the most experience. I think that we're expecting some of the younger players like Feno, for example, to step up.
Yeah.
That was the case, Jack. However, still such a massive gap between them and VP.
Yeah, and there really was. The big difference for me between them and VP, because I actually thought that Rebels put in an okay performance for most of the game, even though the scoreline wouldn't suggest it, was composure. I think that realistically, composure, as the definition states here, is the state of feeling of being calm and in control of oneself. Now, there was multiple rounds across this best of 3 with Virtus.pro where it didn't feel like Rebels had the composure. If we take a look at the very first round as an example, you will see that this is a CCTV attack that VP are doing. Rebels are ready for it, actually. They've got Goyo, they've got C4s. They actually trade all of these kills out, this big flurry of kills, down to a 2 versus 2. They even have Goyo go and collect the guy main door who was there to counter the Solace. That's great, 2 versus 2. So what are you going to do? Have the composure, see it out when the guy's planting? No. What do Rebels do? They hide in construction, they hide red stairs, get themselves injured, and then have to pick each other up during the down, which allows Negro, which allows VP to then go and plant and see out the round. That lack of composure cost them a round, even though they had the right win conditions.
And yet, that was just, equal man count.
Yeah.
If you take an example where they actually have a massive man advantage, they still lack the composure. When they attack on Lair, for example, in this setup, they're in a 5v3. They're going to get traded a little bit. So, as you're going to see, they're surrounding the bomb site. They're moving forward. They lose one of their players. That's fine. Twitch uses that momentum to then go aggressive, go through the smoke here, get aggressive on a clash who's baited by the other. Cool. 4v2, you surround the bomb site, and you should just isolate the gunfights here. Problem, a player runs in, is not traded. Another player runs in, not traded. Dokaibi is just baiting at bathroom, not going in, which means that she gets killed as well. And look at Demos, the whole time, missing all of his shots, everywhere here, staying at the door, all of his teammates are dying, and he takes ages to get in. We've just seen 4 different 1v1s,
Yep.
and they just did not use the 4v2 at all.
And those were 2 examples of multiple rounds in that best of 3 with Virtus.pro, who are one of the top teams in this league, where Rebels strategically won it, but in the late round were just making the wrong decisions because they lacked that composure.
Well, the good thing is for Rebels that they started in the upper bracket, and today they will be using an extra chance against Shifters, a team that we didn't necessarily expect to see in this lower bracket either, and especially when we pull up the roster and we look at the stats, because they do have some big hitters on this roster.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a surprise. I think we gave this roster realistically a lot of flack, me and you on the desk last year, Leo, but we also gave them a lot of leeway in that they were growing. It was a surprise to see them in that 4th position going into the lower bracket because we expected them to improve. To an extent, they did improve. Robbie, particularly, was one of the players that we identified as being a player that needs to step up alongside Frek. He did that, top 10 rated player. So I think from that point of view, it's been good, but the fact that they were still in that 4th position in lower bracket, Leo, probably not good enough.
Yeah, it's not good enough because they were at the Munich Major, because they were expected to try and retain that top 4 position in EML, because they improved technically the roster on paper by rotating Virtue out and gaining Blaz, who's also a top 10 rated player in EML. And so if you look at this roster, you might ask yourself, how did they end up in this position? Well, for me, there's one clear reason, and that is their defense. Their defense side is so weak right now, it's actually insane. They've got a 35 win rate in defense, and that is a big issue. It seems that they only rely on Robbie for the clutches to win it out, and that is something that I did not expect from a team that was doing so well and progressing so much last year, and only changed 1 player.
Yeah, we hold this team to a high standard. They've got an incredible coaching staff. They've got now actually quite a lot of experience. They've got P4 who's had a year IGLing in English and realistically was expecting to step up. So to see such a low defensive win rate, to see Robbie needing to clutch, something doesn't quite add up there.
No, it's definitely doing a lot of damage to them in this roster here. But today they play a best of 3 so they can really test those errors that they've been making and see if they've already been able to find the right improvements for them. Looking at the map, Veto, we're going to Bank as the first one. Oh, Lee, you look...
Yeah, there are a few surprises here.
Okay.
I will say this. The first one is to see Shifters pick Bank when they last lost it to Fnatic.
Yeah.
Yes.
They had a convincing victory.
Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Heretics 7-1. That was
Everybody
good.
was beating Heretics on
Yeah,
stage.
okay.
Exactly. I wouldn't take it as a staple. And on top of that, it was a game where they could counter-strat heavily. They lost to Fnatic, a team that we've seen yesterday does not play at the highest level of this game most of the time. And so you look at Rebels on the other side, and you look at their map pool, and you look at the last time they played Bank, they played it 7 times during Challenger Series. Jack, they won it 6 times out of 7. So it's not a bad map whatsoever for them. You know what's even more surprising? Rebels pick Cafe. How on earth do you let Rebels pick Cafe? The map on which they beat Team Secret, and on one side, Shifters, previously BDS, had not played that map from the entirety of the season of 2025. They just played it once at Reload, got 7-1 by Furia, and said, oh, that's it, we're not playing it from the year. So it is a very big surprise for me, and that screams Shifters stuff. You know why? Because they love the counter-strat. They knew that if they left Cafe open, Rebels would pick it, which gives them the advantage because they will start in defense, and I think they heavily counter-stratted that one.
Yeah. It's one of those, on the face of it, there has to be a plan behind it from Shifters, and I have no doubt there will be. Like I said, we say it often, we really do trust the staff on that team. There will be a plan behind it, but certainly picking Bank feels a little bit different, especially when you've lost it to Fnatic this stage.
Well, it's part A as the support staff to come up with the ideas on how to counter strat it. It's part B then to the IGL to call that strat and to execute it well, right? And that's another issue that we're seeing with these two rosters in particular. If we compare their IGLs to another French IGL that is currently performing better.
Yeah, and obviously we did not want to compare them to Liquefact, for example, who's been dominating a lot. I actually took a player that has, I would say, average experience. Neiko has had a couple of seasons, 2 seasons at the tier 1 level. If I look at P4, he's even more experienced. I have a problem with P4 and Marto right now on their rosters because I think that they're too selfless. I think that, yes, being the IGL gives you an excuse to not be there in terms of fragging power. However, you cannot drop significantly that bad. You know, the Canadians of EML, basically. You know, like in a situation where you don't have Spoit, where you don't have huge fragger on
He's
your
also
side.
struggling, by the way.
Yeah. If you don't have Spoit, Rexen, Ambi, like some heavy eaters on your side, it becomes really hard for you to drop that number, right?
Yeah.
And then the second thing to me is that if I look at P4 especially, he's not playing the shields. Lasmo is. So he has no excuse. You know, Marto is playing the shields all the time. And on top of that, I'm looking at some player that has more experience than everyone here. So I'm still waiting to see him step up in terms of statistics here.
That step up, and we're holding Necro as that pedestal as a good IGL in this league with that similar experience. Look at Necro, he is negative, but he is playing on the shield, and he is clutching up as well, which is somewhat what we'd be expecting P4 and Marto to be doing.
All right, well, there's a lot to be tested for these IGLs. A lot of pressure on their shoulder inside this best of 3. The match is almost ready, which means we can call our casters in for today. We're joined by Ace and Dez. And guys, I'm going to ask you a question, which I feel like I'm going to get a different answer depending on who answers it first. The question is, are we excited to send the team home today, or do we feel sad about that?
Ooh, I'm actually curious to know what Tim's response is to that. I'll let you go first, mate.
I'm going to surprise you. I actually love sending teams home. I think it's like a really exciting point of the tournament. When we get down to decisions, it's like, oh, it really means something, so it gets more exciting. I don't love the teams going home, but it's just a really exciting part.
I'll give you a 10 out of 10 for that question, and that was a great question to ask Tim. I'm probably on the same side, naturally, because I like chaos, but that surprised you from Tim. Good question.
All right, then if we like chaos and we like sending teams home, who do we think is going to get sent home today?
We were talking about all 4 teams playing today and which one it's going to be. Tim, you can go first again. I don't know.
I think if we look at the other game, I think
so easy.
I think Team Secret beat Fnatic. This one, I think, is absolutely on a knife edge. It's a 50-50. We've seen both teams play well. If they both play the best that they've shown us, I go 51-49 in favour of Shifters.
Guys, can I just remind you what Tim was saying probably about a week ago, that he thought Shifters would be a top 4 team?
He did.
Can I just remind you of that?
He did also call the team secret
It's this
downfall.
weird world that we live in, isn't it? Where things can change. What a strange world that we live in, where you can have an opinion and then things can change.
Why did you
How
start?
weird. I also said Secret weren't top 4, and they're in serious danger of not making
He's still going.
Salt
He's
Lake.
still going.
Okay, I have to interrupt because this is the chaos that you guys are talking about, but it's starting too soon. The match hasn't even begun yet, but it will begin now, so take it away.
Thank you very much, and our Tim.
You've got my
you love a
glasses
little
steamed
nibble,
up.
man.
My glasses have steamed up because I'm so annoyed with you.
Oh, excellente. Well, Tim, as we've heard, it is a pretty big one to get into between these two. The loser is eliminated. The winner goes on with a chance of still making it to Salt Lake City. It is a hard one to call, but I'm very excited to get into it.
I feel the same as the socials there. 56-44. Super tight. I'm sticking by what I said. I feel there's some real potential in this Shifters roster, the backroom staff, all the rest of it. Rebels are great as well, but I just feel like if they come out and really deliver today, then they go through to the next step. You know, we'll see whether that happens or not. Either way, I think one thing we've got to remember, obviously moving on from here, there's tough games coming up for these teams next. There's tough games coming up for them.
There is, yeah. Like, you get through this game here, which already feels like a bit of a dogfight down near the bottom. Then you got to face up against potentially some real big boys coming down from our top 4 teams. It feels like there's a little bit of a gap, but hopefully they can surprise us today, Tim, and surprise us on Friday when we have even more games to break out and see exactly how this playoff bracket ends. Any key players in your mind that you want to watch out for today, Tim? I know you were quite excited by some of what you saw the other day, and Shifters, I know you're the #1 fan, so who are you excited about?
I'm not biting again. I'm not. You've already had me in the net once. I'm not doing it again. I've been down.
The thing is, Tim, you don't even know, like a fish, you don't even know, but you're still in that net.
I think picking up on what the desk have said there, I think it's a really important point. We've got to get in. It's not to pile pressure on a player like P4, but he's super experienced. He's running this team in terms of IGLing, which unfortunately, the modern world of Siege being what it is, we need that bigger contribution from him, don't we, really? We need to see that little bit more. It's going to be super helpful for his team. It might just unlock those big players, Blaz, Freck, Robbie, you know, the ones that we're really going to see kind of at the forefront of it. You know, a lot of opportunities there for this team, and I feel like P4 could be the key.
He could beat him, he could well be, but as I've long said, sometimes he can be that 10-1 player, sometimes he can be that 1-10 player, and of course he's got to do, he does more in the games, we know. As I said, he's an IGL at the same time, but there's a bit of work to do, I think, today against Rebels, who I know looked pretty disappointing against Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro are really looking at one of our best teams. Here we go, though. They're off to a good start. Tim is Robbie getting rid of Alems there, who had no idea he was being watched from on high.
Good start. Shifters get themselves off to a nice entry, especially on a roam clearance of Bank. One of the, you know, features of Bank, one of the things that I think of immediately when you say Bank to me, I think of roaming, I think of all that lovely space that there is. It's one of our biggest maps, so shutting that down early is brilliant. We've seen Alems countless times on the old BDS roster, wanting to get out there, wanting to roam, he'd be out there on the vigil, making a nuisance of himself. This time it was the mute. He gets shut down, and that's going to give Shifters control of this map pretty much. We've got Asa and Feno just on blue stairs. Other than that, everything is Shifters already. Time can be no excuse there. If it is at the end of this round, then it's a big problem.
Yeah, it's sort of like 3 of them all scurry off then in towards gold by the looks of it downstairs. They're getting themselves fully redeployed in the downstairs. They've abandoned their hold at blue stairs, abandoned outer servers, and have got themselves well and truly dug in now here on the defenders' side. So feeling they've got that halfway mark in the round, and a lot of it they can now look to try and play behind the utility, of which, Tim, there isn't a whole ton. I'm looking at those 3 smoke canisters in the C4. Yes, you've got the traps coming out of the Thorn, but that really doesn't feel like enough to be able to hold out here for this dance that we're no doubt about to see from the Hibana opening up to full.
Feno does pick up one onto Robbie. They need to be careful here as well, because they've allowed Feno back up onto the top floor. This could be disastrous from Shifter's perspective. Blaz managed to get Linku. It's all about what Feno does here, because there's an opportunity for Shifters here to recognise, hang on, they're a little bit light on site. We can just push P4. I said we needed more from him, and he delivers in round 1. He cuts off that flank. He cuts off whatever it was that Feno was up to. That is massive. Shifters are seriously in the driving seat now.
I was going to say, what the hell's Marto up to? He knows that they're trying to play this dance around the execute here. What's he thinking he can do playing up on main stairs? He's on the second floor, Tim, and this execute's going down. The man's in Narnia. All right. Okay, I mean, it's quite coincidental because Leo was the one who pointed out Marto's missteps the other day back on Lair, being miles back from the rest of the team when they were executing and trying to get kills, and they threw away a 4 versus 2. Maybe he had a reason for what he was trying to do, but he was holding inside the teller's archives, and I was like, you know, the plant's going to go down in a second, right? Smoke hasn't got unlimited canisters, and that was a very weird first round.
Love that from Shifters. It's one of the most textbook attacks in all the Siege, isn't it, really? That surface attack on Bank, we've all done it a million times. I love what they did. They go in there, they take out 11. So the reason that that's important is because then they know that they've got the map. So you've got a couple of choices, but there's only one thing you really need to do. Shifters recognise that, and that was leave P4 on the flank. He can sit up there and just prevent anything then coming through top floor. He can prevent anybody pressuring from cafeteria because he's on those steps. He can hold his line of sight, and they can only really hit shots onto blue stairs. Nobody's going to be at the top of there once you're down in servers anyway. So P4 just holds that position, and he gets 2 for his time. He gets Feno and he gets Marto at the end of the round. So brilliant stuff, because then Shifters have known that they are secure inside a server. Nobody can challenge us from the hatch because P4's up there on steps on the flank watch, so nobody can get to it, and you know, it just covers it off. And also, as P4 is finding these people pushing into him on top floor, he's saying, guys, there's only 3 inside. Oh, there's only 2 inside, actually. And you can see the pressure increase from Shifters, pushing for that plant, pushing for everything to happen, finding them kills, being willing to get a bit more aggressive inside a site. Really nice. Really, really good first attack from Shifters. Impressed.
Well, let's see how things build out from here then. Like you say, Tim, they could yet be your number 4 team. There's still always those spots to fight for. We know that at least 2 teams are guaranteed from that upper bracket. Whoever wins those series will be the ones going forward into Salt Lake, and there's 2 more to fight through here in the lower bracket. One of them could be held by one of the teams on your screen now. But now at least there's a big focus on trying to get up this main double wall opened up, which it has been done. And very commonly on this map, we see double hard breach ban coming away. Ace, the banner being banned away. It means you can play the entirety of that corridor because it's not then available to be opened. But obviously with the bans that we've got here, it does mean Shifters are going to take full advantage of it, get that opened up, and restrict the ability of the defenders to move. Got to say, by the way, very rare that we see both mirror windows inside a janitor like this.
Yeah, we've seen it once or twice, but like you say, not too often. It's usually just the one that's in there. But by having the double there again, you're just increasing the work that needs to be done from those windows. Just going to see Lem's feeding intel back in, but another round, another entry. Blaz manages to get second of 2, taking down Linku. That's now going to leave us with Shifters on that man advantage, 5 versus 4, and starting to build something here, starting to create a little bit of space. But the question is going to remain, what are they doing about Janitor?
At this point, it's kind of like the last thing they have to worry about, right? They can get control of Janitor from the backside or just smoke it off like they've kind of half done here. They haven't really got to worry about these 2 mirror windows. Like, the pressure coming in from the backside mean the mirror can't sit and watch on towards windows, and that just lets everyone then flood in towards site and look for an execute. P4 may be looking to do it from the other side here. In fact, they've got a lovely big hole here opened up by the Ace. There you go. Both are gone. Smoke's being used to make sure they can get that done. At least one was from Freck. 2 Selmas come down, and it's gone. Wonderful stuff. And now it's opened like a tin of beans, Tim. They can see absolutely everything in there. And this is when it's going to start getting really rough for Rebels to hold on, unless Marto on the flank can get rid of 1. Freck elsewhere gets 1 back. Those Shifters still in charge. 4v3, and the plant is going down.
I think Marto's maybe hoping for the possibility of a nitro from underneath. He had to leave Janitor, so, you know, why not then play to those strengths? Still manages to take down P4, stops the plant, but Lasmu manages to find Feno. 3 versus 2 as Marto works his way back upstairs. But this is where Rebels could start getting caught out, because as soon as Shifters are aware, they have to push back into the site, and there it is. Lasmo picks up 1, Robbie the other. They'd lost site control. Shifters had gratefully taken it and close out the round 2-0, and another solid round from Shifters.
Yeah, really, really good round, that one. And at least this time around, Rebels, the recovery effort at the end was better, but just never going to be enough for them. I think they were always fighting at long range. You saw Lems get spot on the flank drone as well. No doubt they had the same info on Marto. It was never going to be recovered from there. But I did like the patience that we saw in the attack side of that round from Shifters. Just piece by piece, open up stock, force the player out of there, get rid of the 2 mirror windows, combine utility to make that happen, deal with the player that's coming up from lobby. And yes, they lost out on the flank, but then we saw immediately eyes from the windows were turning on towards Banana to make sure anyone coming around that way was going to find themselves caught out. So it just feels like Shifters have got everything considered at the moment, and this is where Rebels, I think, are going to really struggle. They've got to change something, Tim, because they're being battered around at the minute by Shifters.
I fully agree. What I like about this Shifters performance, I know we're only 2 rounds in, you know, there's plenty of Siege to play yet, but it's nothing like meta shifting, is it? You know, they're just doing the basics really, really well. It's like they're just ticking all the boxes for each attack. So, you know, I already explained that basement attack and why it worked and why it was good. And then the top floor, they've got the Capitao, they've got the Ace. It's nothing like revolutionary, but they've used it well. They've recognised that the linchpin point of that defence is Janitor with the double mirror, and they've dealt with the utility, cleared it out and forced the players away. Just, you know, simple stuff, but stuff that we often see teams get wrong or get missed. And, you know, that's how defenders pick up rounds. But Shifters have dealt with what's in front of them really well, ticking boxes, really good kind of checklist siege at the minute.
I'm just going to say, Tim, something really don't look right in this round on that Rebel side.
I'd agree.
Benno on the Vigil, yeah. That's surely your Lem's role to be playing.
Well, we'll see.
That would be his go-to. Whenever I think of Vigil, I always think of Alems, because back in the day, that would be his go-to operator. But here he's one very much on mute. Marto being dealt with on the entry here by Robbie. Seemingly no bother at all. Losing out with the DMR onto the Deimos, and that was inside the stock, cleared out very quick.
Yeah, this is the problem at the minute. Rebels are trying to play, you know, those kind of cute little roams on the floor above or floor below where they're playing, and it's just not working at the minute. Shifters are picking them up every single time. That's 3 rounds, 3 entries, and that means there's 3 rounds that Rebels have had to play effectively 4v5 throughout. This time, your 4v5, as you've quite rightly said, also includes a Vigil as well, which could be a problem. Quite a selfish operator, doesn't bring a lot of utility for the team, so all you're left with now is the gun, and he's trying to get that SMG-12 working. Does manage to find 1 kill onto Lasmo, but they did lose the smoke along the way. Vigil dealt with. Shifters have got him in their pocket at the minute, Des.
Yeah, he was in a bit of no man's land there, to be fair. 3 players around him on that top floor. At the very least, he managed to get rid of 1. But the problem is, every other player on his team has collapsed around him. It's all down to Linku by himself inside his site. You'd be forgiven for not thinking we were attacking into basement right now. But again, there are 3 players flooding in around him. There's nothing he can do to hold on. Another collapse here from Rebels. They've only got 4 kills, Tim, here across 3 rounds.
Yeah, and you picked up on that Vigil there. I'm not putting the whole round on the Vigil, but I think it is an important point to make. We talk about Vigil a lot. He is a little bit of a gamble of an operator because he brings nothing for the team. He's very selfish. There's 2 jobs, and that's not to say that the players picking him are selfish, just there's an operator choice. You know, there's 2 jobs that Vigil has to do. One is get kills, the other is burn time. And unfortunately, Venom achieved neither of those on that top floor roam. So all of a sudden, you've had a basement defense without a key operator. They didn't have, you know, Mirror, for example. Last time they played with Thorn, they played with Valkyrie down there. The Thorn I would pick up specifically. That's who Fenno played last time around. You know, really valuable operator now. You've lost all that utility. You've lost those Razor Blooms from your lineup to have that Vigil. So you've got to make the roam work. You've got to get the juice out of it. And it just really hasn't happened for them there. And I'm not surprised at all to see Rebels calling in this tactical timeout.
Well, how things are going, Tim, they're down to lose the half 6-0 if it carries on at this pace. Like I said, 4 kills across 3 rounds. That does not make a particularly close first quarter of the game, and the second one can only go the same unless they change things around. I think part of the battle is, like back in round 1, we saw them do that exact thing I'm calling for, to change things around. They played more turtle, they dug inside of sight. But then things went a little bit weird when we had Marta roaming up towards the second floor. The smoke was left alone on side of sight. And what has happened very repeatedly throughout those 3 rounds is Shifters have just got very, very good at isolating single players on the side of Rebels, knowing that Bank is quite a big map, and forcing a 2 or a 3 versus 1. If it isn't coming down to that and it's a 1 versus 1, then there are yellow pings everywhere, there are drones feeding information. They just look like a very, very well put together team. Like, dare I say, Tim, like a top 4 team.
Imagine that, Des. Oh, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
The bait.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm having a nibble, but I'm not taking a bite. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but I will say if they win this game, they are top 6. So, you know, do with that what you will, Des. Do with that what they will.
Who do they play if they win this one, Tim?
It's a tough one. Well, actually, it's not. It is a tough. Both of the next
It's
games.
not a tough one.
No.
No.
Let me finish my point. Both of the next games are tough, no matter which way you look around it. I just think the other side of the bracket, Team Secret and Fnatic's side, is slightly tougher because they've got Falcons or VP. On this side, you've got G2 and Twisted Minds. Both extremely good teams. I am not downplaying either. But for argument's sake, a world where, say, Twisted Minds get knocked down to the lower bracket, is that a game Shifters can win? I think it is. We've seen Twisted Minds be a little bit up and down over the kickoff group phase. You know, when they're good, they're very good. But they can be countered and played against as well. So, look, I can see a world where, you know, Shifters have a path to Salt Lake.
I agree. That, to tell you what, Shifters, based on how they played those first 3 rounds, if they come up against the Twisted Minds that we cast on Monday, that'll be a phenomenal game.
I agree, especially with the prize that's on the line. Just as a reminder to everybody, these are the lower bracket quarterfinals. So loser goes home, winner moves on to the lower bracket semis. The point that you need to get to, you don't have to win the lower bracket final. Both lower bracket finalists go through to the major, as do both upper bracket finalists. So just winning the next game after this is enough to get to the major.
Well, here we go. Smoke is coming out. Trying to look for the way 4, but it's a bit of bait really coming out there. As has to start stepping on 4. Well, look who's got it from ATMs again. Shifters just in full control, knowing every single move the Rebels are going to take. And we're in the face of another 4 versus 2 here. Lems and Veto try and hold on, but can't even hit the shot they need to. Freck finds his 3rd in the round, and Lems has got to do something. Knows there's a player still inside of ATMs. A great C4. He's going to find Blaz. But it isn't going to find in the round because that C4 was normally intended to try and deny what's going on upstairs. But a good spray to the wall will get rid of Freck. A 1 versus 2 to go. Lem's winding back the ears here, Tim. He's got 20 seconds to get it done.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable. He's got full HP. The problem that he's got is the time that's passed by, because Shifters have been able to get themselves into positions. You've got one outside on the rappel. It's impossible to win now, really, with 50... and there's a good reason why Lems has basically called it a day and is having a chat with his team and giving him that opportunity here. There's 2 things playing against him. He'll know that he's got an IQ below that can just watch for when he gets on that diffuser, and he knows that he's got Lasmo out on the windows. Because of the changes that we had a while ago on the windows, now... your vault animation out of the windows, you can't really like ADS and shoot on the way down. So getting the players off those windows, you know, we used to see players throw themselves out of the windows, get the kills, get back in, get upstairs. It's just really not feasible anymore, especially with 20 seconds left on the clock. So Ilems knew that the game was done there. So he's, I think, used his time wisely to, you know, have that kind of unofficial additional tack timeout. Obviously the coach can't get involved, but the rest of the team at least can have a chat between themselves and try to further pinpoint what's going wrong here, because things are going wrong for them. They've lost all 4 entry battles. They've lost all 4 rounds. You've got Robbie at the minute was 5-1 coming into that round. I'm not sure how many he picked up during the round, but you know, you've got a Shifters team that are just starting to run away with it. It's, you know, Freck went big in that one. He's now 6-1. Blaz 4-2. P4 is getting in on the action. You remember I said they needed that little bit more from P4. A couple of those came in round 1, holding the flank, facilitating. Those are the players on site, as I was talking about. Brilliant stuff so far. Really impressive. 4-0 Shifters.
Surprising no one, Tim. I'm actually going to disagree with you.
Oh, go on then.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I think... I could understand a tat timeout if you had like 60+ seconds on the clock in a round. It was like a 1 versus 4. But I think that is kind of more speaking volumes about the mentality in the Rebels camp right now. We've seen how animated Marto has been after the first 3 rounds. He hasn't looked like a happy bunny. I think for Lems to kind of decide when there's 30 seconds left, and although it's highly unlikely you win that round, to give up with 30 seconds left in a post plant and just think, I'm just going to sit here now and we'll chat, as we could do if I tried and lost the round as well, just feels a little bit... I don't know, more like a mental breaker than anything else for me. And that's more, again, the sign probably right now of the morale inside of Rebels, than it was so much an innocent decision to have an unofficial timeout. Hopefully, they've used that time well and something is going to change, because like we said during the timeout, they kind of have to get things moving now. If they get even 1 round at this point, it's going to feel like a little bit of a miracle, to be honest with you, let alone the 2 they've still got a chance to get.
I think had the operators remaining been different, I would agree with you more. I think, but knowing that there's an IQ underneath and somebody on the repair, I can see both sides of that argument. I'll say that.
Sit on your fence, man.
Sorry?
Sit on your fence, man.
Well, you know, look, I think he knew that the round was done at that point. There was, it's not about, you know, giving up. I think he knows there was no winning that. 4 versus 3 as another entry goes in favour of... Look, shifters are running away with this at the minute, Des. And I think that's what comes down to a mental point, and that's why I kind of edge with agreeing with you a little bit, in that I think that Rebels' mental is gone right now. I think they need to give their heads a wobble. They're absolutely rattled. Shifters are just running over them at the minute. There's nothing they can do to get anything working. I'll tell you what they could really do with, and obviously you could always do with this, but they could just really do with a big 2v4 clutch here from these two. Vaster and Marto can like lock this out. It'll just give them that fire moment of like, right, come on, like we've got to, and they could come away 4-2 from the half, which to be honest would be daylight robbery. They're probably not going to, but it'd be daylight robbery.
Well, I also want a pink unicorn. We can't all have what we want, unfortunately. I don't see a world in which they can hold this out. Like, they can stall a bit longer with Marto here getting out a couple more of these folks. Still got barbed wire in back pocket, interestingly, by the way. P4 gets one. Marto at least trades it out, but they know exactly where he is. Every single time a Rebels player fires a bullet, there are 2 guns on the side of Shifters pointed in their direction, and there is always a response. They look on fire right now, but like I've said, I think the mental on the side of Rebels is just crumbling before our very eyes. If there is anything even left to crumble.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think I think they need a break at this point. I think halftime, you know, that halftime 2-minute timeout cannot come soon enough for Rebels right now. They just even 2 minutes need to get out of this game and just have that opportunity of like, right, we've got the side switch. They need something to cling on to, don't they? You know, whether it be a clutch, whether it be a side switch, they need something to cling on to say, right, things could be different now. And they're just not getting that from Shifters at the minute. You know, we can see why Shifters have picked bank here. They're absolutely running over them. Really, really good stuff from them. And we're going to see they're not going to take their foot off the pedal. They're bringing the Glaz along again. It's worth mentioning in the patch notes there was a bit of an adjustment to Glaz as well. They picked up on the main ones, I thought, which was really interesting on the desk, kind of the Grim, the Glaz, sorry, not the Grim, the Clash, the Raura, all really important changes. But Glaz, it's only a small change, but you know, when you move in with him, your targets get fuzzy. To kind of reduce your accuracy and reduce the sort of value of his scope when you move him, to prevent him playing like an entry player, if you will. We've seen that change a little bit. Movement time to reach maximum distortion has gone up 3 seconds, so it's 15 seconds rather than 12 now. So it'll just maybe be a little bit more stable in his scope when he's moving around, but shouldn't be a huge change.
Well, there are bigger things to worry about in the micro details, granted, for Rebels so far. They need something real special put together. Now, I did say I wanted to see a bit of change coming out of them. I don't hate what they've gone for here. They've gone for this more aggressive trap-based setup. They've gone for these roamers in the Solus and the Vigil. They're looking to keep themselves busy. And to a point, they did start out that way. I like the early destruction, trying to deal with the shield, and they've got rid of the blitz. Good stuff. Though again, as soon as a bullet comes out, there's an immediate response from the other side. However, I think as you just saw, we've got one player ratting it out inside of CC right now, Tim. That could be very interesting. And he's dead, never mind.
Plant's going down. There's P4's got into position. He sees an opportunity and he's called it. He's going for it. And again, Rebels have been caught away off site, and now they have to start fighting back in. Freck manages to get a double. It's all up to Feno. He managed to get one. He's got 2 more to find. There's the first. 1v2 becomes a 1v1. He's downstairs now and he's searching for Freck, but Freck knows exactly where he is. It doesn't matter. Make it 4 in the round. Make it a clutch. I said Rebels needed something to cling to, and Feno just gave it them.
Feno the Fabulous, what a round from him at 4K. But again, it says a lot when you look at the reaction from him. Not a shout, not a fist in the air, nothing. I think because Rebels still know there is a long way to come, but I'll give it to him. I was a little bit nervous when he was still top square after the diffuser had gone down. Let's go and hear what our desk got to say about that half though, Tim.
Thank you very much, guys. A good comeback we saw there briefly from Rebels, but in general, in this first half, it feels like Shifters woke up today and all of a sudden remembered who they were. These attacks have been flawless.
Yeah, they're super clean. Yeah. I think one guy that I want to highlight for this, we mentioned it during the pre-match, was P4. I think he's done an incredible job on droning. You see him most of the time sitting on it, and then you see the yellow pings, and you see people dying again and again and again. The coordination led by his intel gathering is actually insane. And then the work of Freck as well, who's going crazy. I mean, some of these executes, if we look at them, you know, some of these executes are absolutely crazy. They do it perfectly. Look at this. The droning for P4, the opening kill, beautiful. This guy is aware. They know he's in CO. It's fine. The trade is coming straight after. 2 guys were ready to take it. The roam clear has been absolutely insane, Jack. The coordination from these players, on the top level.
And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see, in terms of P4, the fact that he's maybe calling not just for strats and calling like, hey guys, we do this strat, but actually the information, calling players around, you need to push him, double ping, you know, yellow ping, double push him together, get the kill, get the advantage and roll out from there. In comparison though, we've got to talk about Mato as the IGL of Rebels, because he had probably quite one of the biggest crash outs that we've seen in terms of the visual of the cameras, in terms of the crash out as well. Clearly looking, as you can see here, very, very stressed inside of this game. We were also fortunate enough to be listening to team comms, and we're fortunate enough to be joined by a French-speaking man next to me, who can kind of translate a little bit as well.
Yeah. The reality is that the comms are going crazy. Like in a team, they are overreacting to everything. You can see that as soon as they lose a player, once someone else will go pick, but they're all picking one by one, so they're getting picked up one by one. And then the reaction after this crash out is not the right one. They're supposed to play together, and so they're supposed to calm things down.
Yep.
They didn't do it. They continued aggressing. They continued to play wide extension and got room cleared all the time.
Yep.
It was the wrong decision, and the inexperience is really showing here.
And there was only one clutch. That's the only reason they've won a round, was a clutch that's gone wrong. As we move into this ban phase as well, you're seeing Rebels actually take away the Azami. I think that's pretty fair. Normally it's about breaches or utility on the side of Bank. So Azami, maybe the mirror to follow, is actually going to be the Cade as well. Very, very sensible. It still allows them to play the bottom floor with getting rid of that electricity.
I think the main thing to me is that it seems that right now they are struggling to react to whatever Shifters was doing. Now they are in a position where they can be proactive. They're supposed to be in attack, and that means that they have more opportunities to do something different here.
Okay, that's giving hope for Rebels going into the second half. They need it as well. A clear reset is needed if they want to get a good score on this first.
By attackers.
Thank you very much, Anne. Well, let's see what can transform here, Tim, in the second half. We so often say that there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, it's both factual and metaphorical, that things can transform massively once the sides swap. But they've also got to be able to get away with it. So let's see if that's going to be the case. The Blitz being taken offline, I think the main one for me here, in terms of pace being denied away from Rebels.
Yeah, that's it. Shifters say, you know, they've just got that last round. Let's, you know, not let them have those kind of crutches to play behind. Let's not give them anything easy to build some momentum, you know, actual physical momentum within the game. You know, maybe take away, like you say, those opportunities to go fast, to get aggressive, and just make them fight for it a little bit more. Shifters, I think the gameplay here leans, when I'm looking at their operators, it's towards the frustration of them now. You know, they know that they've kind of got them on the ropes, they've put a couple of body shots in, they've got them where they want them, so now on the attack, frustrate them, give them plenty to think about. You've got the smoke for denial, you've got razor blooms, you've got FNATs, you've got vault cams to worry about, all this utility to play behind, and just make life as difficult as possible for them.
Absolutely. Well, with it being a little bit more slowed down, like I said, the Blitz being offline, the Monty being there, it does mean a slightly slower setup, and they've gone for a very execute-heavy focus here. The Dockerby coming out along with the Deimos, the name completely slipped my head then for some reason. I know it began with D, I had no idea what it was. Deimos and Dockerby coming out together, good for the roamer hunting side of things, and also for moving through the map. Also both great for execute as well as pressing, but the crucial thing about comms like this is you have to then get to the point of execute. Good at making use of the shield though, to let Lems get in and get rid of Freck on the entry. That is, you know, a very critical entry as well, to think, because as we've seen, they lost the majority of the first kills in the rounds back in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. That's, again, giving them a good foundation to build off, and you couldn't take anybody better than Freck out at the minute. 11-3, absolutely flying right now. But I like this first round attempt. You're 5-1 up. You've got an opportunity to say, let's get out in the map and just see if we can, you know, make a real nuisance of ourselves. I think, I'm wondering for Blaz here. No, there's no, I was going to say, there's no mute jammer under the stairs or anything. We just saw the death marks failing, but I think that was maybe towards Robbie, because we do see that he is in a mute jammer at the minute. Does manage to pick up Linku, and we're going to have Lems as well getting one back onto Blaz, so it leaves us still 4 versus 3. The shield's doing great work as well. 1:10, and they've actually cleared them back to site and got a man advantage really well. This is better from Rebels.
It is better, though, comparison back to the first half. It was about 1:30 when Rebels have fallen back in towards right there into the basement. So I am still a bit concerned here about how much time can be wasted by the side of Shifters once we see Rebels start asking the question. You've got a, what, 30% HP Monty here right now. A C4 or a smoke will do a hell of a lot of damage. They've got a C4, they've got 3 smokes, they've still got a lot of stall. I think Rebels are going to have to flood and go for kills here, Tim. There's not really a chance to play around going for the diffuser, I don't think.
35 seconds left to go. They definitely need to get moving. We see the first of those Toxic Babe canisters come out. Nitro ripped and ready in hand of Robbie. He's going to send it, but there's nobody there waiting to receive at the minute. The plant is going out. No, he gets him, and that was that prior damage done. Even with a little bit of distance between the Nitro and the Monty, he gets the job done. That's going to find the diffuser down on the ground, but they've managed to get in. Asta's got it in hand, and he's going for it again. Will secure the plant. Kill does come in from P4. This is very winnable for Shifters from this position, but Rebels have managed to relocate. They've got themselves back upstairs at least. Lasmo, he's going to need to find a kill above, surely.
They really thought someone would come and try and play towards open here, but there's no one actually on that side. At the minute, they're all playing out towards square by the looks of it, Tim. Got to force 2 players in for the retake upstairs. There are 2 players up on this first floor, but now they've got to find them. 11s for one, Asta good for another. This one is definitely done, and this is a good post plan being played out by Rebels. Was very nervous for a second that bottled it, Tim. They've done a great job there with the 2 left alive to finally get themselves over the line, and now find themselves with 2 rounds on the board.
Good decisive play on that diffuser. We saw the Nitro drop it inside a site. Asa was in there very quickly, got a hold of that after the smokes had come down hatch. We saw the hatch drop as well. Everything snapped into place really quickly for Rebels to say, it's gone wrong, here's plan B, execute it now. And there was no dithering, there was no holding back. They just all threw themselves into that next role, that next position, and it worked really, really well. Well played from Rebels, and they get themselves an important first defense.
Do a very, very critical one indeed. Again, maybe not as cleanly as what we've seen out of Shifters before, but they managed to make it work. I think where the danger came in really for the defenders was the fact that we were able to do this little dance here when they were still smoking out the door. Not considering they might have opened up that softball on towards default to try and go for a plant spot there instead. And then again, it was maybe also the retake style of it. They were expecting more contention inside of open and office, but just didn't get it. And ultimately then had to real scrap around square to try and recover the round. So well played by Rebels. Definitely kept Shifters on their toes and trying to figure out exactly what it was they had to do. Now, I don't think we're going to see their comp change too drastically. Like, I don't think you change away from the Monty here. Ooh, okay. Step away from the Monty, Tim. What my worry there is, it gave them a real good advantage at different parts in that round, but most importantly, in getting map control. The entry was him stepping inside of Archive, sniffing around where the players were, pinging them out, and then you have players coming in behind him like a Lems who then got that entry, that second entry of the entire game. So I'm a little bit nervous I stepped away from Shields in this round. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, Plaz and Robbie have got a big job to do above here. The Lems has brought the Ram, so that just screams straight away they need top floor control if they want to make the most out of that utility that they bring in. Plaz has got Nitro in hand. One of these needs a big game. It goes out, but he just throws it a second too soon, and it catches on that barricade that hadn't been shot out at that point and means that Asa was safe. They also know now for sure that somebody is up on that top floor. Pings are raining out actually as well, and we're going to see so much pressure that Robbie is going to dip himself away, and Blaz has as well. Top floor has been gained in 45 seconds for Rebels. That's really good.
It is not bad so far. However, that's more kind of surviving that early C4. There's still 2 more they've got to play the dance around, and when they get inside the map and start working their way through as they are now, well, there's a lot of jammers around here. Mute and Mosley scattered seemingly everywhere, so you don't quite know if there's still going to be a defender somewhere just skulking around, hoping to capitalize on those blind spots around the map. That's what they've got to be careful of. Mainly, really, here, I'm looking down towards the basement for that. We did just have 2 players down there a second ago in Robbie and Blaz, but he's now worked his way back up by the looks of it. In fact, no, now he's back downstairs again. So playing this happy little dance around for now. And that's where, again, I look towards things like the C4s that they've got in mind and start asking questions on, okay, then, where's the denial for those coming from? Certainly not the basement, but maybe inside of the site itself, behind a Mute Jammer or behind a Mosley Pest.
Breck just having his opportunity, sees the man above him, can't do anything about it, and I like this. He's been flushed into danger. Fenno was there waiting with open arms, and he gives him a little squeeze as he sees him. Takes him out of the round. 5 versus 4. Asa has taken some damage up there, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. I like this from Rebels, but again, we asked the question of time last time around. I'm going to ask the same question again this time. Will it be an issue for them? They've got Blaz underneath at the minute. He's got to be looking for that blue stairs push, that little flank at the end, because he's got no nitro in hand at the minute. Can't do anything from down there, and Marto closes him out and takes him down. Rebels are looking like a different team on the attack, Des.
Looking ironically like Shifters did to a degree as well, where they've been very, very good at forcing these players, these solo players on the side of Shifters into 2v1s or overwhelming them with intel and then capitalizing off the back of it. And that's what I think we saw Shifters try and deny in this round with the new and the Mozzie. Obviously, it hasn't really worked out for them, but we're at the last 20 seconds, Tim. Now it's time to drop and go for the execute.
And here goes the utility. We see the Grim Bees going in. We see the Capitao doing the job on the angles to try and create space for the diffuser to go down. Asa takes some damage, but not enough. He sticks it. I love that from him. P4 cannot get there quickly enough. 4 versus 1 now, as it's Robbie on the fight back. 1v4 becomes a 1v3 after he finds Fenno. Tries to get his way back into sight. Sees the man, knows that there is one across on the opposite side of Cafeteria, but can do nothing about it at the minute. Cannot find an angle. He's fighting instead with the man inside of Archives. Cut down by a Lems from that copy window, and that is another good round from Rebels. And if you're a Shifters fan, you start looking a little bit worried at this now. The comeback could be on. That's 2 sites lost. Where is it that Shifters will be able to find their bastion and get this over the line?
Again, Tim, it just really comes back to what I said at the turn of the half, is you literally are seeing 2 very different halves of Siege here. One where Rebels are completely imploded. As the guys in the desk were saying, that Marto was having a meltdown inside of the chat by the sounds of it to his team, and really morale was at an all-time low. We've gone into the second half, but I wouldn't say spirits are high, but rounds look relatively convincing. What I will say is Shifters are being quite active in how they're playing it, mind you. I think they're not really kind of so much just sitting there and waiting to get 2v1'd or get droned out and then sniffed out by someone. They're trying these little cheeky C4s. They're trying to play for inside of the base, but they're doing these little odd jobs that at some point I think will pay off. If Rebels slip up for even a second, that's when Shifters will be able to gain the edge. So I still kind of say it's not as disparate as we saw as compared to back the first half. It's closer than that, and I think Shifters will find a round at some point across the next couple.
I didn't see enough there
5 seconds to go.
to lock in and call this a mistake, but I am interested, and I'll look back after the game as to just what happened with Asa planting there, because it appeared that P4 on the Bandit could maybe see him. He'd taken a lot of damage, and there was a lot of stuff going on at once, and this is why I'm not like sort of clean calling it out as a mistake. P4 I think was being challenged from other places as well, and just because he downs the planter, it doesn't mean that the round would have gone differently necessarily, but it was like literally one bullet. He could have sneezed on Asa and it would have got the kill. And it appeared on the free cam that we just saw at the end there that he kind of Asa's in behind the smoke and P4 stood right behind him, and there's many things. He could literally be in his scope and he could be hidden by the housing of the scope, but you know, there's many things that could be going on there. I don't know that it was P4 doing the damage to him, but I'll be interested to watch that back, because I think Shifters have got really unlucky there, because there was an opportunity definitely to put Asa down on the ground. But continuing on, we're in round 9. We're going to see Shifters going down to the bottom floor again, completely avoiding that top floor for now. Interesting, they've chosen to come back to a site that they struggled to win last time around. They have not committed to the rest of the map as heavily as they did last time. I said in round 7 they were 5-1 up, absolutely fine. Throw some men out in the map, see what happens. Well, they saw what happened, they lost it. This time they're going for a little bit more of a turtle strategy, try and burn time, Tubarao, cause as many problems as they can.
Causing problems and to a level wasting time, right? They really want to play the stall here. Now, they've got the smoke on side. They have C4s once again, quite critically. So we're out, which you've already observed, and then also Goyo. But the big difference for me in this round, Tim, is how fast Rebels have actually got inside the building, because they have not got a Monty leading them in. They can afford to go that little bit quicker. Like, Marto's already dropped in towards basement here. He's already trying to ask questions. This is looking really interesting now. If he gets a kill inside the vault, suddenly a lot of gold starts to become very exposed. And here we go. Oh, he's trying to do his best, Tim, but Freck has hit the deck and turned around and got a freebie. The glass falls because he's gone a little bit too far ahead, Tim, because look at everyone else. They're upstairs. They're on drones. They're holding angles, yet he's tried to basically pull up what looks like an execute.
They do get Lasmo along the way. That's the Goyo taken down, but of course the Vulcan canisters will be in play, so it doesn't really matter. Robbie is getting tracked by the Deimos at the minute, so he knows that was beautiful teamwork from Shifters there. That's like kind of the unseen teamwork. We'll come back to that. Freck and Blaz managed to get one apiece after the latest taken down. Fenno does get the trade, hits him with the F2, but they are now caught in no man's land. Robbie with one. Blaz picked up the Nitro kill, and that closes out the round. But I love what I saw from Shifters there. So you've got Robbie deep in garage, down by the big van, and he's just hanging around because he's got that Deimos track on him, but it doesn't matter because he can see that Deimos is on marble, and he's calling that out. He's calling that out. And they've got the crossfire through the door from Vault, and all that comes because the Glaz Marto was unable to get that first kill. It didn't clear out Vault, so then Vault can hold the cross. Deimos tries to push Robbie, cut down easily, and all of a sudden Shifters are in a serious advantage there. Beautiful teamwork, beautiful crossfire. They put themselves on to map point.
And I found a couple of bans coming out. It's going to be Mirror and the Dockery being taken away, which has been a bit of a mainstay, I'd say, so far for the attackers. Seen it in 2 of the 3 rounds that it played on, just not that previous one in which the defenders, of course, came out on top. So maybe that's the winning formula, Tim, and they've realised, oh, we can be a little bit cheeky here. We can afford to waste time. We can play out around the map that a little bit more if we want to. We can hold positions where they can't always get a full read onto exactly where we are. So the Dockery being taken away is a crucial one. But for me, the main thing that happened in that last round, like I mentioned, was Marto was the guy playing the backstab down elevators. But he went so far ahead of everybody else. They were sat on drones upstairs still. They weren't looking to move to try and make an execute happen or go for the drop. Just felt very, very desynchronized from the rest of his team.
We could be in our final round here at round 10. Rebels have got to be right every single time now. They've got to get this done, and interestingly, Shifters have chosen this point to bring themselves up to the top floor. So Rebels are going to have to go up against the defense that they haven't seen as of yet. Just looking at the lineup that we've got a little bit of a shift in some of those operators for Shifters. We've got the Ella brought along, can be powerful when dealing with the shields, but also kind of area denial. We do see now more of a style from the pro players, and you're seeing it here, that the Gizmot lines are kind of kept in pocket and are used as a more kind of active gadget rather than kind of a place and forget. There's risk involved in that. If you lose the Ella early in the round, you're losing that utility with her, but it means that Lasmo can be a little bit more adaptive there, a little bit more flexible depending on where this Rebels push comes from. You know, if they find themselves fronted up by a shield, which they don't know until they get into the round, something like that, then they can adjust and get that gadget over there where it is most useful.
All right, well, let's take a look at what the focus is going to be here on the attacking side. As you've seen already, we've had those Flores drones rolling on through, taking out softball, giving them a route directly in towards sites itself. We've got a couple dancing around on Plaza, ready to play on windows, one inside around ATMs, and LM still out in back alley. So they've got all the pieces coming together they need here. Someone's pushing towards square or potentially in towards stock. Got a couple looking to play on windows. They've got the space control they need right now inside the opening 60 seconds. As we saw when we had Shifters attacking here, there was this big focus on making sure they had full control of Janitor by opening it up with the ace. So watch where the Selmas go, because to me that's the big read. First one, in fact 2 here have gone inside of stock. Now that's interesting. That means they won't be able to get full coverage in towards Janitor itself, but they will get an awful lot here straight away in towards White Corridor itself.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think getting that stock position, clear is very important. I think one hole in Janitor you can live with rather than having the whole wall open. But like you say, we'll see, you know, as that develops through the round, whether it does prove to be problematic or not. Now then, Freck goes over the balcony. I think he's going to have a look for those Windows players, and he gets away with one. Takes down Alems, can't find the second though. Fenno really could have done with being in position to prevent them losing the man on the window, because that last Selma charge has gone with him, Des.
One thing it felt like they really missed him was a player to open up the double wall and watch that kind of thing from happening. That's what let Freck get inside and get a freebie. They've traded it out. It's not the end of the world, but this is now going to get really scrappy because they haven't got full control of hallway, despite having the operator available to make it happen. Shifters are going to sit and play behind utility, behind their traps, behind the intel, coming out from the Valkyrie and potentially see this one done and over the line. 2 players left. Otherwise, map 1 only goes a certain way, Tim. It's a 1v3 for none other than Marto.
Yeah, he's got to do it now. Put his team on his back and get them through this round and keep them fighting. 1v3 becomes 1v2. Can he find the man on the long angle? No, not yet. They know where the push is coming from. And Robbie, he just glides to the side, shuts his man down and closes out map 1. That is Bank going to Shifters 7-3.
Very dominant, to be fair, Tim. A couple of rounds there in that second half where Rebels did show a sign of life, I think, on the attack. But those last two, just a little bit limp, as said. And that last one especially, I think they were missing a very, very crucial part of it. Definitely work to do before we get into map 2. Let's find out what happens after a short break.
Shifters take map 1. They finish off well what they started, and it's down to 2 players in particular that we're seeing absolutely popping off. We mentioned one in the halftime show, but Robbie also really stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. It was both Freg and Robbie. They both stepped up phenomenally. It feels like a question ages old as time. Who's going to step up alongside Freg? That was Robbie. And I think both of us are really happy with the way P4 was thrown in, as you can see, with the information to enable these guys as well. Felt a very complete performance from Shifters, Leo.
For me, exactly, it is the execution based on the enablers, right? It's either A, the intel gathering by P4 and their reaction and the fact that they do it so well together, and then there's the overall plan, the game plan. Look at Frek when he's playing on glass, for example. It's a utility-based operator. He's not there as an entry. He does not miss, though. He covers everything. He gets the kills that he needs. Both of them on double digits. It's a good work on the entry, but on top of that, on the utility game as well.
It's our general belief, I think, realistically, for Shifters to go far, for them to go to international events, for them to compete at those international events, these are the two that really need to be on song.
And I think there's one last thing that I love with Blaz integration is Blaz is talkative. Blaz has shot calls. He brings value to the table because that roster before, I think, lacked a bit of voices. Before had to carry a lot in the voice comms. I think another voice on top of Freg that can shot call, like Blaz, is perfect. Freg on the entry line, Blaz in the middle, and then P4 all the way at the end. Perfect. In every step of the round, you've got someone that can talk.
Yeah. We'll keep it short here because as we hear a lot of positive things from the talking inside of Shifters, there's some worrying things that we're hearing on the side of Rebels. We'll talk about that and how they should set them up for this second map after the break. before we go into map 2, we want to highlight once again our IGLs, right? In the post, we highlighted P4 positively.
Yeah.
We want to talk about Marto as well, because there are some concerns right there.
Yeah, concerns. I think, you know, I would say especially disappointed. He had a bit of a generational crash out, as we've highlighted on the graphic there. Didn't play well particularly himself in terms of the stats as well, but that shouldn't matter for an IGL. For an IGL, if you're, you know, IGL is in-game leader being the big word there. You have to lead your team around. Now, crash outs are necessary. We've seen Fabian crash out time and time again, but in the right way. And I've actually got a clip to show, because I actually think Marto ended up playing for himself a little bit inside of this game. We saw one round where he's hiding as Vigil, and I'm wondering, how does an IGL, you know, do well hiding as Vigil? Here, this round, critical round for Rebels. They win it, they're back in, 4-5, they can go for it. Makes a hero play completely on his own in a 5 versus 5. Look at where the rest of his team were. Upstairs, on his own. So detached. I really worry that Marto as an IGL is not leading this team whatsoever.
I think the main thing to me is that whenever we see his player cam and we see how much he seems to be yelling, the problem is when you do it so much, at some point it loses value. You can have one crash out from time to time, every 3 months maybe, because it matters, right? But when you do that every single round, everyone loses faith in you. And the problem is it affects the other player. If I think of a player like Linko, for example, a player that is supposed to be the hype man, supposed to be someone that's a bit jovial, that's bringing the jokes, that's known to trash talk a little bit. When you have someone on your team that's so negative in the comms, that impacts very much players that are emotional. I look at the results from Linko from the first map. He's 1-9. I'm not saying that's the fault of Marto. I'm just saying that when an IGL goes crazy like this and goes heavy on his teammates, you're crushing the self-confidence of your player. And you can see it in the statistics right now, because it does not come back from it.
It can have that kind of opposite effect where, you know, you want your IGL to inspire and enable those players, but if they feel like they're under a lot of pressure because the guy's crashing out at them 24/7, then they get timid, they get scared, they start second guessing, and you can get performances like that.
So knowing that going into map 2, do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Is this over soon, or is there a chance for them to get their fresh air and get back into it?
It would have to be a huge turnaround. It would have to be a huge turnaround and a complete mental reset. I think that's essentially what we're saying, is the mental seems to have just completely gone from Rebels inside that game. They need to turn that back around and build into it. It is their map pick, so, you know, maybe there is something in there.
Yeah, that is true. That's the kind of confidence they have inside this matchup. They already beat Secret on this map. So, but then again, future or past results rather don't guarantee anything for the future. We'll see how this unfolds on map 2.
Indeed we will, Anne. Thank you very much. Into Cafe we go, Tim. Now, I ain't saying that I need to repeal my former words, Tim, but you could be looking at one of the top 4 teams right now.
I'm not getting carried away, Des. I'm not getting carried away.
Oh, aren't you? You weren't getting carried away last week either then, no?
No, I'll just wait until they are. I'll just wait until they are, and then I'll say, oh, look, I was correct. Des was incorrect. And we'll just leave it at that. No more will be said about it.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty fair deal to me. That sounds like a great deal to me. If we get to that point. You've heard the Des there speak about things that we were speaking about on the cast itself in terms of Marto's crash outs, being quite alone at times, and also in terms of the gameplay, it was very dominant coming out of the side of Shifters. My slight worry now is that we're going on to Cafe, one of the more defender-leaning maps that we have in the game, and look who starts on defense, Tim, it's Shifters. So Rebels are really going to have to put a shift in here to get this one moving. I can't believe I've never made that joke before.
Well, you know, you've got to keep some of the good ones, haven't you?
Well, I only just thought of it just then as I was saying the sentence, and I was like, hang on a minute. This is genius.
Well, you're playing a bit fast and loose with the word genius there.
Genius in dad joke territory, it's genius.
Right, let's get on with it. Cafe, round 1. Shifters, they have taken map 1. Bank 7-3 with a convincing performance, I think it's fair to say. Freck being top of the pops so far, coming out 14-6. 4-2 on entry, 80% cost. Do I need to go on? He's done a fantastic job so far. Shifters are going to be looking for more of the same, and I think it's worth mentioning P4. I'm going to say numbers. You know, they're not going to light the world on fire, but the point is that it's that contribution level that even as an IGL we were talking about at the beginning, we just need to see that little bit more. Doesn't need to be a lot. Went 6 and 7. solid 80% cost. That's your important bit. You know, he's involved in those rounds. He's surviving where he needs to, and he's helping the team, as Leo pointed out, with a lot of the droning that he was doing, a lot of the pings, facilitating the other players. So hopefully we'll see that continue from him as well. On the side of Rebels, we're going to need some change. We're going to need some improvement. Feno was the man to watch on Bank, 10 and 9 overall, so a little bit off the pace in terms of what we saw from Shifters. And Rebels, it feels like they just need someone to, whether it be Marto or somebody else, to really lead from the front here, grab the game by the scruff of the neck, have a couple of big rounds, and just, you know, give them that opportunity to think, this one's not over, we're in this, we're in it.
First thing that makes me a bit nervous too is about the complete lack of hard breach.
Too easy.
Complete lack. They've got hard breach gadgets on side, yeah, but look, again, this is the thing about Shifters. Same as on the last map, there is always another gun pointed the way of any Rebels player that shoots. They've always just got an idea in mind, which is always great to see. Tries to crouch walk in through bar, gets figured out, and it's a good response from Laszlo.
Rebels okay. They've just lost Marto underneath. They've got Linko just walking in through long bar. I'll see what I can find, and he finds nothing very quickly.
I don't hate that though, because I think that's a risk versus reward play that he's taken there. Oh, you think there's a gap here? I'm going to step in and try and get this player for free. Just so happens that he's missed the crucial shot on towards the cocktail player. Let's not forget, Fox made the exact same play on Monday, kills the cocktail player, spins onto the storage player, gets a double kill. The round is won there. Because that attempt has failed, he looks a bit silly for it. Granted, they didn't have as much information on what was going on, and then they weren't under as much pressure elsewhere. 100% agree with that, but it's cost them still.
No, the problem I've got there is that he dies either way. There's a player in freezer. It just, I feel like there's a lack of intel at the minute, and that's why they lost, you know, Marto to the refrag to Blast underneath as well. So that was more my criticism, that they're just basically walking into a problem, much like they've just, you know, pushed up there into a long angle. It just feels like they don't have a clear picture ahead of them in that round as to where everybody is. Like I say, you know, walking into a crossfire, getting the kill onto the Solis underneath, but then not being aware that Blaz is there for the refrag. Just, yeah, little errors again for Rebels, but it's just cost them the opening round, and that's the worst thing that could have happened. Losing that first round is bad news for Rebels.
Very ironically, they've actually kind of hurt themselves with that. With that Asper-like crouch walk into the middle of the bar, they've hurt themselves by banning away the mirror. Because if you look at the exact same situation 2 days ago, like I said here, that mirror was being distracted by a player. This was when Croxer made the same play and got a 2K. The mirror player was actually watching from storage in towards piano because there was a player pressuring windows and they knew they had to keep their eye on it. That's what let Croxer and Crouch walk in, kill the cocktail player, then spin straight onto the mirror inside of storage and kill them. Here, there's nothing really pinning that storage player to have to watch inside piano. They can't peek it because they probably died to the windows. They've got no other choice but to sit and watch bar. So, very ironically, Rebels' own ban choice kind of led to that failing. Very interesting. But I think larger than that, again, let's come back to what we heard the guys speak about on the desk and what we spoke about in our last map. It's Marto again going a little bit solo bolo there, walking his way down red towards side, thinking, guys, it's okay, I've walked in, I've killed everyone. At least that's what he wanted to be able to say to them, but he gets a kill and immediately gets traded. Almost identical to the glass on Bank Basement last time around where he walked in, didn't get a kill and died anyway.
Bank to them. We're going to have Marto bringing along the blitz. I do like to see Linko on the solid snake.
That's so he can rush faster by himself, mate. That's all it is. That's what he's going for.
One of my complaints.
No one else is here with him. Yeah. He's got all in. Where's the drone? There's no drone at his feet. There's nothing. He's just going for it by himself.
I think you might be right. This is what I wanted to see. So I criticised the intel last time around. They walked into several situations where it felt like they didn't have a full appraisal of what they were going into, and they lost lives because of it. Bringing along the solid snake, great idea. He's going to really help that clearance. He can do that solo, just keep using that scanner. It's going to give him the intel, and they can take over a large area of the map quickly, and that is exactly what they've done. So I actually think from Rebels, looking for the positives, that's a really smart pick there, to switch it up and to bring the solid snake along. I think that really helps them this round.
All right, Mr. Positive, you'll find your way. You'll find your way. Asking questions though down red at the very least. There's still a lot of utility they've got to work their way through, and last time around they didn't really bring a solution to the Kaid. At least they've got a Thatcher, but that's not the reason they brought us along, I think, because then they've not really got too much to open up walls with. They're more focused on the hatches itself, like this. There we go. So I'm got to worry about things like Bakery Wall being locked up tight. Normally it is obviously kept slightly open, but look at that. Sees both of the electric cores, both disabled away, and that guarantees our hatch is open.
That's at least step one. They need to get Blaz shifted out of VIP. That might actually be Marto's job later in the round, to get up in his face and bully him with that blitz shield. This is going to be key to them being able to do anything. The other key is dealing with P4 on the clash. They've got to have a plan in place to prevent him playing spoiler as well, currently inside of sight. A minute 10 left to go. It looks like the attention is just shifting towards Bakery a little bit here as well. They just want a bit of pressure on both sides, which I don't actually hate.
Yeah, it does leave VIP a little bit, you know, uncontested right now, but that's okay, like you say. Problem is, you've got the clash on this side. I mean, look, they're just waiting for him to hop in so they can bring him down. He knows that Freck is there, though, so it's kind of like it's a weird situation. They can't make much happen unless someone makes something happen. So what can they really do about it? The clash is in here now as well to give a little bit more threat, and they feed information down the corridor that Robbie turns into a kill. That is wonderful, and now they've got a crossfire on towards the blitz. He's got to go somewhere else. Marto's wasting really valuable time by being stood here for the last 45 seconds. They need to push double door.
They try to do so. They lose 2 bodies there. P4 with a double at the end. Great clash play, great team play, fantastic round from Shifters. I look forward to Fresher's breakdown of that one, because I feel like that hold from Wedding was really nice. Little bit of an unusual position from Freck on the Wamai. You don't tend to see anybody play that aggressively on that window, but it worked fantastically well, didn't it? It just completely held up. The blitz at the window, the player on red. It allowed P4 time to get in there on the clash and support. Robbie on the long corridor. Brilliant stuff from Shifters.
And this is the day. It's almost like, again, the incomplete picture we were speaking about on top floor of Banker last map, where they didn't open up double wall. They had no pressure coming in from lobby. It was just a bit limp. It was missing a very, very key part. And it's a similar story in this round, because they don't have VIP control. They haven't got front door control or coat control or really like true red control. They did have a player there, but they couldn't safely push down and challenge in towards Wedding itself or in towards Small Bake. And off the back of that, well, like you saw, we had the clash posted up. We had the second player inside of there as well, because they knew they were never getting challenged from down red. And so then 2 players like, well, we've kind of got a force now. We haven't got time to control the rest of the map. 2 of us have got to go double door. One's got to go in through Small Bake window. And the problem is, Shifters knew that was the only card they had left to play. So it was very well read by Shifters. But again, Rebels are leaving themselves like one part of the map or one little checklist item too short, and it's costing them.
Okay, then round 3. I'm just looking at the lineup for Rebels here. We've got largely as expected. Glad to see the continued use of the Solid Snake. It will continue to address that intel issue from round 1. And I feel like actually round 2 was okay in that perspective. They took over those top 2 floors. They did really well. They got the hatch open. They just didn't really then use that too much, you know, going towards the end of the round. So Fenor, let's see if he can do that great job again of helping clear out. He's going to have a little bit more of a direct force meeting him this time. We do have players up on that top floor. It's going to be Robbie left alone. No, Lasmo's up there with him as well, sorry, on the warden. So there is still 2 to clear out, and I want to see Rebels just with a little bit more of a structured approach to getting rid of those 2.
We'll see. Got a lot of the right tools on side to make something happen, but it's then a case of actually making it take place and getting the plan to come to life in reality. That is often the challenge we see teams fall apart at. He's defeated now that they know he's upstairs. Like I've always said, when bullets tend to come from Rebels players, guns tend to look up towards where they came from. Elsewhere, there's at least kills going either way, not involved in the same gunfights, no trade, but separately, we've seen Robbie go and we've seen Linku go.
Yeah, so that's one of those top floor players has been taken out. A beautiful double from Blaz. I just want to pick up on this at this point as well. We saw in the last 2 rounds of Bank, Blaz got nitro kills. In this round, round 2, so within 4 rounds, he's got 3 nitro kills. He has been using that utility fantastically on the Valk, and it is such a key thing. Whatever operator you're bringing, you've got to be an expert in that secondary use to get the most value. And again, the trades coming in. You said it in the last map, Des, and it is so true still of Shifters. Every time there is a death on their side, there is another gun there to find an answer. And right now, it's all up to Fenor with the F2. He's trying to work something for his team here. We've already seen him have 1 big clutch today. 1v3, it's possible. He has the skills, we know that, but Shifters have the patience. And right now, they're giving him nothing.
That's it, isn't it? It's the discipline, the composure. You know, just being ready for anything that comes at them here as well. Not even really requiring all 3 of them. Just the one on the end is enough. Freck to get the final shot they need. And this map starts out very similar to the previous, Tim. It's absolute domination by Shifters.
Yeah, they look fantastic. You know, for the mistakes that we can find on the side of Rebels, I think we can also find lots of positives on the side of Shifters. We are seeing some really, really nice siege play from them, and it's no wonder that Rebels are struggling to find rounds against them right now. So we have our additional bans come in. We're going to see the Kaid go, and we're also going to see the Grim taken away, as well as that Rebels tactical timeout coming on in.
All right. I would like to say I'm surprised, but obviously I don't think we are after how the game has started. And this again is an exact replica of what we saw back on Bank. 3 rounds went by, had our bans come through, straight into attack timeout. We of course saw a number of crash outs across those first 3 rounds. Hopefully the same thing isn't happening again, though I know we didn't have Marto on camera, at least to begin with at the start of this game, so maybe there's a reason for that still, as morale remains low. I can't imagine it feels any higher, Tim, after a bruising 3-0 start.
No, that's... I don't know if it's maybe too far gone at this point. You know, that, yes, you can go in there and you can say, right, this is how we're going to set up, we can look at the strategy and everything else, but surely the management of the mental has got to be the big focal point at the minute. You know, this team has, no two ways about it, taken a real battering so far, and turning that around is going to be the big one. You know, turning that around is going to be surely the path to finding a few rounds before anything else. But look, it's such a difficult job to do because you know, once you know yourself, once you're in that position where you're feeling stressed, you're feeling the pressure, everything just becomes much more difficult. We know that Rebels have had better performances than this. We've seen them have better performances than this throughout Kickoff. It's a tough day for them, and I tell you what, Shifters, I love it. They are not making it any easier for them. They, you know, as a professional team, you look at that situation and you think, we've got them where we want them, and you know, you keep them down, you keep the pressure on them, and you just close out the game. And Shifters are doing a great job of that.
Well, we saw Freck nibbling a little bit in all chat, like me with you, Tim, and the whole top 14 thing. He was nibbling at them. Oh yeah, the diffuser's down, guys. You know, something about this.
Just give him a little nibble, don't you? You just give him a little bit, and that's all it needs sometimes to just, you know, it doesn't have to be wild. It doesn't, you know, it don't have to be. Look, there's a good chance Rebels have got the old chat off, and maybe it does absolutely nothing. But those things work both ways. You know, maybe Rebels don't even see it, but what does it do for the confidence of the Shifters players? You know, what does it do for their confidence seeing that and being like, yeah, we're all over them.
Yeah, these boys are on the rocks. Yeah,
it works both ways.
Well, Martin's going to try another shield operator. That's his 3rd different one that he's tried across the 2 maps so far. On the entry, though, Lems has fallen down here, losing the ram early on. That is not ideal to Freck. They'll carry on dancing upstairs. T4, good spread of damage there, giving a lot on towards Linku and Marto, not finishing off either. And Breck himself falls down to a nade, not able to switch shells in time there and get himself out of danger.
Yeah, that's a good nade coming in from Marto there. Linko manages to go through and get a kill as well onto Robbie, leaving us now in a 3 versus 3. Lasmo, hello! Picks up a nice knife onto Asta, and another one! 3 on the top floor! Lasmo goes absolutely ballistic!
How have they missed him? They've pushed through bar, they've pushed into storage, they've naded a player out, they've sent it deep on lumber, but completely forgot about the shitter. Bathroom was right there, and Laszlo was like, guys, they're not pushing me, guys, I'm going for it. Absolute chaos and anarchy on Pixel against Capital that leads to a knife kill. Like, what? Like, look at this look. They know that he's there. Where is the call that he's here? The player on White Window should have him at least, you know, known as a known player that he's here doing damage, but he gets away with a massive 3K. Like, I think we had the same reaction as Freck there. That was slippery, but my God, Rebels, you cannot be letting that happen.
Oh dear, it goes from bad to worse for them, doesn't it? Really not good in terms of Rebels. And if you're, what did I speak about immediately in round 1? There's lack of intel, and that's how it appeared to me, that they were going into areas without fully knowing exactly what they were against and where everybody was, and they were maybe just trying to snatch at opportunities to get something going, and that to me looks like exactly the same again, allowing Lasmo in that case to slip the net and do untold damage to them. The thing is, I won't necessarily go as far as to say, oh, they were in a winning position. It was early-ish in the round, but they'd done some good work. They'd got rid of the Warden, they'd taken Freck out. You know, it was a nice nade kill, cleared out Freezer. They were doing some good work, and it's all been undone by this lack of intel and knowledge.
Okay. We are very quickly hurtling towards a similar scoreline to what we had back on Bank, where it'd be a 5-0 start to Shifters. Rebels need a round, Tim. A single round, I feel, would be enough, because with the mental and the state that it is, I don't see them coming back from a 6-0 deficit. And I don't see them doing it, Tim, when they miss shots like that. Wow. I know it's the F2. I know it can be hard to control. You had him dead to rights for a good 3 seconds and still couldn't land a single shot.
Going to have a little peek around the corner now, try and get that F2 doing some work for them, but Fenor can't find anybody as yet. Losing the Ram, as you said, not great at all. Big loss of utility, and it means that Shifters, the main thing there is now the Shifters can actually play those power positions inside of sight that they want to, because they're not going to find that floor getting opened up above them. There's not many options. Asa's got a couple of hard breach, but other than that, they're kind of struggling. Maybe some holes with EMLs will be about as good as it gets. P4's good game continues. I want to keep this thread of P4 running. You know, we've picked up on him on the desk. We've mentioned him along the way as well. You know, we said he could be that extra 10% for Shifters to start evolving their performance into one that is a team that you look at and say, you know what, there could be a saltwater place on the way for them. And I look at his performance today, 4-1 so far in the second map. Very solid from P4, really facilitating his team, and it's been another important part of what's going right for Shifters.
You know what's crazy? He's playing well. He's 9-8 across the series. You look from top down, Freck +9, Blaz +7, Robbie +7. Like, we're not even talking about close. Like, there's not a player on the other side, except Veno's 13-13, but none of the others are positive. Linku is 2-13. Asa is 4-13. They really haven't showed us play so far today, and it's showing in the score at the top of the screen. That said, they get one back on towards Blaz, not the end of the world, and converts it into a second. This is a good little turnaround here from Rebels. An execute that is actually looking like it could work here, but that's a freebie. An instant trade is there. Good from Linku to bring it back. And now we've got to see a retake come out in this 2 versus 2 from the Shifters boys.
Yeah, Rebels have done some good work here to give themselves an opportunity. Going to get sprayed down though. Robbie manages to find Linko. Freck gets the other. Shifters again have the answers. They are at least put to the test this time, but they get the job done. They always know what to say, always know what to do and where to look. There's right now, they just feel like they are ahead of time in this game. They know everything before it happens.
And there's probably going to be no better mental breaker than a round where you feel like, okay, something actually went good for us then. We cleared out 2 players that were on site. We've got the plant down. We're in a post plant. And then to see it completely collapse in the 2 versus 2 is only going to shatter confidence even further. But for Shifters, it does nothing more than embolden them. 5-0 up at this point. It looks like they're on for a cruise in 2-0. But like you say, Tim, we've got an interesting next game waiting for them against potentially Twisted Minds that I think could end up being one of the best series of the tournament so far, given the play style of those 2 teams.
And given that there is quite literally a major spot on the line during that game. Yeah, absolutely, you know, massive implication.
We assume already that Twisted Minds are going to lose to G2. We could be wrong.
Let's not write Twisted Minds off. They've got an unpredictable play style. They're tough to play against, and they can deliver on the big stage. We've seen them do it time and time again now. You know, so that matchup is far from decided.
That's it. We'll see how that goes tomorrow, and then we'll see exactly how things conclude, Tim, on Friday when we'll be back casting. It should be good fun. It's certainly proved to be a very, very whirlwind tournament, but some very interesting games starting to build up here as things progress forward. Now, Marto is back on the blitz as things started this half. It didn't quite work out for him then. He ended up staring at this window off to his right for the majority of that round, unfortunately. Hoping to God the guys have got something a little bit better formulated here. Not be spanned away, for example, so instead they turn out towards the Lion and alongside the Deimos. Should give them a lot of information to be able to work their way through the map, but then equally there are some good roamers here on the side of Shifters. Looking towards Freck and Blaz. They'll be a headache to clear out anywhere you put them.
Just still in that, I was going to say, prep phase, really, the leftovers of it, as the attackers were getting themselves positioned around the building, but they have been punished again. Freck has been able to take down Fenno, and that's the Deimos, a big loss. You know, when you're looking at somewhere that you're going to need to close people down, shut down roamers, shut down these extensions, the Deimos can really help you to do so. So a big loss there, but a big loss on the other side as well. P4 going down and the Tubberau going with them. That might just give a little bit of an opportunity there. The Warden not able to react quite quickly enough to the impact of that Nitro, but Blaz is there to support, taking down Marto. Asa did find the kill. 3 versus 2 now, as Rebels again managed to get themselves a little bit of a toehold in round 6.
Bearing in mind, that is the top floor. Now, they came away with the numbers advantage, which is really big for them. But as I've often said, it's the attackers who lose out. If you were going like 2 for 2 there on their own top floor, it tends to be the attackers that are losing out because you can't control as many points of the execute as you might want. You can't have someone covering the planter while they're going down and the vertical and trying to go for a backstab at the same time. Risky TP away from Freck, but he does get away with it here, Tim, as Linku falls to Robbie. Surely they don't lose the 3 versus 2, Tim.
Surely not. I mean, look, it wouldn't be the first bad thing that's happened to them today, would it? So let's just hold that thought, Robbie, inside of the door here with the DMR, and I don't think they've got any idea that he's stood on top of the plant spot right now. Asa is half health. That is a dangerous spot to be pushing into a DMR. He's 1 or 2 shots max. They now know his position. Are they going to find the pre-fire onto him? No, they are not. Robbie still finds a way. Intel or not. Freck found the other elsewhere. You really don't want to go up against Freck and Robbie today. They are putting up numbers and continue to do so. 6-0.
Yeah, I bet our desk has got a lot to say about this, Tim. Let's hear from what they got to say to us now.
Yeah, I think you guys have mentioned it. There is Freck, there is Robbie, and there is also the brain behind it. I think we've mentioned before a couple of times already, but really, I just want you guys to pay attention to just how well they've been able to read Rebels. We're on the basement right now, and as you can see, Rebels, they're trying to open up the hatch. Now, there is a cage trick from Shifter's side, that's fine. It's problem solved by the Thatcher. Freezer hatch is open, and as you can see, actually, Rebels are droning here. And what do they notice? They notice here, P4 is on the clash, on the boost. And so what they want to do is, they want to avoid the gunfight here. They want to avoid that execute. So as soon as they drum them, actually, they decide to go for the backside. Now, the thing is, many people would think, as soon as you've opened the Freezer hatch, oh, they're going to execute Freezer. And so Rebels right now, they think they're ahead of Shifters. But Shifter is actually ahead of them, because I want you to pay attention to one player. P4 on the clash has completely given up Freezer and is already rotated towards Bakery. And why is that important? Well, he's read everything, and you will see in terms of positioning how his call is impacting everyone. Because Marto, they're clearly setting up a trap with Fenno here onto Freck. But look at the positioning from P4. Because he rotated there, P4 can go aggressive on the bakery door with Lasmo. Robbie is holding red stairs if Fenno goes down. Effectively, Shifters have read them perfectly, and they're ready for that trap to happen. So if we play here, what you're going to see is P4 and Lasmo play together towards Asa and make sure they get a kill on the bakery player. As soon as that pressure is removed, P4 can go and aggress towards Wedding, making sure that Blitz does not go in. Red stairs player dies to Robbie holding the flank. And at this moment, Mardo jumps in, it's way too late. All of the gunfights have already happened. And all of this because of Clash. Because P4 the whole time is creating pressure on everyone, rotating, making sure there is a 2v1 at every point. Honestly, what I read from Shifters, they're just way ahead in terms of design, in terms of strategy, but also they commit to that so well all the time, coordinating together. It's a beautiful play from Shifters all around.
That they do. Shifter seems to be in absolute flow state right now.
Yeah.
Not just P4, every player on this roster. Because what do you mean? Lasmo gets away with a 3K in the freezer upstairs. Like,
yeah, they've got the perfect read, and then when they've not got the perfect read, you get the big game players. You get those aura plays where you're just running into Pixel, getting a knife kill, and then getting a big triple kill off the back of it. Shifters have put in a perfect performance. It starts at the top. It starts at the top with the read from the support staff of opening up the map in the map veto. It then goes through to P4 in the IGLing. He was calling that rotate was going to happen 1 minute into the round, well before he even got droned, because we were listening to the team comms. He's not muddled up in his thinking. He's able to see that completely. And then even then, we're finally seeing that front three come alive for Shifters. It feels like a very perfect performance right now.
quick thoughts about the operator bans that we're seeing?
I think so far, nothing out of the ordinary. You remove the Azami, so it's easier to attack piano side. You remove the Cade, so it's easier for the hatch of basement, obviously, but also for the double reinforcement towards bathroom and freezer. It's very clear that Shifters are going for a traditional game, and to be honest, I don't blame them. They're heavily in the lead here.
Well, they just need one round, and it's match point for Shifters, elimination point for Rebels. Let's see how this one goes.
Located a bomb.
No, you guys keep it. You keep it. We don't need it. Like, this is done. You've got about 3 minutes worth here. Let Fresh have a little bit of airtime so we can get a little bit of chat done. The game will be over back on the desk anyway. It'll be fine.
It certainly will be. Look, at the minute, Rebels have got big problems. We can see that. We talk about it so many times. It's one round at a time, isn't it? You've just got to work your way through. They've just got to try and get something at the side switch here. A couple of defences. I know it didn't prove enough previously. I don't think, honestly, it's going to prove enough now. They are likely to be eliminated from the playoff phase at this point, but you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? You're still in the game. It's still happening. We've seen 6-0 comebacks before. It's at least you can return a little bit of sanity to the performance, if nothing else.
Difficulty they faced is in that game when they beat Secret on this very map. 3 attacks is what they walked away with. They walked away with 0 here, which is why I'm very, very nervous for them now. Going on to the defensive side for us to see any kind of turnaround. But I hope we do. It's a shame when a game can be this decisive, but that's the way that it's working out right now. Starting things out, of course, on the east side here, looking to get themselves in towards Cocktail.
Let's see them
and putting a bit of pressure on players up on the top floor. Shifters looking to massage players away from this top floor first and foremost, get top floor control, then worry about the vertical, and then they can start thinking about that site itself.
Gonna take a little bit of space up at bottom white stairs there. Hold the angle, but we can see the aggressive drop come in. Robbie sees his man in Pixel, goes for the challenge, loses it. Great start from EML, manages to give them something. 5 versus 4, and a big entry there for Rebels, and they're looking to get aggressive here, but it's being watched. P4, he's ready for that one. Have to get out of bed sooner than that if you want to catch him out. Freck manages to find Elems as well. 4 versus 3 in what is a very late trade there. We see the track going on to the Ella of Linko as well. 4 versus 2 as Blaz picks up Marto. It's not looking good right now, Des.
They've had one locked away by the gridlocks. They've had yellow pings coming through onto them. They've had traps coming through onto another from the Deimos. They've had lion scans going off. There is nothing that the other side Rebels can do right now to surprise them. Maybe win a gunfight, that'll certainly help, but look at that again. Benno gets a kill. Immediately, another gun is pointed his way to secure the trade. Shifters have played a brilliant attack, a brilliant series overall, and they deserve this one at 2-0, and they move on to face the loser of G2 against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Shifters there. Answered every question asked of them. They've played some beautiful strategic siege, real checklist stuff at times, one tick after another, getting the job done, and they just did not give Rebels the time to breathe. I love that professional performance from them, putting a team down who was there to be beaten. Great stuff, and they move on to that lower bracket semi-final.
All a little bit too pedestrian for Shifters today, but I imagine it'll be a very, very good confidence builder. And if they can win that next series, as we've said, Salt Lake City awaits. But what awaits that little bit sooner, Tim, is a break. We'll go to that now. When we come back, our desk will once again break that down for you. See you in a few.
What a way for shifters to keep swimming in this lower bracket, a 7-0 on map 2 to keep themselves alive in these playoffs. And therefore, we get to speak to them as well, to ask them a few questions about this game, as we're joined by Freck. Goedenavond. How are you feeling about this game? Did you expect it to be that fast?
Bless you.
Like we knew their weaknesses, we played to it, and it made it quick. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, looking at you guys play against them, it felt like you had their number the whole time. Like, literally, you were reading them so well. I'm just wondering how much of that was heavy prepping or adaptation in the game?
I mean, we already knew what they were going to do. So I think it's mostly prepping. And then it's always like, are they going to do it in the game? And then they do it, and then you just play onto it. So mostly up to Laurie, Lidun.
Do you think that it is a Tier 2 team's mistake coming into Tier 1 to just play the same maps and play the same strategies again in a BO3, not expecting that the teams in front of you will counter-strat you?
I mean, it's kind of hard for them, right? Because there's two players that play T1, so it's all new for them, and they're just trying to learn, and yeah, it's hard, you know, to learn everything. And if there's only two people that like have played higher up, they're the only ones that can teach you, or your coach, of course. But the other way is just to play, to learn. So it's gonna take some time.
Freck, it feels like a long time since we've spoken to you, so congratulations on the win, first and foremost. Last year we spoke about Robbie and about Lasmo alongside you on the front line. And I suppose we saw at some points across the year inconsistency. It felt like that front line was really working today, so is that something that you put a lot of effort into?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just confidence, because you can see, like, the stuff that Vivi pulls out, like he's just knifing people and then flick. I don't know what he's doing, but like he does the craziest stuff every time, and he's so good mechanically. And I think for Rob's already getting into it. Rob is playing a lot better already. Yeah. And he's just consistently showing it.
All right, then one more question before we let you go. Your next match in this lower bracket is going to be against the loser of Twisted Minds and G2. Who do you think you're playing against, and how do you feel about that game?
Yeah, probably Twisted, to be honest. We've played them in the Invite Quals finals. Or not finals, it was like semi-finals. We lost, I don't know. But yeah, we play pretty shit. Again, we know how they play. So we'll be ready.
It's going to be a very different game style if it is them, right?
Compared to today,
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of like the same Chaos playstyle, you know. But I think Twisted, they're more experienced. They know how to play it, when to play it a lot better. So, yeah.
Fair. We'll see if that's the match that you get for tomorrow. For now, good luck with the preparation, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye. I think that there was something very interesting. What he said is that Rebels has got the same Chaos playstyle as Rebels, as Twisted Minds,
yeah.
but they don't have the pacing, which I think is so true. Is that if you look at the way they're aggressing, by the way, look at the way Rebels are aggressing.
Yeah.
They are always aggressing at the wrong timing, never together, and also at the wrong moment in the round.
And without making this necessarily about Rebels, because obviously Shifters played amazingly,
Yeah.
where did Rebels find success in their group stage to get them through the bracket when they played aggressive, when they played that kind of chaotic style of siege? So I see it, but on a much, like you say, more inexperienced scale, a much lower scale.
I mean, it's fine to make it a weapon, right? It's fine that what is that? What is that? That's, I guess, his secret weapon as well. But I think on the side of Rebels, I think it's fine to recognize that your aggression is your main weapon. I think the main thing is weaponize that at the right moment. Know when to aggress. Wait maybe till 1 minute before they execute, when everyone has got their utility, and get aggressive then. But I think they were really struggling to find the right moment to do it. And when you do it all the time, Shifters were ready all the time to punish it. And that's why they got punished all the time.
I feel like a lot of mature words as well that we were hearing from Freck about like the experience or the confidence they are having, the kind of improvement that they're working on with that roster. Because for players like Lasmo and Robbie as well that are finding their footing in this roster again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he kind of spoke about it. Last year for those two players was very, very up and down. Freck was kind of the front runner across that front three the whole time. But even when he came on interview last year, he was gassing those guys up. He's like, I know we've got it inside of us. And I think that's the story of Shifters. You know, we both sit here, we know there's a team there. There really is a team there that can go far, especially inside of the EML standings and go to these international events. But it's just about refining the consistency, because some days they'll look like world beaters. Today they looked like world beaters, and then other times, like in the group stage where they lost to Fnatic, completely unexpected.
I think overall, though, it is a goodbye moment for Rebels. A few takeaways for me. I think some highlights. First, LMs has still got it. I think he played really well.
It was nice to see him back.
It was nice to see him back. Also, you know, there were doubters, of course, of his age. He's the eldest right now. He's 30 years old, and he still plays at the right level. I think Asa still showed some great statistics despite a worse role.
Yeah.
And I think Feno especially is the one that impressed me. As the fragger, coming in, making a lot of moves. I think the other players, there's something that they need to fix, either in terms of behavior or comms, that I saw from the IGL. From Linko, a little bit more self-confidence. He went 3-14, I think, in this match.
Yeah.
That's rough, and he also had a bad game before, so those are the things that you grow onto.
Yeah, grow is a great word.
Yeah.
Grow, maturing into it. I think, you know, we seem to come across quite an inexperienced team. Naturally, they came from Challenger Series. They were a Tier 2 team not that long ago. Now they're in the big leagues, in the big games. They've really got to mature into it, because we will see them back in stage 1, of course.
Yeah, as we say goodbye to Rebels, we see Shifters progress in the bracket. Very important to mention is that it flips as well, right? Those losers from match 5 and 6 tomorrow will be dropping down to the other side of that losers bracket. That's why, for example, Shifters will be playing the loser of G2 Twisted Minds, and that'll mean for, you know, the next match that we are coming up, there will be a difficult opponent too, right? That is going to be the loser of Falcons Virtus Pro. Certainly not an easy match to go for, but hey, it is why people call the lower bracket an alligator swamp, because there are so many good contestants inside that lower bracket, and we have 2 more coming up after the break. We'll talk about Fnatic and Secret. It is only one more best of 3 for today. Again, we're flying through these matches. We haven't had a 2-1, a competitive game inside the brackets phase so far. I hope we're going to get it for this one, though, because we have two big organizations. We don't want to see either of them go home, but one of them will have to if you want to make it to the top 4 teams that'll make it to the Salt Lake City Major. We're talking about Fnatic, we're talking about Secret, starting off with Secret because there is the potential for Secret to lose a enormous streak of events that they've attended should they lose this match today.
I think for Savage especially, it would be the end of an incredible journey. These guys have attended every single event since the Manchester Major. That's 2 years in a row where they go through every single S-tier event. Obviously, the last one they missed was SI 792 days ago in 2024. You know, if they lose today, it's elimination. It's Jack losing 2 of the favorite players during the transfer period. It's going from being the SI Grand Finalist and winning an overtime that was crazy to missing the next major. It is a massive low when you've reached such a high only a few months before.
And also superstars of our scene. Secret are full of them, you know.
Noah Mowgli,
particularly,
Savage.
Mowgli. But even Citizen back in the day was a superstar in G2. Having some of these players and that caliber of player not at a major would feel wrong. But that's the risk today for Team Secret. Because of their group stage performance, they've ended up starting it out in the lower bracket. You know, losing that game ultimately to Rebels is what cost them, and then put them in this position.
Previously, when we talked about Secret, we talked about their 2 new pickups and how people were kind of discussing that they would have lost the transfer window. I feel like people were kind of saying the same about Fnatic. You did too, Jack, right? You said that they were the big losers of the last transfer window. Looking at this now, Leo, with their 2 new pickups, do you agree with that?
I think the stats are showing that Jack was right in a way. That it's kind of sad for these players because I do think that they had potential. I think Hova was looking a lot of promises with Panu Huone in Tier 2. I think that Deadshot especially was a standout player for the Genji roster, along with Skies and Neiko. But it just doesn't seem to work. Was it really the players they needed when they had so many more options on the table during the transfer window, when you had so many Tier 2 rookies, when VP got Rorik from Geeke, for example? You know, like, there were talents. There were talents available, and I'm not saying that Deadshot and Hova are not talents. I'm just saying that so far, these 2 new recruits on the side of Fnatic, it just does not seem to click. And so either this is wake-up time, either they should really be annoyed at not having picked up the best players. However, there are some good signs, Jack, but you need to tell me about some more positive stuff about Fnatic.
Yeah, because you've been going on the rant non-stop about Fnatic. Do you know what? I actually worked out a win probability cycle for Fnatic, and let's show you it. Because for Fnatic, most of the round goes really well. As you get through the prep phase, the setup phase, the action phase, it all goes pretty well. Quite high win probability. And then it hits crunch time. And this is the bit where Fnatic start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. In fact, let's not just show you a graphic, let's show you a clip as well of a game that Fnatic lost. They lost this game convincingly against G2. And in reality, it's a game where they basically had top floor control. They had site control. They were setting themselves up with an execute. No problem. 5 versus 4. Man advantage. Plant goes down. Everything's perfect, right? Everything is absolutely perfect, right? Apart from when they get to the post-plant scenario, with G2 having 4 players alive. Where are they holding the post-plant from? Ying, outside, passively. Player inside of the room there, very, very passively. The players upstairs holding the post plant so passively. This is what I mean about playing not to lose.
No one's playing the diffuser there.
Rather than playing to win. Exactly. Look how Ying dies here very, very easily. Doki gets spotted on a drone flanking. They manage to kill the diffuser. They know Doki's flanking. Who's taking control of that doorway? Nobody, because they're playing passively. Nobody wants to be the man to step up to win the round for his team.
Oh my god.
The sledge just allows the sense to die, and then the sledge dies themselves. This is what I mean about them just sitting, trying to wait it out. Somebody else will be the one to win the round. Nobody's taking ownership. Nobody's going and winning the round. But the 80% was so good.
Oh, that's rough.
The last 20%, when it gets to crunch time, when it gets to playing to win the round, that's where they seem to struggle. Time and time and time.
It hurts.
Not today, Leo.
No, it hurts.
No.
It just hurts because they do everything. Like, they do the hard.
That was good.
The hard part. They do the hard part well, but the simple part of just covering that is just not done. Ownership is the problem.
Take a deep breath. We're not
No,
going to
but
crash out
I
today.
have trust in them. I have trust in them. They
Okay,
can do it.
we're gonna be fine, and we're gonna look at the map veto, okay? We're gonna see where the series will be taken to, which 3 maps are selected for this matchup. First one that we're gonna be seeing is Lair.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to pick into Lair. This has been a map that they actually won this stage. I think it was against Heretics. It's a map they've liked for a long time. It's generally a map that they leave open inside of the map veto. Of course, for Team Secret, we've seen them play that map a lot. The one that's the worry for me is the fact that Team Secret have been allowed to play Chalet. Because Team Secret's a map they absolutely love in terms of Chalet, but it's a map Fnatic absolutely hate at the same time. So they never seem to let it through in the veto. I think Fnatic are getting exposed a little bit in map pool, and then Bank comes out here. Savage is probably one of, if not the best IGLs on the map in terms of Bank. Secret have been known to love this map for the longest time. Yes, Fnatic did win. They won against Shifters, who we've just seen play well, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to step up against Team Secret.
Yeah, I look at some of the signs here, and I look at Team Secret starting in defense against a team that struggles to finish the rounds. I think that is a very important one. I look at Chalet, a team where the individuals on the side of Secret are known to have some of the best gunners in the world. Noah, Mowgli, even Citizen to a degree.
Yeah.
These are players that will really be allowed to be completely free roaming on Chalet, where most of the gunfights are the key to victory.
Yeah.
And then you go on the last one, Bank, the one where they had the longest standing win streak ever. Wow, that is a gamble of a map veto.
Feels like the map pool of Fnatic is getting exposed just a little bit in this veto.
And I like what you're saying there, because that's what we see in these best of threes, right? Like, the teams that have the more depth will continue inside these brackets, especially here in the lower bracket as well. But it's time for more chaos, time to send another team home, time to send this one to Ace and Dez.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed it is. And Tim, this is one of those series where I think it's hard to really call which way it goes. I want to say Secret, but you've heard other deskers speaking about Fnatic. They could do this, right?
Look, until they show me that they can do it, I fully back Secret for this one. Sorry, Fnatic. I've got to say, well, the last performance we saw from them, it was a rough watch. Like, it was not good. We're going to have to have seen major changes, major improvements before this today. Secret, yes, have been on a roller coaster ride. I know that I have been one of the first to say I am not sure that they will finish top 4 in the EML kickoff, that we might not see them at Salt Lake. I still back what I'm saying with that. Do I think that they've been comfortably better than Fnatic in what we've seen? Yes, I do. So I back Secret for the win on this one.
All right, well, let's get into it and find out which way it goes then, shall we? Kicking things off with operator bans. As you can see, Secret start on the defense of Lair, and it is one of our more attacker-leaning maps. So maybe as Fnatic, you're feeling a little bit optimistic about that. But as we often say, attacking is where you tend to see teams come undone, and that's exactly what Jack was referencing over on the desk. First ban's going to be Bandit. I imagine Kai will follow, and then Grim has been taken away by the other side with him.
Yeah, okay. Not too much of a surprise on either of those. It's going to be the Electro Bros in their completeness that are taken. I spoke about this in, I'm 99% sure, in Fnatic's last game. Taking away the wall denial, absolutely fine. You know, there are breaches that need to happen on Lair, but what they do by doing that is expose themselves to a lot of other utility that they are going to have to play into. It means that the Mirror is up. It means that the Azami is up. The Goyo is available. The Clash is available. And that's just the start of it. The Aruni is still available. You know, there's so much utility now that they're going to have to play into and play through. That's fine, but you've got to have a plan for it. You've got to be ready for it, and you can't let the round be wasted away in that way. You know, and immediately, look at what's being brought along. Did I mention Azami? Did I mention Clash? They're both on the board. We've got the Thorn, more utility. They've got the Tachanka, Denial. There's an awful lot there. You know, and this is a map where those breaches can be dealt with if they are electrified. You want mask wall? Go underneath and open it up. You've got the Deimos on side with shotgun, might I add. You know, it's not a massive job to do, and you could take away things like the Azami. I know that they'll say the same thing about the Azami. It doesn't matter. The Azami will play desk, and we can go underneath and deal that with Deimos. And they're correct, but let's see how it happens, and let's make sure it happens.
All right, focused onto mask wall to kick things off here for Deepak. Eating with a nice long arm. That's Selma over towards the wall to start getting it opened up for them, unless, of course, it's jammed away. Didn't quite see. But very reasonable to assume that you will have a jammer on that wall from Citizen to slow down the push forward. Yes, it's not unpreventable, as you say. You can get in below and destroy it. You also, of course, can deal with it in other ways. But does mean things should have to move that a little bit quicker. A trap coming in from below and hoping to find someone out up above. It is Mowgli who's playing that dance of death right now, being hunted down by Croxon on the other side, but neither taking any damage so far.
For now, Savage is just going to be playing, looking into Ops, trying to slow down any progress into there. They have to play the clash there, really. With having that wall soft, it gives the view all the way down mezzanine. So as soon as that clash has been forced away, it means that essentially Secret have given up mezzanine and are unable to play there and need to be careful about that rotation. So something that they just need to be aware of, but Savage will stay there for now. I think later in the round, depending what happens with Mowgli and the Azami, we might see him drop back to play. We see Hot and Cold play the shield on the desk quite often, to great success a lot of the time, so we might just see Savage dip a little bit deeper back into site, or he might even switch over to like the R6 room side if there is any attention from Skybridge and that side.
Yeah, really make sure they've got the clash in mind. Of course, it can be a real headache later in the round, as we saw Leo speaking about on the desk earlier with this analysis of P4's excellent play in the last series. So far, so good, though. Savage has kept himself mobile and kept them slowed down for a large part of it here, even asking questions right up towards green stairs, towards the entryway through. Not looking too bad, and quite a lot of stalls still to work on the side of Secret in the form of the Chanka. No C4 remaining, of course, from Citizen, as that was used earlier on, but Noah's going to get first blood. Tim, that's Deadshot falling down. Pretty crucial first kill. Wizard getting one back, though. One apiece.
Yep, Citizen is the one to go for Secret. 45 seconds left to go. If you remember, beginning of the round, I spoke about time. I spoke about dealing with utility, getting through it and creating yourself the opportunities to get in and plant. They haven't done that yet. 35 seconds left to go and time is ticking down. They're starting to pressure onto Bathroom. We can see the Deimos track is there as well. Direct Triad, Wizard onto Noah. That kind of suits Fnatic though, as Hauver manages to pick up Mowgli. That's the Azami gone as well. This is good from Fnatic. Last 20 seconds, Diffuser going down, creating problems, bullying that clash, but look at Savage, manages to get the kill onto the Blackbeard. He's actually going to go and get his shield, relocate, and see what he can do in this 1 versus 2 with Diffuser down.
A little bit much from Halver there. Like, you know, the focus of the plant, and I completely understand applying pressure, but being so far away from the rest of your team means there's no chance of a guaranteed trade. However, the last 2 players left standing, Croc and Defect, are playing this properly. They realize we're in a spot to be able to get underneath, be able to go outside and play at range. Now, as the defuse starts coming on through, he's got to see where it's coming from, and there we go. Both players spring into action. They get the down they need. And do my eyes deceive me, Tim? Did a round just get better the longer it went on for Fnatic?
Weird, right? That was certainly an answer to Jack's graph that he showed us beforehand. There certainly wasn't a drop-off in the crunch time of the round then. That was good from Fnatic, and, you know, Fresh was absolutely right in what he was saying. We've seen that repeatedly from them throughout Kickoff, is getting themselves into good positions and struggling to close it out. But have Fnatic found the answers? They certainly did in round 1. Like I say, I asked questions at the beginning. You know, are the Electro Bros the correct ban? Is that going to leave them susceptible to that other utility, which did get brought along heavily, but they had the answers. They found the kills, created crossfires, dealt with that utility, didn't really suffer to it, and got the plant down with 20 seconds left to go. It was very nice from Fnatic.
Excellent stuff. And it's round 1. There's still plenty more to go, of course, but actually the fans at home can be slightly more buoyed by what they've seen to start things off. Round 2, we're going to find ourselves heading downstairs just a tiny little bit here. Of course, that means we're going to find ourselves probably holding on this first floor, second floor, whatever you want to call it. First floor, it'll say in the game, we'll go with first floor. Holding up there and looking to try and hold some angles and at least have roamers up there to slow down the aggression coming out of the side of Fnatic. And at some point, that's drop away back in towards site, at which case it comes back trying to hold on for dear life as the heavens come down above you and all the pressure starts to mount up on the side of Fnatic. To that end, they have got a lot of utility and information for this, Tim. I'm looking at the Decabi, the Deimos, and of course in towards the Solid Stake. Yeah, good luck to anyone on the side of Secret not being inside of sight here.
Yeah, they're going to be tracked and chased down. Absolutely no doubt about it. We see the breach coming on through immediately, which we would expect. So again, good quick progress, nice and decisive siege coming in from Fnatic, looking to just make it very difficult to hold on to too much of this map. And looking at the effect that it's had, all you need to do is look across the bottom right of your screen. You'll see that Citizen is the only one left out in the map. And as I say that, he heads back down yellow stairs. He's going to relieve the player who was playing in that position, and he will now try to hold those yellow stairs. You've got Savage over on blue stairs. Other than that, everybody's back inside. Good, quick progress from Fnatic within a minute.
Yeah, not bad at all. Again, when you've got these 3 operators on side, I feel like you've got to make quick process, right? Quick progress, sorry. Otherwise, what's the point? If you're taking you 2 minutes to clear them out with these 3 on side, it would be devastating because you're investing a lot of your... Think of it as like a power budget in the 5 operators that you bring along, and you're kind of putting that budget in different parts of the round. If you're looking at Roma hunting and clearing out the map as being a large investment of their power in this round, they don't have as much for an execute. They won't have like a Grim on side. They haven't got a Lion on side. Other things that would make the execute itself that little bit stronger. They're very much relying on overwhelm, get kills early out on the roam, and then hopefully just win through sheer numbers later on, in my opinion, with how things are set up. So far, Nate's already given his life away. They've lost the Yokais on that side. That's a real sting, and Deepek comes in for the second. Biggie Steve running around on Deimos, something I didn't know I needed, Tim.
I was just going to say, it's not a familiar sight, really, is it? Deepek taking that kind of aggressive look and taking the Warden out, but he dealt with it brilliantly. Deadshot manages to pick up Mowgli as well. Citizen gets 1 back onto Hauver, so it leaves us now in a 4 versus 2, but surely a round that Fnatic can close out. We're getting into that critical crunch time once again, so let's see how it progresses for them over the next 40 seconds. Are they aware of Noah's presence? It looks to me like they are. They're waiting. They find the kill, and that is going to be 4 versus 1 effectively now. Deadshot with a double, closes it out, takes Citizen down, and Fnatic with a double of their own, 2-0.
A classic not seeing a player lay down on the ground because of your gun. That is unfortunate, but it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Another really good round that, like I say, was a bit of a strange one, and I'm not shocked that we're having a timeout coming in. It is from Team Secret, not from Shifters, as you're seeing in the top left. We'll get that updated for you in a second. But like I said, a lot of the power budget in that round from Fnatic went into Roma hunting and hopefully getting kills out on the roam to overwhelm them. So when it came around to like a 5v3 on site or a 4v3, whatever, they would just have the numbers to overcome them because they didn't really have a lot of utility to actually execute with. And Secret, like, don't play a very heavy roam game. They do fall back, but they still play aggressive, and it just gives a couple of kills over towards the side of Fnatic, who can then capitalize and accelerate their advantage in that round. Really good stuff, but can't help feel like Secret are making it a little bit easy for them.
It feels like it's been a little bit of the story of some of Secret's performances so far. You know, I've mentioned this kind of roller coaster ride that we've seen them on, and it just seems to continue for them. We're very early on yet. We're only 2 rounds in. We know that Twister is a fan of an early timeout if he feels that it is needed. So, you know, let's see what he can turn around there and whether Secret can get themselves into this. I feel like it's probably more a slow start from Secret rather than it is, you know, just a not switching on at all. I don't think we're going to see Fnatic run away with this, but looking at the positives so far for Fnatic, they are playing really nicely over those first 2 rounds. The problems that they have dealt with and how they have picked those positions apart, we just saw the replay of Deepek dealing with the Warden on filtration stairs. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Again, I'd say the same as I said for Shifters. Is it anything, you know, like meta shifting? Is it anything completely like, you know, mythical and unreal and unusual? No. Is it the basics done really well? And they'd send down a Deimos tracker player on the window and take the fight with the Vendetta. Beautiful stuff. You know, I love to see it, and it's done fantastically well, and it's got the rewards that it deserves. So 2-0 Fnatic and looking comfortable.
My feed is frozen, Tim, so I'm going to have to leave you to cut this one for a minute.
Excellent stuff. Well, I tell you what, Des, mine hasn't, so I'm going to continue on. We see a little bit of early attention towards Ops there, I think it was, just being sent in. But yeah, we're going to have to keep a barricade still up. There we go. There's the attention towards Ops that I was expecting. Just going to be working from that rappel. It's a nice little angle. You can take that one away. Give it a whirl in ranked if you haven't before and you're trying to clear out Ops or you have trouble winning those gunfights. Onto that double door. It's too easy. Citizen sold himself. He stepped out into the doorway and Wizard cuts him down with ease. Noah is there for the trade, but then Hauver is there for the trade back. 4 versus 3, and again, something Fnatic have been doing well is keeping themselves in an advantage on top of things and keeping themselves with those extra men, and when they have them, they use them. Love to see this so far. 4 versus 3, 1:40 into the round, and again, another key point of Fnatic's success so far has been able to work quickly. They've been able to make their way through. It looks like that air jab's just in a bad position there, so they maybe can't rely on that. I think they were hoping to stop anybody walking into bathroom, but it's just caught the door, the window frame and got itself snagged on there. But I don't think it's honestly going to matter as Deadshot manages to find one onto Savage. 4 versus 2 now, 4 versus 1. Deadshot's playing with some serious confidence. We see Mowgli managed to take him down. Another was down, but Hauver is there for the final kill, and Secret's tactical timeout has not done them any favours in that round. It's 3-0.
Sorry, Tim, you're still by yourself, but that was fantastic radio commentary.
Well, we're out of the round now, you see, so I thought you can chip in a little bit, give my voice a rest, and then I'll sort it out for round 4.
Yeah, and it's 3-0, Tim. What more is there to say? Trying to coordinate being able to see the game again.
Well, you will do eventually, Des. You will do one day. I was good. You know, you're missing a bit of a treat, really. Fnatic again, another good round there in round 3. You know, the way that they've particularly impressive there was the trading that they did. Every time they lost somebody, there was an answer coming back the other way. It means that Secret were always in bad positions, and not necessarily. You know, I'm not saying they're in wrong positions, but it was that Fnatic have put them in bad positions. They've put themselves in spots to always be able to, you know, create a lose-lose for them. So yeah, maybe you get the kill, but we're gonna find you as well. We're always gonna get that trade. So great team play from Fnatic there. 3-0 leads us into round 4, and we're gonna be to the 3rd choice site this time around. And I'll be honest, at the minute I don't hold out too much hope for Team Secret on this site, given that they've struggled with the primary choices so far. This one is gonna be a little bit tougher for them, and they're going to be having to hold on to that top floor. Not something that they've done in their first 2 attempts of doing so. Not on this side, but on the Masking Office side. They've tried to hold on to top floor, and it's just not worked for them. So I expect more of the same from Fnatic, trying to get their way in there and take them apart. How many of Secret are up on the top floor at the moment? We've got 4 of them.
Back,
so,
Tim.
yep. There we go. We've got a 4-man commitment up on top floor, Des, as we would expect, and it's going to be the bunks side.
Wonderful. Okay, now let's see how things build out from here then. Now, for Fnatic, obviously, we've seen them like lean to shields a little bit more. Hauver played the Blackbeard earlier. He's on the Monty in this round as well. I was a little bit nervous when I saw it. I half get it. He did have some interesting moments on Cafe the other day, especially just being blindsided and having not even a dog's chance in hell of winning a gunfight. Sticking him on shields here does, of course, give the team that little bit extra security, the extra information that you can feed off the back of it. So far, it's getting the results that they've been looking for, so no major complaints about it. And this is a bit of a different comp in that it looks very execute focused. Back in round 2, it was more focused on the roam game. So if we're seeing them change round to round and try different strats all the time, imagine how Secret feel dealing with that.
Adaptability is going to be key for Team Secret, and to be honest with you, getting around is going to be key for Team Secret right now. 3-0 down, and this one's running away from them quickly. It's not their map choice, so not the end of the world. The Des did talk about those map bans and how, you know, Bank and Chalet both favour Team Secret, so but I'm sure they're not going to want to be looking at it like that, because the problem for me is I feel like Secret have struggled a little bit through the kickoff when they've been put under pressure with this new roster. And so, which, you know, is not uncommon for a new roster while you're kind of gelling and working together. But do you want to go into map 2 and 3 having to win them if, you know, you've struggled a little bit under pressure? And things are not getting any easier for them here as kill after kill after kill rains in. 4-0 for Deepek. We've got Deadshot on 7 and 3, Wizard on 4 and 2. There's only Crocs who's not been involved, and he hasn't taken a death yet, so it's not even the end of the world that he doesn't have a kill.
He's just playing the pacifist this game, Tim. He's just chilling out. And that's all he's really got to do, because the rest of his team are getting everything done, which is excellent to see. That's their 3rd entry in the row as well. It's not like a case here where Secret have grown back into the game. I'd say they're still wilting here, and Fnatic are just building in confidence as they add round after round to their tally.
Wizard just going to have a little peek around the corner, but can't get it done. Citizen manages to find his man, but again, what have I said? What have I said about the trades? And they continue to do it to them. Citizen taken down seconds after. However, shield on back, gets the plant down. Even at this 3rd choice site, they've been able to go in here, Fnatic, pick apart that top floor defense, and now Noah is all that is left. Tries to have a look around the corner. Deepek's there with the pistol, and Fnatic again have completely controlled that round.
it's just building a bit, like I say, that confidence is building. They're looking more and more in control as each round passes by. And I think that's this very much secret in freefall. They've now lost 3 different sites as well. We played second floor a couple of times here as well, and of course haven't seen the outcome of that change. It's just a little bit concerning because they've got to find a way to bounce back into this. Yeah, I expect on the attacking side of Lair they will do better, but like we were saying back in our previous map, the mental damage that it does, the fact that you don't have any breathing room going into that second half if you're going into it 6-0 down, I'm just not feeling super optimistic for Secret right now. This could be a bruising next couple of rounds as well.
I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you right now. And, you know, we asked about the mental resilience of Rebels, and we're going to be asking about the same thing when it comes to Secret. You know, how is their ability to bounce back? We have seen it, don't get me wrong. We have seen them come back, don't forget, from a 6-1 deficit here in the EML kickoff so far. So they've definitely got it in their locker, but you can't rely on it happening over and over again. And, you know, for a team that is prior to kickoff, you would have said a shoe-in that, you know, of course they should be going to Salt Lake City. And then the first surprise came that they dropped into the lower bracket from the group phase. And then, you know, do the surprises keep on coming? That's the big question. It's going to be answered by the end of the night. Fnatic, they seem to, you know, they're sort of plaudits where they're due as well. In the first 4 rounds, like I say, I'm not getting carried away yet. I always say there's a lot of Siege to play, but Fnatic have looked night and day different in the first 4 rounds compared to what we saw in their last outing. Their last outing, Des, we had default cameras being left up, and I'm not talking just on their side, I'm talking on the other side. When they were on defense, we had a default camera left up, a player walked through on the default cam and still got 2 kills. Like, Fnatic were making huge mistakes in that last game, and this time this just seemed a lot more polished.
They do, and hopefully it continues into the other side of this map, and also, of course, into our second. This is certainly not going to be a one and done. It is their map pick. They've come in here with obviously a lot of counter prep, knowing what it is they're playing up against, and they've come up with some brilliant ideas. Let's see how they end out the half, though. Not quite there yet, of course. We've got round 5 and round 6 to play. Another comp that's kind of a bit of a blend, really. Still sticking with the Glaz that we saw before, along with the Monty, but have that Docker beat on side here as well, with Wizard moving across towards playing the DMR on that Twitch. So a lot still they can work with, and really I'd say here, Wizard's duty is getting in and getting rid of a lot of these traps that are scattered around. Got to deal with the Thorn Razor Blooms, got to deal with the Goyo canisters. There's a lot of things here to slow down this Fnatic side when they're already a little bit slow because of the Monty. Here we go, he's on the march on through.
Okay, then we're going to see that pressure continuing, I think, from Fnatic here. They've got the intel, the last few drones are going in, and they're going to look then to take some ground. Ivor's been doing a good bit of work with those shields when he's had them to go in there, create space, get diffusers down. They're going to be looking for a little bit more of that in round 5. Twitch drone goes in, just looking to see exactly what's going on around the display window. So that maybe gives us a little bit of a suggestion as to where pressure might mount later on. Deadshot just advances a little bit far there, takes a lungful of that Toxic Babe canister, probably doesn't need to. And on Skybridge, they start coming up against the Shumika canisters of Nath on the Tachanka.
Absolutely. Again, it's kind of that time wasting. Now we're down to this point where, we've got 60 seconds left. So actually, even with the Twitch threatening a bunch of that utility early on, there's still been a real good job done here by Secret to run the clock down. But now Fnatic are going to start asking very crucial questions of these main parts of site. This looks like a bit of a distraction really coming in through the mass wall as well. The one coming in towards Ops, one inside bathroom. A lot of angles being pushed at once, but Deadshot inhaling that smoke goes down to that. Prox at least evens it back out. 4v4 Tim, final 40 seconds.
Yeah, will time become the factor here for Fnatic? They had the Deimos removed a couple of rounds ago. Obviously, they've done some good work with him in the past. We've seen it on this site where they've been able to go in underneath and really sort of bully Team Secret. They haven't had that opportunity this time, and maybe are going to start paying the price. However, manages to find Savage. 15 seconds left on the clock, and we've got a 3 versus 3. Fnatic not really in a position to put this diffuser down. Crocs, quiet game so far, is going to send in that last logic bomb just to try and get a bit of intel, but Secret have dug deep and they're holding on. A beautiful double from Citizen. Nice. Crocs gets one traded out. A better defense from Team Secret.
Much better. And again, it came down to that time game. The one thing that we saw at the very start that we were a bit worried about, the amount of stall that was on the side of Secret there, really came to life. And I think, again, partly enabled by the fact that we also saw Fnatic going towards a slower comp at the same time. And it was just a case of how much time can we waste and how long does it take this Monty to get towards a spot where they can execute. Excellent stuff. And yes, they get themselves on the board. They get a bit of breathing room, Tim. Still a bit of a mountain to climb, but if they can walk out of this half with 2 rounds on the board, Secret will be buzzing. That's one hell of a recovery, given they were down 4-0.
Okay, then. Can Secret start the turnaround here and now? It feels like if they come away with a 2-4, I said it in the last game as well, if it, you know, they didn't manage to achieve it, but if Secret come away with a 2-4 here, then it's absolute daylight robbery, to be fair, given what we've seen from Fnatic so far. I think they really do deserve the 5-1 on this half, because they've definitely been the better of the 2 sides. I'm sure, you know, Fnatic are going to want that 5-1 to kind of steady the nerves a bit, and get themselves that little bit of breathing space going into the second half where they move on to the defense. But honestly, I think they're going to be dead comfortable on the defense. It's their map choice. You know, you'd expect them to come into there with 2 good sites, top floor and basement, and you know, even at a 4-2, I'd expect them to be able to at least get themselves to overtime. But a 5-1 just really gives you that opportunity. You just need to lock down one site then.
One site may well be enough here to at least keep Secret going. Again, if they go into a 5-1 down, I'm a little nervous for them, because like you say, one site for Fnatic then is more than enough. But 2 halves for the game of Siege. Let's see how things go once we get the side swap and see how this one concludes first and foremost. Got that shield on side once again, and although it's different operators, it's still really the same intent, I'd say. The Sens coming along, of course, being the big focus on the execute here, whereas previously it was the Glaz. On the other side, it's still looking in towards stall. Got the Goyo on side, got the Smokes on side, got the Yokais on side, and a couple of trap operators to really force the other side to think.
Okay. We're being opened up, dead shots on the DMR with the Sens, so we know what the play is going to be here. We know how they're going to try to get that space that they need underneath to put the diffuser down. Over just on those green stairs, looking to push up and start this top floor clearance. Something that they did really well last time around. Fnatic, they were able to take over this top floor and pretty much decimate everybody who was trying to hold on. Noah was the only one who really survived. But we're going to be looking for more of the same. Secret did manage to switch things out a little bit. Here comes the start of the pressure into sight, at least. We've got the Selma charge detonating on the wall. That's just going to give the line of sight in through there. So Deadshot is able to just hold that long line through there, and Citizen's going to have to be careful about his movement. There's not too much happening from Fnatic towards those players above, though. That would be my concern at the minute. We've got the air jabs going out, and that's just going to prevent them kind of being flanked from top green stairs. But my question is, have they done enough to really buy the space that they need below here? Deadshot does manage to find Citizen. It felt a matter of time after that Selma opened up the long angle. Citizen strayed a little too far and was punished.
It's a tickle for sure, and again, that's the pain now. You start losing these players on the early entry. Fnatic have shown throughout this whole map how good they can be when they've got these entries and pushed on and won the majority of those rounds. It's not good when you've lost one out too early on, but admittedly with it being a Roma, Citizen know it here, really the 2 players you would expect to go down earlier on. Losing one isn't the end of the world, but already Fnatic are asking questions of Sight itself. It's a lot of bait going on though through, because smokes have come out. We've had, of course, the Sen screens go out. It has drawn 1 smoke out of Savage, but he can just keep on rolling these out. So I kind of feel like Fnatic have overplayed their hand a bit here.
Yeah, very possibly. I think maybe a little bit too reliant on that horizontal. Croxon's going to send out the logic bomb, and Fnatic just seem to be stalling out a little bit here. They've not got the progress that they hoped for. Mowgli does take out Deepek. Wizard manages to get up there and get the trade. Can he get himself another? 15 seconds left to go. They're going to have to try and brute force this, really. A Fnatic just push themselves on in and try and get the plant. That's exactly what happens, but the Echo drone continues to be a nuisance. Now is their opportunity. Surely they're having to relocate a drone, and Hauver goes for it again. It could just be 1 stun away. They managed to get the Echo drone, though, and Hauver is successful. No, he's not. He's taken off the plant, and that's going to be the round for Team Secret. 2-4.
It was that dance upstairs that's the worst part, because the Echo was in a spot where he was being covered off by the Goyo. Wizard had to push through the Goyo to try and get onto the Batman to stop that denial coming on through. But when the back and forth is going on through with the Goyo, you just got no chance there. Really well played by Goyo, but let's throw it to our desk and hear what they've got to say, Tim.
Thank you very much, guys. What an amazing half by Fnatic so far. Despite that last round not going in their favor, we have to say there was 2 players. We kind of gave them a little bit slack before this game started, but they're picking up the pace.
Somebody kind of gave them a little bit of slack. Yeah, Deadshot and Halver, they were identified as the weaker players on the side of the Fnatic roster, and both have come alive today. I think it's worth saying. I think Deadshot was really, really good, played a lot of those cut-offs, you know, had a very, very impactful round on the basement round. And then Halver, since he's jumped on the shields, yes, you know, low in terms of the kills and in terms of the deaths, but high impact as well.
Yeah, I think it was easy to point them as basically culprits for the lack of success from Fnatic, because when we looked at the roster overall, they were the ones with the worst stats, and they were the 2 recruits. So they were the 2 players that were supposed to help elevate the core of the players. And I think so far what they've done is pretty good. I think I like Deadshot's position most of the time as the flex player. He baited a lot of his teammates, but got a lot of kills as well from doing that. Looking at the first few rounds, I look at Secret and I think there's too much respect here.
What's happened?
Well, what's happening is that they're playing into a time waste strategy most of the time. You see them bringing the Clash, the Tachenka, the Azami. They are trying to burn time, which I understand. They think that Fnatic will be a slow team. What I love to see from Fnatic is that the problem solving is much quicker.
Yeah.
Look at Deepek on Demos going quickly. Look at the Hova on the shield pushing them away. We're seeing a Fnatic that is proactive and that is really quick.
I mean, the 80% has been good. The 80% for Fnatic across, you know, the last however long has been good. Today, it feels like they're finally linking up the 20%. They were, of course, 4-0 up and really could have been arguably 6-0 up. Both of those 2 rounds they lost in the end were really hanging in the balance. Very, very close game. But, you know, when you're attacking onto Lyre, Lyre's not an easy map to attack onto. It's not straightforward. It's quite variable based on the bans that are put in against you. And then, therefore, it can be quite difficult. But the fact that they've got a 4-2 will give them a lot of confidence going forward into their defensive half.
100%. And then, again, this is the time for them to wake up, right? If we talk about that crunch time needing to be good for Fnatic, this is the moment with your final chance inside that lower bracket. We can have a look at the operator bench, because you say that that really determines an attack and half on layer.
Yeah, particularly. So there's kind of 2 operators for me that really determine the top floor, which is Azami and Mira. So you'll often see teams go for like the Azami, the Mira clash. 2 out of the 3 on the defense, or they'll go for the breaches. If you ban away the breaches, you've got to deal with all of that crap ultimately in terms of attacking into it. Or if you go for the Azami Mira or Clash, then you have to deal with the wall breach. As it is, actually Secret have gone for 1 of each.
Half, yeah.
Yeah, one of each, which still means the Cade's in play, still means these armies in play. So I'm not sure. I feel like you'd probably commit to one lane or the other, really.
I think Secret are now able to play 2 shields, by the way. I don't understand the Blackbird ban, and then you go into Thatcher. That's a questionable one as well. Half of Fnatic as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a weird...
It feels like these teams have maybe been, I don't know, scrimming each other a lot, something like that. They've got to read into it. They were, of course, in different groups. But certainly, yeah, I feel both teams, you'd stick to a lane, really.
Oh yeah, half. The first half is also already done, and we're going to have a look at how the second half plays out.
Thank you very much, and guys, indeed we shall. Very much a bit of a swap around, I think, maybe looking back at the previous games they've played with these bans that have come on through. So I agree with what they were saying a second ago, Tim. Fnatic's bans here definitely look strange, and even on the side of Secret, leaving Kaid up, banning away a Bandit. Normally, you'd always see them go as a pair, right?
Yeah, you really would. We see it occasionally, I guess. I look at it, I think, you know, again, is a lot of value in having the Kaid here. I think that the electricals will be reasonably easily dealt with. The biggest problem you're going to have against the Kaid is down in the basement, where he can obviously electrify the hatches. But I think in general terms, it's only going to be that 1 round, and we might actually see the Kaid come out as the 3rd ban. So it may well be that they're just looking at it thinking, you know what, we could deal with it for a few rounds, especially on that basement. We can do it once, and then we'll ban it out anyway, and we won't have to worry about it again. So we'll see how that comes out. But I think, let's see how this first round plays out. They're definitely getting ready for a little bit of attention underneath, and I like this from Fnatic. Just trying to get a little bit aggressive with it. Actually, we're going to put a couple of holes in the floor there. We're going to start taking up some of those counter angles, and we're going to try and make it, you know, a little bit difficult to get in underneath. You know, you're going to know that you're walking into a challenge. So with Citizen on the Demos, he is going to be working underneath. We can see that now. He's trying to get himself into maintenance, and see which way that falls for him.
Well, for now, let's see how fast they can move through the map. They've got all the operators they need. Well, I say all, they've got 2. 2 operators they need to be able to clear through and deal with those that are being a little bit problematic downstairs for them. And it's Wizard who's skulking himself around here on this first floor, just asking the question, reminding them This ain't a free walk in downstairs. Deimos, you are not going to have a free chance to get in and start blowing things up from below and dealing with those electro claws, for example. It's a different form of wasting time just by stopping them from being able to achieve what they want to, rather than trying to, for example, make use of Goyo canisters to completely slow things down on the other side. But so far, it's been good. Half the round has gone. Secret do need to get a wiggle on here, as most of them are still trying to figure their way out into the building in the first place.
Oh, I like that. The little team up there, however, does manage to find one, but the trade is immediate. It wasn't actually Citizen from our POV. It was... it was Noah who managed, or Savage that managed to get the trade out on that one. But it leaves us, no, it'll have been Mowgli, sorry. It was 4v4. It leaves us as Secret continue to try and sweep across that top floor. They've got themselves a good bit of ground here. I actually really like this. Nif is going to use an exothermic on the floor to try and get that wall open, given that there's electrification on there. But we'll see the Tubarao coming out. There's auto canister will just delay that for the time being. But Secret have made good progress. 40 seconds they've got. They have control of Mezzanine. They've now got themselves another kill. Beautiful use of the nade. Great teamwork to flush him into Citizen's line of sight. But here comes Deadshot with a double 2 versus 2. Nitro in hand now.
Lance Wars. Oh, it's how messy. If he held on for a second there, then Citizen would have started his march on forward. That could have been very different. Steps across to the shot, but does not find his man. Instead, takes a couple of bullet wounds, but it's still enough for him to keep on walking in the round. Final 10 seconds here, and this is where Secret start getting into unforced errors, Tim. Gets down towards a 1 versus 1. Deadshot versus Savage, and he's trying his very best. Tanks him once, but Deadshot is out of here, Tim. He has left the building, and Savage, there is nothing that he can do. They will just about hold on, but that's it. Taking a crucial round 7.
Deadshot just slipped the trainers on then, didn't he? He was like, not a chance. I am out of here. He knew that he was on low health, so he just did a runner. Set off, played it absolutely perfectly. That's all he needed to do to secure the round for his team, and it's a good first defense. But look, let's not take away the positives from Secret there. It was a good attack. They almost kind of suffered, you know, from similar to what the Death said about Fnatic before the game. You know, it was that kind of crumbling crunch time, wasn't it? They came down to the end of the round. They'd done so much good work, got themselves Mezzanine, were opening the wall, found themselves that nice teamwork kill of using the nade to force him out. Citizen gets the kill with the Vendetta. All really nice stuff from Secret. And then in that last 30 seconds, Fnatic did enough to make it difficult for them.
Reinforcing walls.
All right. Well, it's becoming a very interesting map where it's become a lot about the time management, I feel, for both sides, right? Like, we've seen both teams leaning in towards operators to help them clear through the map quickly. We've seen a lot of Solid Snake, KB coming out, Deimos is basically always a staple, it feels, at the top tier of play anyway. Then also Monty to help you move through. The other side then leans in towards things like trap operators, leaning in towards Goyo, for example. And you saw that clock become the enemy there at the dying part of that round. We saw it a couple of times back in the first half as well. But it's certainly making for a very interesting game. See if Secret can close that gap, otherwise at a 6-2 deficit. Kind of feels like this map can only go one way, but if they get it back to a 5-3, suddenly we start having a very different conversation.
Monty is going to start marching on into Warehouse. So Secret again taking ground quickly, not messing about. I like the use of the utility that has been left up for them. Blackbeard has been taken away, but the Monty is still available. So we're going to use that. We're going to get in there. We're going to take that space. We're going to let Monty do his job. I love this from the Brava as well, flying around and getting a lot of those electronics dealt with. So that's going to again make things easy when it comes to that final push. First minute has gone by. However, for the good work Secret have done, just be aware of Wizard up on that top floor for Fnatic on the Solace.
A constant sniffing. That feels like his kind of role this game, doesn't it? Being disruptive, just trying to slow them down and get up in their face, really playing a more... I wouldn't even want to say it's much of an aggressive entry role because he's not deliberately going out there looking for the kills. He's more looking to try and waste time. Typically we'll say for attackers, entry is about trying to make space for the rest of your team to step into. But here it's denying space for the other players on the enemy team to be able to step into. And they find one, but there is a response back the other way. But truthfully, Tim, I'd take losing a Denari and picking up a Capitao any day of the week.
Mowgli just going to be holding this angle on the door for now. 4 versus 4, I agree. I think the trade is very worthwhile. Denari's gadgets, the trip connectors, they're all out already. I would have expected at least, maybe not all of them. Some of them will be held in pocket to be played actively, but more than likely they've already been put out there. And it just leaves you in a great position taking that Capitao utility off the board. So now 4 versus 2. Croxton there for the trade as Savage does manage to find Deepek. 50 seconds left to go. It's all up to Citizen. He can't do any of it. Wizard manages to find the final kill, and Fnatic put themselves on to map point, and it's looked comfortable for them on layer. It has to be said. I know that it's their map choice, but they've really shown why.
For sure. And again, just a really well played out round, because even down to the bitter end of it, they still had control upstairs. They still had presence above. There wasn't ever really a moment in that round where you saw Secret get a firm control of the second floor, of top floor itself, because Wizard was still skulking around looking to be a bit of a nuisance for them. And so it's again one of those where it just feels like, again, Fnatic are being a little confusing and no doubt very annoying for Secret to deal with right now. And it's leading to these little confusing moments and mistakes that are really starting to bite them and costing them a number of rounds. Like I said, 6-2 down. I think it's going to be really hard pressed now for Secret to be able to claw their way back into this map. They're going to already be thinking probably about what happens on their map pick of Chalet.
I think you're exactly right. I think you know you're already kind of thinking beyond the end of this one, but like I said, let's not forget Team Secret did have that big comeback during the kickoff phase. They were able to come back from 6-1 down, so it is in their locker. It is a possibility for them, but I would say as well, with the way that performances have gone so far, it is not something that I am overly expecting right now. But to be honest, I'd have said the same on the day that they did the 6-1 comeback, to be honest, because they didn't look very good at all through the first half of that and did manage to turn it around. So let's see if Secret can do it or not, but I'm sure Secret fans are going to be getting a little bit concerned here. Never fun to have to go and play the second and third map of a best of 3 when you're already 1 down, because they kind of almost become best of 1s in a sense a lot of the time. However, just strays into no man's land though, hasn't recognised that that barricade was partially opened, and Nath picks up a nice free opener.
Again, Hal has been causing quite a few of these early engagements in these rounds, and it's strange because, again, when I look back at the game the other day when they were playing against Twisted Minds, he was the one often being left in these like 2v2 situations or a 3v2 for Fnatic and would die in a very, very weird spot. He's been involved much more upfront in a number of these rounds. Only really involved directly in one entry, and that was the one that he got back in round 7. Here, of course, is the entry death, but it's just really interesting seeing that change of play where his role is less passive and far more involved in the game.
Citizen on the Dokkaebi just pausing for the time being whilst his team gets into position around him. He's just waiting on that next call to build up as well. No utility for him, so it's just about holding and preventing flanks and movement. You see a little bit of a trade there. Mowgli manages to find Deepek, but Wizard is there for the response. Again, Fnatic continue to trade well. How about that, though? Citizen managing to find the tight shot around the corner to take off Wizard's head. And Secret are well on their way to another successful round. It's 4 versus 2 now, as they continue to build into the round with another. Noah taking down Deadshot. It's all up to Crocs. I don't think they know where he is, but in all honesty, I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. He maybe gets one now as he pops up as the Dokkaebi call goes out. Takes down Nip, but it still leaves him 1v3, and Noah is there for the answer. This is looking exactly like they did in the 6-1 comeback, to be honest, where maybe Secret just need to be playing against that round deficit. Maybe they just need to be fighting against Matt Point, and then they just become, you know, the meme of like the little dog and the big dog, and maybe they just need to be against 6 rounds to be the big beefcake.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, the chip on the shoulder, the whole world against them, and then they just unlock a secret buff and online they come. Maybe, but it's still 3 rounds to recover. Like I said, that feels like a hell of a stretch. And remembering that Fnatic has still got the option of attack timeout here to try and spin things back around the right way. See how things develop. Capitao being taken away, and there's that second Electro Bro ban that we expected him. Kaid being taken away too.
It is worth mentioning, I've obviously brought up that 6-1 comeback a couple of times. It was against GK, and it's worth mentioning that it was on layer as well. You know, I'm not saying that's an open or anything, but it was the other way around. They went onto the defense and they were able to come back, and actually got 7 rounds in a row on the not quite on the defense, because obviously 2 of those were overtime rounds, so there was 1 attack thrown in there. But 7 rounds in a row to get the job done. So Fnatic need to apply caution at least, and try to make sure that they get this one done before Secret are breathing down their neck. Honestly, now would be an ideal time to get that done, and I know that's easier said than done, but yeah, I think once you get to 4 to 5, you know, and you're looking at 1 or 2 rounds of comfort is not very much comfort.
Absolutely. All right, see how this big round goes now. Then will they continue the fight back? Will we start to see some pressure coming onto Fnatic, or does the round end here? I think as we expected reasonably it was going to probably a couple of rounds ago. For now, we keep the fight going. Defensive side with a lot of stall, almost taking like a leaf out of the book from Team Secret that we saw back in the first half. Seeing that clash on side, of course, seeing the Goyo coming out, the smoke, the Kivas to chew through, and a hell of a lot of barbed wire as well, Tim. It does mean we're going to see Secret being busy in this round. And I come back to what I said back in the first half, where I'm a little bit nervous that when Fnatic are playing a comp that's intending to try and slow the other side down, and Secret are then playing a relatively slow comp that is mostly execute focused, I'd say. I'm looking more towards the Grim and the Monty there. Yes, you've got the ability to move quite quick with the Solid Snake on side, but he's more of a lurker role. Citizen's looking to kind of play vertically as well. There's just a lot to get done here, so keep an eye on how long it takes.
Oakley just holding that angle onto Rocket Stairs, sees the Goyo canister detonated, and that's his cue to get onto the drones a little bit, because he knows at least he can't be pushed for that 15-20 seconds from that position, so it creates him a little bit of safety. Hermite gets on in and opens up that ops wall, does see the clash staring him down immediately, but that's at least 2 of the Vulcan canisters gone so far, so good progress again from Team Secret. And look at this, they've got the snake there by bathroom windows, just feeding them all that intel about where these players are positioned.
I see all the nades come through to try and clear out a lot of utility and get their march on forward. And very much pushed back straight away by the smokes here. So slowed down, hit the halfway point in the rounds, and they are at least asking questions at the top floor here. Just the main focus, but again, this is start getting actually set up itself. Not tons of stall left to play with. Still a smoke or 2 in back pocket, I believe, to work behind in that clash. Ever looming and able to cause damage. Then they've got to deal with the actual setup inside of its site itself. This is where I start to feel a bit nervous for them. The blessing being, I'll tell you what, forget about the blessing, Tim. How on earth has Deadshot got away with that one? Managed to dance right in front of the Monty, kill the Heart Breach going down, get rid of Mowgli on main stairs. That might just be enough to say, okay, we're playing slow. Now suddenly we're very, very quick, and now the round is over. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, it really does. 4 versus 3, and they did manage at least Secret to get the response to try and limit the punishment. How about this? The Monty has worked as a magnet, has created a lot of attention on himself there, but it doesn't matter as Wizard manages to find a double. It's all up to Citizen 1v3, but he can't do it. The clash is feeding his position, and just as I said they might want to, Fnatic close it out 7-3 on map 1.
Very, very good performance as well, Tim. Where was this team the other day? I think as I say that, they had some very good rounds of the day. It's just late round we'd see things slip away. But in this game, I think we've seen a very, very different Fnatic. The big question that stands is, can that carry on to a map that isn't their pick? We find out after a short break.
What an amazing start for Fnatic inside this matchup. They come away with the victory there. We'll see it in the highlights as well. That final play that we're seeing from Deadshot. Absolutely game-winning in that one, but we're seeing that more and more from individual players on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I love the momentum being carried from one side to the other. I think the 4-0 start really helped them. I think that when you start a map that way, it is a statement. It creates pressure on Secret. They're here as the favorites. They are also, I think, feeling the pressure of being, back against the wall, of losing a streak of qualifying to every S-tier tournament in the past 2 years. Whereas for Fnatic, they've not been to an S-tier tournament in a long time, except for Reload.
They went to Reload,
where they didn't have to qualify for it. So the reality is, for Fnatic's roster, right now, pressure is not on them, despite being in a good organization like this. And this move from Deadshot, a big one. I think a staple also of his performance throughout the map, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I thought Fnatic were really, really good. It was a map clearly they picked into. They were very, very confident on. I think they maybe brought a few things that Secret weren't expecting.
Yeah.
Really surprised them. And then, crucially, they saw out the end of the rounds, which, as you can see, I'm going to get memed on for my graphic just a little bit. But previously, what we saw from Fnatic was when it got to crunch time, they really, really fell apart. But against Secret, they managed to get it over the line. We saw a couple of the highlights.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
We saw a couple of highlights there where it was 4v2 situations, where it was 4v3s, it was getting to late rounds. The defense, when Secret were on the defense, were able to make plays onto Fnatic, but Fnatic was shutting it down.
What was the keyword? Composure. It was there.
It was.
Finally, it's like all of the hard stuff that Fnatic has been doing well. Finally clicking in together, but also the last bit, the last moment.
Yeah.
Also, that moment was important, was well done for them. And I think that it looks like really all they needed was a big slap in the face, which was yesterday. To really be like, guys, like seriously.
Especially the map too.
Exactly. Seriously, like we're not reacting. We're just losing to our own heads. Like let's rewatch the game on Labs. It was not even a game. I mean, it was just like they were toys for
It's like it took them to get embarrassed, and that was the turning point for them.
And I just love that kind of thing because I think this is where you learn the most. And for Rebels, they got slapped in the face yesterday. They got slapped again today, no reaction. And I think for Fnatic, we're starting to see a reaction, and that puts them on edge compared to Secret.
Yeah, reactions in the round as well, because what you were saying is that Fnatic were bringing out some things that Secret weren't expecting. We saw that in the final round as well, right? That play by Deadshot, a player that we need to give praises to because we did, have our concerns at the beginning of this map, but actually showing up now.
Yeah, he really did show up. He got a lot of important kills. You saw that play in the very final round. That was looking like it was going to be a Team Secret round until somebody makes a play. And that's what we were talking about. When we showed the clips at the start of this game, we were talking about somebody taking ownership of being the one to win the round.
Exactly.
I.e. the whole team not trying to not lose the round. And it's a very fine distinction. Today, Deadshot was the one who stood up and was the one that was saying, it's on me, guys. I'm going to be the one to make the round winning moment. And that's exactly what he did.
Playing to win, not playing not to lose,
Yes,
and
exactly.
I think that's really what we were expecting for Fnatic. Finally, that change in dynamic, in identity, it's working right now. They need to carry that momentum onto the second map.
Yeah, that is their big pressure, of course. Their challenge to connect that into the second map. Though we'll talk so much more about that second map after the break. Secret aren't just on the verge of elimination, they are also on the verge of losing their 2-year streak of making it to every single international event. Now, they don't want that to happen. The main question is, what needs to happen for Secret to keep the streak alive?
I think the main thing to me is if they continue to play behind the shield of Savage, they need to all be aligned behind his vision. I think Noah shared in an interview that they brought in Citizen, they brought in Nave. Those are guys that have a great vision, that can shot call. Problem is, in this situation, it's both a strength and a weakness.
Yeah.
Because then you have too many cooks in the kitchen, and I can see that hesitation in the game. I can see Savage calling with his Monty, and then hesitation, people playing for themselves or playing for a different game. And I think right now, if you want to keep playing default, align behind Savage.
Yeah. But we are going on to the map of Chalet, so you don't necessarily have to play default. Obviously, that's a good thing they could do. If they want to get a little bit crazy, they could go a little bit Twisted Minds on Fnatic. In theory, Secret have got better players than Fnatic from a gun skill point of view. So be a little bit erratic, but do it together. I want to see them, hiding, ratting. Think what Hasham would do. He would be prone in some shrubbery somewhere, inside of Ivy, on Chalet, that type of stuff that really can throw Fnatic off their game. We've seen it. The template is there for it as well. So either control, unite behind Savage and his sole vision,
Or risk.
or go risk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like there's many ways to roam or to staying alive inside this competition as well. Chalet is where you find out if Secret can bounce back.
Indeed, we shall, and thank you very much. We were having a little chat actually in the break just now, and you were saying, I can't really see Fnatic 2-0 in this. I'm just keen to pick your brains on why that is, Tim.
I just think Secret have already
Not to throw you
shown...
the deep end or anything.
I just think that Secret have already shown a weakness on layer. It was a good comeback against GK, but GK being the team that was eliminated, took them right to the brink already. I think we're now coming into maps that they're going to be more comfortable on. So I honestly think that we see a little bit of difference. There's the mental question, of course. They've been beaten up a little bit on that first map. Are they going to come back in and play their normal Chalet to their normal standard? That's what we're going to find out. But personally, I think, yes, they probably do. There's a lot of experience across that team. So I don't think Fnatic are going to have quite the run of things as they have done on layer. I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I think we're going to see Secret come back to this, and I wouldn't be surprised to have a little bit of bank at the end of this.
We'll see. Obviously, had some great performances a couple of months ago at SI, bringing now Falcons, Furia, but this is a very, very different Secret team as we've seen. It sounds weird to say, you change a couple of players and it transforms the team. Putting it into a different number, it's 40% of that team that has changed. And actually that's different voices, different ideas, play styles, synergies, like relationships that change in the team itself. It can really drastically affect how a team plays, not just overall, but also how certain maps run as well. And that's why I'm kind of concerned here that we may actually see Fnatic walking away with a 2-0 over Secret, which no one had on their bingo card after how they played the other day. Time will tell. Very much have coffee just in time for the game, ain't that perfect? You know what, Tim? You would actually love one of these mugs that I've got.
I thought you were going to say coffees. I was going to say, I don't drink coffee, but...
You don't know, but it's the mug. Because it's the picture of a cat with its 2 middle fingers up, and the line across the top and bottom is, I do what I want.
5 seconds to go.
I couldn't think of a mug that is more me.
It's quite literally the perfect mug for you.
It's phenomenal.
It quite literally is. Right, we're going to have Deadshot. Ooh, I was going to say he's just taking a little peek there. He did have a look, but didn't want to overcommit to it. Dips himself back away a little bit and only gave it a couple of seconds. So, Team Secret, they're going to be attacking onto that top floor. Immediate presence on towards the roof. I think that's going to be, looking towards piano window. There we go. And either above piano window, looking in towards Ivy window. That's going to be the initial point of pressure, just to have a look at and try and make sure that nobody's rotating too freely around the area.
Go faster towards bathroom. As soon as you saw that blitz line up with the shield, and there you knew they wanted in, and that's exactly where they have gone. Turntail and a run, Deadshot, but no one's right there behind him to get rid of Wizard Star. It was on the flip side. However, to fall, this is a great start for Secret here. Deadshot going to get one back, but again, the response is there. Noah looking good in the round, good for 2 to be precise. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Croxon, a very, very quiet last map, Tim, as we said. He was 0-0-0 for a long time. He starts out at least with a kill here, but there's a lot to turn around. Like that, though, Secret are down to a 2 versus 2, almost down to a 2 versus 1, as Savage eats a face full of bullets, but stays standing. Close to being put down here as well. One more shot will be enough. There is no way they turn this on its head, right?
Right, it really is possible though. They've got Nath underneath at the minute. He's going to have to battle his way back up. They've gone over to the diffuser as well. They're going to start that process. The shotgun does the job. Deepek completely faithful in his teammate to get the job done there. Didn't look around, didn't come off. That diffuser just got the job done. Fnatic 1-0.
Wow. Wow. And I was so full of optimism at the start of that round about how they were approaching it. Smoking off Ivy window, jumping in towards bathroom, flooding in, putting pressure onto a player and having your teammate then get the kill over your shoulder. It's beautiful. Like this start here, Wizard was dead to rights. He had nothing he could do. They got 3 kills in the back of this and lost only 1 player to Deadshot in the middle. Even he was traded straight after. It could not have gone better. How you go from that kind of position down to this without killing a single of the remaining 2 players. Oh, Twister's going to be raging. Nath knows they've messed that up big time.
Yeah, it's a big loss, is that one. Those are the rounds that they cannot be given away. You know, if they lose this matchup and they go into bed tonight knowing that they're not going to be going to the Salt Lake City Major, that they're going to break that streak of events that they've been present at, they're going to be looking back at rounds like that. They're going to be remembering those rounds. You know, where they've had a man advantage, they've got the diffuser down, and they've not been able to see it through. It's only 1 round. My faith remains that I think Secret will get themselves back into this one. But look, Fnatic, they continue to defy my expectations, and that is a good thing. Croxon's looking to get aggressive here. They've not a clue. They've not a clue. He's going to get himself an absolute freebie. It's Snake, Des. It's Snake. It's unforgivable. He's got a gadget in his pocket. He's got a gadget in his pocket. I'm crashing out.
Here we are, so here for a Tim crash out. Oh, we'll see if the map gets much worse, Tim. Then you and Marto can have like a rage off on who can crash out the most.
Oh, dearie me.
You okay, man? You're right.
I think I am. Right, okay, Croxy's going to get himself out to another door. He's thinking about causing
I thought you were about to say he's going to get himself another kill here.
Thinking about causing more of a nuisance of himself. I think maybe they'll let him kill the Deimos without tracking him. Deadshot manages to get another. That's going to be Mowgli off the board as well. One of the hard breachers. The Hibana won't necessarily have been brought
he's down,
for the hard breaching. Deadshot does find Fnatic are running all over Secret at the minute. Honestly, they're in free fall, Des, and I really, the thing is, like, I'm frustrated, but I didn't expect this. I came in saying I was back in Secret, and I really thought we were going to see, you know, more from them. We expect a good attack on Chalet, and right now Secret are in free fall. If you remember earlier, I said, you know, the question marks are there when they're under pressure, and right now I think we're seeing exactly what I was saying.
You have no idea how badly I wanted Croc to get the kill onto Citizen, by the way. Just so we could have got the kill without being tracked, and that would have full sent you over the edge. But I'm with you. Secret are in freefall. Once again, it just looks like Fnatic have turned up a team that they simply aren't used to. And Fnatic are like, well, what the hell do we do? Like, how do we respond? How do we deal with this? They came close in round 1, and honestly, I think lost at their own accord. Round 2 was much more controlled from Fnatic, and I say controlled in that it's as crazy as what you've seen here. You know, Deadshot with the kill for a couple of soft walls, Croc with the early kill that he got onto Mud, for example, onto a solid Snake, no less. One of them turned out to be very, very interesting.
Okay then, on we go. Fnatic continue their defensive rotation. They're going to go to bar and game, and they're setting up on mezzanine. They've got the Jaeger, the smoke, the soak. Crocs had great success with the soul. It's not so much through the gadget, really, just through the loadout, I think, and kind of the ability to move quickly, freely around the map. He's been doing a great job, so I would absolutely agree at just leaving him on there. There's not too much verticality from below for him to use, but if they can keep themselves above, there is always the possibility. And I like this from Deadshot, getting at the windows, having a little couple of bullets out of the window, and just, you know, keeping them on their toes, making them know that they're now going to be pressed at every opportunity, because it seems to be that that's what Secret are finding difficult to deal with. As I said, it's that little bit of pressure. They're maybe in their own heads a little bit here, and they're not playing their game. They're not playing as well as they can do. So absolutely, just keep right on top of them, just like we saw in the first game as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the question. How fast can Secret recover and start getting themselves back into it before the game well and truly does run away from them? Let's see how this round goes out. Nath, of course, on the Bravo running through to take out what you normally expect to be a pretty standard bulletproof camera up on the stairs, but it wasn't there. And what I love is that they're waiting for the Bravo to get commuted out here and stuck. And I was going to say Dan Croxton showing his face, but no. They shot it out now, and they'll know that someone is skulking around. But using this information to dart his way around a little bit, steps in towards Bar and Gaming. He'll be there to cause a bit of a headache if anyone tries to walk in through that front door. And there we go again. Deadshot with the entry on towards Citizen. What is mad, Tim, is we came into the game the other day saying, oh, that's a beautiful shot. We were saying how good they've been on the entry. 55% overall conversion has been their problem. Low 50s. Today, I'm sorry. Slow down. Hold him on. Wait a minute. What's he doing? He's just walked around like he's playing ranked and picked off 3 freebies for seemingly no bother at all.
You're chatting away, Des. Deadshot's just
I'm having a great time.
Deadshot's just getting
He's dead.
kills.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
finally.
Damage is done. He's taken the Deimos, the Striker, and the Ace off the board. They've got no hard breach. They've got very little utility. The damage is done. And now they have to try and work their way through the rest of the hold. They've got Nerf down on bottom floor, Noah up on top floor, which isn't ideal because it means that they're, massively separated now to impact on each other's kills. This is a bit soft from Fnatic, to be fair. However, gives himself up on the stairs, and that's then the second one. Noah's actually made his way down really quickly to support his man. I was just being critical of the positioning, but Noah's relocated as I was saying it, and that's really good from them.
It's a fantastic recovery, but
what is going on in this game?
I can't blast Secret in the previous round and then not do the same to Fnatic here. Fnatic are 5 versus 2. Now they're 1v2. What is happening?
I think Deepak knows that the pressure's going to come from main stairs. He's got the shotgun. That's the one.
No.
Surely he gets the second. He goes a little bit soon. The nade's going to move him, create the distance, but it doesn't matter. Deepak gets the 1v2 and rescues Fnatic. Saves their blushers, Des.
Oh my god! I tell you what made that even funnier. I was getting a couple of messages on WhatsApp from someone on the Fnatic backroom staff throughout that round. Deadshot got his 3K. He was like, I genuinely don't know what's happening. We're playing so good. Then they got down to the 1v2 and they were like, yeah, never mind, that's what's happening. I was like, lol, no way. And then Defect does that and he's like, never mind, I've not got a clue again. That was balmy, absolutely balmy. Up and down from start through to finish. What a round that was to witness.
Unsurprisingly, we're going to see Twister take the tactical timeout for Team Secret. The best word I think that I've used to describe this Secret side so far in this performance is one that I'll say again. It is freefall at the minute. They are just in freefall, and they have to find a way of putting the brakes on here. It's such a shame for them.
What is Halver doing there, realistically?
Well, I said that at the time, didn't I? I said that at the time. Halver's kind of sold himself just being led prone on the stairs. Look, there's a few things there that I think Secret are unlucky with. Look, I was critical of Nerf and Noah's position. They were so far separated. One in basement, one on top floor. I was like, oh, I don't like this. They're so open to 1v1s. They're in a 2vx. They need to be kind of playing together so that they can use each other and trade each other. And as it is, Noah recognises that fact, I think. Relocates really, really quickly. Nerf gets a kill onto Hoover, who's kind of left himself in no man's land. He's led prone, but all that does when you're on a platform at the top of stairs like that is actually just leave you at eye level. So he gets killed, but then Noah's there to back his teammate up and gets the kill onto the man just, inside the wall. So, look, I love it from Secret up to that point. And then another thing that they do right is the nade in through bar door. The nade in through bar door is particularly important because it forces Deepak away. And if you know that a player's on a shotgun, you want to force them away. You want to create a longer angle of engagement if you can, because the shotguns will be less lethal at that greater distance. But again, there's just a bit of bad luck creeps in there because they don't quite create enough distance, and it's still then just a single shot gets the job done. And it doesn't help that they're up against the SAS shotgun, which, as we know, is particularly lethal. So there's a couple of moments of a little bit of bad luck for Secret there, but Deepak does really well to dig his heels in and turn that around for Fnatic.
All right. Let's see if the madness continues or if that tact timeout is going to have any impact for them. Savage working his way out towards office doorway, joined up there by a second player as well. So Halver might be about to come under a little bit of pressure here. Of course, you expect to see players coming up through lobby at some point as well. For now, keeping the shield very, very quiet, Tim. They want to catch them off guard here. I think they want to go fast.
Let's find those sheep.
Going to try to go fast. The Blitz goes racing in through the smokes. The plant is already going down. Wizard does manage to stop the Blitz, but do they know about the plant? Can they do anything about it? No, they cannot. 4 versus 4 as Mowgli completes putting the case down. Noah manages to find one with the DMR. A spray through the software will find nothing from Deadshot, who's then taken down summarily, dispatched by Noah with the pistol. 4 versus 2. Secret fighting back as Mowgli gets one for himself, and surely it's all over. Deepak might have rescued them last time, but not this time. He's going to be taken out, and Secret get their first round. Absolutely essential for them.
Yes, really good round from Noah, especially there. Managed to find the gap getting inside a bathroom window, and from there just planted his feet and found 3 massive kills. The main one on towards Halver, who was playing around half wall, and he was really the main agent of despair for Secret. He was the one who could stop that plant going down, who could do some real damage. So once he was dealt with, it was then more of like a retake scenario for Fnatic to play into. So it was what Secret wanted out of round 1, but ended up finding in round 4. Good round for them, finally on the board. Long may it continue.
Okay, it's round 5. We're going to be down in dining and kitchen for our second to last defensive round for Fnatic. I still feel like they are very much worth a 5-1 half if they're able to secure it. They've looked really good through round 1 to 3. That being said, a little bit of a wobble in 3, and they left the door open in 4. So they are starting to show some signs of weakness, and it maybe just suggests that, you know, there's been a few rounds there that Secret have lost that were maybe winnable. But Fnatic will, I'm sure, look to continue that momentum.
Okay. Let's see if the madness settles or if it continues here, Tim, as we find ourselves going it down a floor and towards kitchen and dining. Probably still going to find it somewhat similar to what we saw before. Top 4 take to begin with, of course. Hopefully not some more crazy shots out of Deadshot to just completely kill off any of the real pressure coming through into the round itself. It was Mowgli, I believe, actually last time he was trying to challenge through Library in towards Piano, where Deadshot was then suddenly really started causing him some headaches. Right now, Deadshot's the one dancing around on Library Hall itself, so could sidestep across into being where he was before. But we used to this kind of setup on this top floor, Tim, when you look across Mares, look across top Library stairs, it causes a little bit of bother. You don't want to hold it super aggressively, I'd wager here, when defending on this site in particular, because you're more moved up towards this top side. Byron Gaming is absolutely perfect, but here it needs to be that little bit lighter, which is why I think he started at the top of Library stairs and then has a shield to sit behind, which is sat just off of Piano itself, so he can still look to challenge.
Nerf takes down Crocs. That's going to be the opener. Again, a good start for Team Secret, just keeping that momentum going for them as Nerf manages to find another. It was actually Nerf who did a lot of the work last time in that big comeback that they had, the 6-1 comeback against GK Citizen, managing to find another. If we have a look, it's actually a big fight back from Secret to get that entry, because so far, up to that point, it was 3-1 in favour of Fnatic on the entry. They've got one, and they've built from there and got the round. Not only have they got the round, they've got it flawlessly. Fnatic just look like they've switched off in the last couple of rounds. Secret, this looks like the GK 6-1 all over again, where, you know, Secret had just been kind of away at the races for the first couple of rounds, just not really present, and then all of a sudden just wake up.
What I will say is, if you look at all the kills that happened in that round, I forgot about the fifth one, I can't remember, but the first 3 and the very last one, it's a weird one to forget the 4th one, I know, they all came from outside the building. And I think what Secret have read during that timeout and what's been communicated by Twister is, look, these guys are playing aggressive. They're getting up in our face. Croxon is getting up and waiting for our snakes to try and come in through mud. Deadshot is peeking everybody who's outside the map. They're trying to disrupt us, and we're giving it to them. We're trying to be too fast. We're trying to move in, probably because of the map itself, Chalet. We're trying to accelerate things here maybe more than we should. Slow things down, play outside the map. We know Fnatic will be moving in towards you and trying to make things happen. Just pick off players from that spot. And I think that's what you've seen, especially in that round just then, is the change in playstyle for Secret has rewarded them. And now really comes on to Fnatic's side of things and their intellect to be able to say, okay, if they've done this and they're changing playstyle, what are we going to do to respond? And honestly, Tim, what they're doing in this round, I think is the right idea. They're playing much more in behind utility. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Warden coming along, you've got the Doc, who's a big old chunky boy, and then a lot of thrown utility to now between the Jaeger and the Warden, who, yes, can get out and roam, but they can also make sure that that site is very, very hard to break open. So I think they have acknowledged it. Does that mean they'll get round 6 over the line? We'll find out. They'll feel robbed to think if they don't, because a 3-3 split, I'd have taken that at the start of the game if I was Secret, probably.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. They'll be looking to secure the next 2. Twitch drone goes in, going to drop that mirror window, so that at least makes library box a little bit trickier to play inside of. However, does get taken down. That's going to be Noah managing to find that kill, bringing along the Doc. Interesting choice, could be for the bulletproof camera, of course, but not one that we see too often used at this sort of level. And again, Secret have got... I don't know anymore. Secret just seem to have
Reloading, cover me.
have they given their heads a wobble? Is it the tack timeout? You know, what's been said in that tack timeout that, you know, we're going to have 2 flawless rounds in a row at this rate. Coxon manages to make sure that doesn't happen, finds a kill onto Mowgli, but right now, he needs an ace to close this out. You know, he's getting some intel, he finds one, gets shot onto another. Yeah, he gets a few, but they were always likely to just be exit kills, Des, because, you know, the Sharks were circling at that point. Secret get another, what looks like fairly comfortable, casual round over the line, and all of a sudden it's 3-2, and we've got a massive turnaround.
I don't want to say Noah is the diff, but Noah is the diff, Tim. He is absolutely flying. Let's go and hear what the rest got to say about it, then we can talk more about Noah's prowess during that first half.
Thank you very much, guys. We're looking at this first half, and we're kind of looking at 2 halves inside this first half as well.
Yeah, it was a half of 2 halves. It really was. You know, Fnatic, they raced out to a 3-0 lead. That was off the back of being aggressive, really. Secret didn't really know what was going to hit them. It looked like same old a Secret. And we're thinking, hey, Fnatic really are there. I think that was off the back of Deadshot. Deadshot played really well. Racked up a whole load of kills across the first half of the first half, and he was enjoying himself. He was really enjoying the way that Chalet plays out. He's been on a lot of good Chalet teams, so maybe he brings something different. Notice in his player cam here on these kills, how he smiles. He's really having a good time. This round actually came down to Deepak getting a 1 versus 2 clutch to actually win it out, but Fnatic raced into a 3-0 lead, but then Twister called a timeout, and his timeout was uber effective.
And one player that carried all of that was Noah. So you see Noah right now, 13 kills, only 4 deaths. And he's the one that starts the whole thing together. After the tag timeout from Twister, they go for a rush. Let's take a look at round 4, because it's really when everything starts shifting on the side of Secret. That's the moment where we see all of that potential come together. They call a rush to really surprise Fnatic. This is the Blitz being killed here to bait for the plant. At the same time, you have some flashes going on Master Window. Look at Noah that went in from Bathroom Window at the top of the screen here. Gets a first pick, confirms piano pressure, gets a second pick onto the piano player, and then we'll continue to hunt down every single player here, another kill onto the Master player, and then we'll go back to piano and again challenge the Office and piano player. That is an incredible round from Noah that kicks off the comeback of Secret.
Coaches are worth their weight in gold, or they can be worth their weight in gold. Twister, when he called his timeout, he said, guys, and he hadn't even seen round 3 at that point, he said, guys, don't know what happened in round 3. Rounds 1 and 2, I've noticed 2 things. They're not bringing bulletproof cameras, and they're not bringing a Warden. Do direct takes and you'll find success. We've just seen that round. That kickstarted Secret, and then they're back. The other thing to note, actually, was that it was actually very much Citizen and Nath that were shot calling, IGLing the team around. Very little of Savage inside of that half, but that comeback came primarily because of Twister's call.
Grim and Demos removed. If you want to carry that momentum, if you want to continue to be aggressive, if you want to leverage the skill set of Secret, which is the raw firepower, this is exactly the bans that you do.
It's kind of what you were suggesting, right? Bring in more of that Twisted Minds into
maybe
this.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that aggression, and so far it's working well, especially in that second half of the first half. The real question is now if Secret can continue that and get the second map in the bag.
Thank you very much, Anne. We will see if they can get it in the bag. We'll see if this turns into a good comeback for them after, like you guys said, a pretty disastrous first half of the first half, i.e. a quarter. We're saying a half of 2 halves, and I was like, guys, it's called a quarter. It was pretty disastrous for Secret, but it has been recovered. Let's see how things go now. The booties on the other foot, though. Fnatic are going to kick things off on the attack team here on the top floor.
Oh, this could be series defining the next couple of rounds. I predicted that Secret get themselves back into it and we see a third map of Bank. It didn't look very likely for the first 3 rounds, but then it has completely flip-flopped. It has gone the other way, and Secret look like never losing another round again over the last 3, so who knows which way this one will go. Fnatic, I know, are going to have a slightly tougher time of things, I would expect, now that they are on the attack. Secret get 3 rounds and are able to play the game at their pace now that they are on the defence. We've got Mowgli with Nitro, ripped and ready, out of the window it goes. Not going to do any damage though, and they managed to avoid that one, so the first trap has been sidestepped.
As for now, and just a quick second to come back and talk about it, Tim. Like, we were going to mention Nern, of course. The desk had to get in at the half-time and to share their thoughts too, but 3-3Ks in that first half. I think it was rounds 3, 5, and 6. Really made himself known, and I think was very instrumental in part of that comeback that Secret had. You know, round 5 was a flawless round overall, so good look at trying to get yourself through on that one, I guess, because everyone else is getting involved too. But if he carries on playing I was about to say, if he carries on playing the way that he has been, then they'll be smooth cruising. But no, he's the first to fall in this round. Now, where are the rest of the kills on his team? Very spread, very split.
Nath manages to get one there, level things up, 4 versus 4, but Deepak onto Mowgli again. Secret just finding a little bit of difficulty in getting space on this defense. Everywhere they've tried to move around the map, there has been a Fnatic gun pointing. Again, working well as a team with creating difficult situations for Secret. There's no escape route for them, essentially. We're going to see a ton of utility dealing with the shield there, though. There was a Razor Bloom, there was a stun, there was all sorts going on. But again, Fnatic are there for the trade. Wizard manages to get it, gets that F2 singing. 3 versus 2. So up to Nathan Savage.
Yeah, this again was where the question comes in when we see the top fragger on the other side who has dragged them through at least 2 of those rounds that they won in the back end of the last half. How do they recover? Who then steps up and makes themselves count? Well, we're about to find out. So we've seen both teams. To be fair, it was recovered by Fnatic. So we've seen both teams throw away a 4 versus 2 or at least a couple of man advantage. A 3 versus 2 for Fnatic here isn't a guaranteed win, especially not on the attacking side. And there's the jump out as he was sat on a drone. He's literally watched his own death, Tim.
Yeah, you hate that, don't you? When you just know you're not going to be able to get off the drone in time. Nath manages to find Wizard. It leaves Crocs in a 1v2. He does have full health, that's something at least, but everybody against him does as well. And surely it's a matter of time until that peak comes in. Fnatic, they were struggling. Secret had a nice crossfire there. They knew that he was just going to move into that kill zone, and when he did, it was going to be good night, game over. And that's exactly what happened. So that sees Team Secret take themselves another round, and on we move.
You know what I was saying about the whole multi-kills thing, like literally solo winning rounds? Dace just walked to 4K. He's just walked to 4K from a similar position where everyone, it felt, seemed to know where he was and has just very simply cleaned up there. There's even clearing out the piano position to begin with as well, which is what makes it even worse. Real pain to experience on the side of Fnatic, but for Nate and the rest of Secret, it's a bit of a reprieve because for the first time on this map, Tim, dare I say first time in the series, they are now ahead.
Let's see how Secret handled that then. I said that they were struggling to kind of play against the pressure at times, and that's certainly how it seemed, but maybe that takes a little bit off. Maybe that lifts the weight. Nerf has gone a long way towards doing a lot of that work, supported by Noah. 21 kills between the 2 of them, 7 between the rest of the team. Difficult to find them, of course, when Noah and Nerf are hoovering them all up as they are. And it just means that maybe Secret have got... There's one of 2 things. Either if those 2 guys go quiet, Secret could be in trouble again. Or, alternatively, it means that Secret have got more strength in depth because the others are just waiting, poised, ready to get into this game in a more meaningful way. So, Fnatic, they continue, this time attacking onto kitchen and dining. So they're going to want some top floor control. Office is going to be the area particularly that they need to stop Secret hanging out. And then they can think about getting downstairs for a plant inside of dining. That's based on them shaping up around the library side of things. There's no pressure on Solar or Trophy at the minute, so it would suggest that they're not going to be going for a push from that side.
He's off early on towards the Ivy window, and then the pressure building up as we've seen many a time before. Sticking around and chewing through a bunch of this utility. We saw actually Halver in the previous round, I think when he ran board through a bunch of smoke, was being tagged out by Thorn as well, at the same time being shot at by Citizen. It wasn't a pretty affair. So you might look at it and go, is it really worth it to clear out a Razor Bloom? I'd say yes, given the impact that it's had before.
Door is going to get opened. We can see more utility being cleared away. Piano window is clear. Savage takes a peek, takes an aggressive fight onto Deadshot and wins it. That's going to just release a little bit of the pressure that was about to start mounting around Fireplace. And so it gives them at least a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of a reprieve here for Secret. Fnatic have got themselves on into Library and can start pushing forward from there. The crouch just saving Citizen there as he moves across. Doesn't get spotted out. Wizard, however, does find Nath. There's no saving him. So part of that question that I asked, are the others able to step up when things have been quiet for them previously, is in part going to be answered. Noah, the last of that dynamic duo left alive with Nath being taken out. It leaves us 4 versus 4. 59 seconds left to go. Wizard feeding that intel back into his team.
Yeah. How they now act off that information is the most critical part. You know, they get the notification that they know where you are. You've, of course, got the recharge you have to worry about too. Several things that now mean they've got to step forward and start getting the kills. They find one, but it is traded out. Noah into another. That name, again, just keeps on coming up on your screens. Halver stepping in, looking for what he can. Has got one nice and close here, but has got to win out this fight. Gets the knockdown. That'll be the... No! But Mogan from behind manages to get it back as a trade. Now down to a 1v1. It's Deepak coming up against Savage with 20 seconds on the clock.
He's got a real job ahead of him here. 15 seconds left to go. Savage is just holding a long angle. He's just waiting for him to appear, although he does take a little bit of movement. Had he waited, he might have had an opportunity. Deepak stunned out, does have diffuser in hand, but he knows he needs to try and find the kill. He goes around the corner, gets his man. Deepak rescues Fnatic again.
Again, twice in one map. Without that, Tim, we're staring down the barrel here of this map basically being cut. We could have been, by this point, it could have been well up past 6, over on towards 7, and the map would have been done, and we'd be looking on towards our next. It was the same as how just a couple of days ago, Tim, when we watched Fnatic play, he was the savior for them on Labs. You remember down in the basement, hit a wonderful 3K, and then a clutch in the following round. He just will not sit down. Doesn't matter if he's the old guard of this roster, he'll still keep on shining. However, Fnatic calling attack time out here to see if they can get these wheels turning just a little bit faster.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think this is a good time to take it, really. On the back of that win, you know, talk about maybe what the difference was, what went right, what went wrong. It still came down to a 1v1, so it certainly wasn't an ideal round. And I think now, yeah, provide a blueprint for the next couple of rounds. The big focus for Fnatic for now, I think, is going to be getting themselves onto 6. Obviously, it's easy to say, you know, yeah, of course, they just want to go on and get the win and get this done. But I think if they can focus on getting a couple of rounds and giving themselves that match point opportunity, guaranteeing a little bit of overtime, then who knows what might happen. And I think that's kind of got to be the immediate focus. Right, let's get 5, let's get 6, let's go from there. And then we've got every chance of turning them over on their map pick. But it's going to be a hard loss. Is that round for Secret as well? The Thorn didn't really know kind of which way to turn at that point. It was always going to be a difficult one for Mowgli. Sorry, for Savage at the end there. And yeah, it's a tough loss for them to absorb, really. Savage had a long angle that he was holding, but then decided to move up and just close that gap a little bit, got himself a bit stranded on West Main Stairs, and ultimately ended up having to take that fight and lost it. So well played to Deepak, and we go on 4-4.
Onwards we press. For a second, I was really excited we were going to see Rara coming out there. We heard in the pre-show, and you and I spoke about it a little bit as well, of course, the changes that she's got will now make her a very, very interesting operator for potentially rushes, early executes, even executes in general because of the increased range that she's now got. It's going to be really cool to see as teams try and start finding out more ways of making use of it now. She's that little bit stronger. I know a bunch of teams that we spoke to early days when she first came around were like, yeah, we've got some, you know, real cool little like niche strats we're planning to try and use and ways to use it, but still quite experimental for now. And then we saw her having like the worst out of every operator in the game, the worst round win percentage out of any other operator. And a lot of teams then sort of stopped playing it. It was very rare we saw her for a while. So at least personally, Tim, I'm hoping we see more of her as the weeks go by.
Vetero's doing big work again. We've already seen this previously from Fnatic on attack, just taking away a lot of that utility. We've got Barbed Wire and Banshees being cleared away ahead of the path. It's likely to be, I would have thought, on the path that Hauver will be taking on the Blackbeard. He's going to be the one that they want to make sure is free to move as required. How about that though? Mowgli manages to get himself out a trophy window, freebie onto Wizard. That's a big pickup to start things off for Team Secret. Big advantage taking the Twitch drone off the board. I'm not sure how much of the other utility that the Twitch would normally focus on, things like the bulletproof cam, the proximity alarms, how much of that has been dealt with before they've lost that life.
Got to press on as they might do with a man down, unfortunately, here, and half the round still to work with. They've got the library control they were seeking, but not in its entirety. There's still 2 players looking to challenge. Deadshot getting rid of Noah. If you can kill anyone on that Secret side right now, he feels like the best one to be catching out. Citizen at least reminding them, though, that they have another layer of defense to fall back to, and they still haven't cleared top library just yet.
Takes the peek around the corner, sees the man just sticking his head out of Ivy, tries the little pot shot through the wall, but doesn't get any joy with it. Fnatic in a situation where they've got a little bit of damage taken as well. However, and Deadshot with a little bit of chip on there that they just need to be aware and cautious of. And continue trying to dislodge these Secret players. They're still inside a bar stock. I think Team Secret are going to be fairly happy with their positions at the minute. Mowgli is there ready for if anybody jumps in through that double window. That's the peak that we keep seeing him look around. Have the Rotero moving there for the time being, but he'll just maneuver back in there as soon as that detonation's gone off. There's nobody in position from Fnatic to be able to really take advantage of that. Somebody in, you know, sort of double window or in fireplace, for example, that'd have that angle through the door maybe. They've not really been able to secure those areas and take advantage of that utility that they're using.
Now we're now down to that last 15 though, Tim. I think it's going to start getting very, very like Peach of it. Peach is not really the word. A little bit wrong here for Fnatic, and sure enough, 2 kills flying through for Nate and Mowgli, denying the entry into the site for Fnatic themselves. However, 2 kills have flown on back through. They're going to try and stick this. He might try as he wants to, but he's got to kill Savage, who rightly so backs away in towards lobby, doesn't want to get involved there in the dying seconds, and they see the round over the line.
Yeah, we start seeing this one become much more competitive than it was in the first map and the beginning of the second. Secret now really on the trail, looking to get their map secured and take us into number 3 on Bank. They will continue working at Chalet, but it is a good round from them in round 9 where they're able to get it over the line. 5-4. This one, it is still anybody's. Don't discount Fnatic at this point, but you do feel that Secret now are in the driving seat and have a little bit of that advantage at least. Things are starting to creep in their favour. Things like the entry kills, they've just gone 5-4 now on the entry, so they've taken the lead on the entry for the first time, as well as now taking the lead on the scoreboard, so everything's kind of edging in their favour. It's, you feel, a matter of time as the way things stand until they get themselves at least on to that map point opportunity.
Yeah, looking good, aren't they? Then if we keep seeing Fnatic staying in lockstep and keep things nice and tight, then overtime may be abound, because we were very optimistic today, saying, oh yeah, we're sure we'll get some overtime at some point in one of these games today. And then we just had 2 zeros that were absolute rollovers for the most part, and it felt like we were having that a little bit today in our first series. It was definitely the case. We weren't super optimistic for this game, and we thought that might be a bit of a stomp by Secret. Really glad we've seen Fnatic fight their way through. If this then mandates that we go to Bank to see how things close out, that feels like the perfect battleground to settle it on, based on what we've seen from these 2 teams so far tonight.
5 seconds to insertion.
Savage on the Denari. We get a lot of Denari setups over this side of Chalet. There's, on the top floor, you see the like really kind of long connectors. You use the sort of middle point over the top of, what do you call it, half wall or small wall, the little wall in piano. You use the kind of connecting point over the top of there, and it means that you can get an entire run from bathroom down to piano window. So it does make them super popular up here and very difficult to take care of, actually, to take out. Now then, Fnatic, they are not keen to be punished on a jump out again. They go for it, and they are. You can't lose those Crocs, I'm afraid. Noah, he gets out there, gets the job done, and gets back in safely, even though it was being watched. Big loss for Fnatic.
Fortunate, yeah, because again, the sense of that utility being lost. You spoke about a lot of the utility maybe not being used to its best effectiveness in the previous round, Tim, and the Fox certainly didn't help, and I think you're seeing more of that here as well. Where does Citizen... How has Halver died there?
I think the other important point is how have 3 secret players died there. Fnatic have got themselves back into an advantage here, Des. 3 versus 2, despite losing the Sense and the Monty. This is still very doable. The problem that they've got is that lack of utility now. Of course, you know, a lot of the plant will have been focused around those 2. They do still have Deepek, who's got those arrows on the Capitao, both smokes and both fires still available. And they've got time on their side as well. That's the other one at the minute. They're just waiting for a little bit of intel here. Look, will not know how close he has come. If just dances away. The challenge is there. Wizard almost has his man.
Yeah, and while he's here as well, the constant threat now, they've got to be careful. The floor is basically lava. They can't safely step into plant seemingly anywhere. So at least with that cover coming off, it should force them backwards. Secret should be pushed back into the other site, and then they can look for a plant here. I guess the nice thing for Fnatic is they haven't got to rush this, Tim. They've got 60 seconds to play with, another phone call. They've got smoke, they've got fire, they've got flashes. On paper now, looking at the current state of the round, Fnatic should not lose this. I pray we don't get the Fnatic that the Des spoke about, then we get to see more of map 1 Fnatic, but let's see how it goes from here.
Mowgli and Nerf are playing this nicely, though. They're not overcommitting. They're burning time down. That's 30 seconds that they've burnt so far, using utility, playing behind it and keeping themselves in tough angles. The diffuser is going down, as you say, so Nerf has to make a move. Deadshot punishes Mowgli, and that changes Nerf's situation drastically. Deepek picks him up, and that levels us up again. 5-5 on the scoreboard. As I said, this one continues to rattle backwards and forwards between the 2 of them.
Well, another interesting round where in the middle of it, it just felt like a lot of bullets were fired and a bunch of people died, and Fnatic came out with the man advantage. It was very, very strange again, because for me, like, Halver on the Monty, I was like, you can't be dying there. Like, this is your spot to be in. Like, you're facing him towards the door where Citizen is, and then somehow he's gone. Very, very strange. However, they managed to recover well, and the 3 versus 2, like I said, on paper when 50 seconds were left, they couldn't be losing that. It looked absolutely perfect for them. So, make of it what you will. But they'll come away from that one in very, very good health. Now, let's see how things go from 5-5 to we are at least guaranteed to see all 12 rounds of regulation. May yet see overtime come our way.
Whew, an exciting prospect between these 2, to be honest. This has turned into a really good game here on Chalet, especially. They really are battling backwards and forwards, and just as soon as one feels like they've got themselves a little bit of a toehold to work forward, the other is able to find a way back into it. We're going to see this time Secret bringing along the Clash, the Malusi, the Legion. This is all about slowing them down. Deepek on the Blitz says they've read into that beautifully, because that's exactly what it's aimed at. You bring those traps, you bring those slowing effects to try and prevent that kind of speed and aggression that an operator like the Shield might bring. So let's see what Fnatic's answer are to all those gadgets. Having a look, they've got the Rotero drones. That's going to be a big part of it. There's no mute on the board. That's one that wasn't brought along, so there should be a good chance here for Croxton to take out at least a decent bit of that utility.
Hope. See what they choose route first. Been a lot of Florists throughout this map, it's worth stressing. I think because both teams have brought along a good number of trap operators. Think about the Razor Balloons we've seen before, the Malusi, the Goya back on previous map as well, often dealt with by things like Twitch, but it has been this dance of like utility clearance by both sides. Just means just so that they can move through the map that a little bit more effectively, especially the shields. You know, admittedly it's been things like Monty quite a lot, but here Deepek's across on towards the Blitz. On the other side, though, Nafe is matching off with the Flash on side. But here we go to Fnatic. They're just going to say, go for it. I was going to say that there's a guy in behind you, but either way, they've been absolutely deleted, Tim.
Yeah, that's just fallen flat, hasn't it? Croxton now trying to rescue something. Manages to take down Savage. They've lost the Blitz, they've lost the Snake. Not ideal, but they do still have some utility to work with. However, on the Maverick as well, can do a bit of work on any reinforcements, but that's it. He knows that he's there. He's looking through that line that he's drawn, but he's not able to find his man. Deadshot's kind of in behind here inside a trophy. He's got Hoover on the other side on Mezzanine. They're kind of trying to pincer them in between themselves, but a yellow pink here, he knows.
Beautiful.
Deadshot takes down Citizen. Good intel from Fnatic. 5-5, 2v2 on the scoreboard. It could not be more even. There's a minute 10 left on the clock, though. There's plenty of time here.
Ooh, that was risky. I tell you what, getting on Jordan in the middle of the site like that was high risk. But however, we've been watching all this time towards Nath. He's let him slip, unfortunately, Tim. He's managed to get himself the drop. He's managed to pick up Deadshot. And now Halver's got a clutch up by himself. He's not been having a good kickoff, admittedly. I don't imagine this round is going to change all that much more. Noah gets the shot. Secret move up to map point.
Excellent stuff from Secret to close that out there at the end. Maybe a little closer than they might have liked, but they managed it well, especially with that kill onto Deadshot, and like you say, managing to escape past Hauver just really gave them the opportunity to be able to lock that one down. So if you're Fnatic here, it's time to dig your heels in, isn't it? You need to be coming in here. They tried the fast rush, it really didn't work out. They hadn't paid enough attention to what was above. I think we saw the shots coming onto Deepek from above there, and despite Deadshot's hard work from the back, oh, he just misses a few shots there, doesn't he? You think there's an opportunity in another timeline that he actually gets that kill. But yeah, I think Fnatic maybe just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there, you know, wanting to kind of snatch at it a little bit, get that round 6. I'd spoken about it earlier. If they can get themselves to 6, at least guarantee overtime, it's then something to build from, put Secret under that pressure again, and see how they shape up. But I think it was Fnatic that have cracked a little bit that time, just trying to get in there a little bit too soon. They haven't dealt with the top floor. They're not aware of the top floor properly, and they just lose the blitz very, very quickly along the way.
All right. Let's see if they can force OT then, Tim, or if it is going to be map 3 bank to decide which way this game goes. Again, the loser overall is this best of 3. We're on the second map. Loser is out. Winner goes on for a pretty, I'd say, unfavorable matchup. I think it's fair to say, Tim. Falcons or Virtus Pro. Can't say I'd fancy playing either of those two teams at the minute, given how effectively both are playing. I think for Secret, it would be a cruel reunion with their former teammate now that Joom has gone and joined Team Falcons too. Wouldn't be an exciting affair, or maybe they'd have a point to prove. You just don't know. That's assuming, of course, to even get there first. We'll see if it comes down to it, at least here on Chalet. Oakley ready with this pre-rip C4. Right idea is there is a player out here on the solar side, but they are way down the floor. You really have to let it sail for a while, and then hopefully connects on towards the player to find him.
Where is Hauver going to go with the Monty? That is the big question. Picks up the diffuser. Is he going to go straight in through Trophy and try and get himself up Trophy stairs, create a little space? Would make sense. E1D scan comes in, which would suggest there might be a little bit of movement. Mowgli actually pockets that Nitro. He could well just be glad that he did, because Hauver is indeed moving up those stairs. So it's going to give them the opportunity to use that Nitro, maybe not even to get a direct kill to do the damage, but at least to create the shield break that could give them the opportunity as Hauver moves on to bedroom door, just looking to be a stoic presence, looking in through the door, feeding intel to his teammate. Pings out the player. Will be reporting that they are led prone, but there's nobody on the side of Fnatic able to do anything with that just yet.
No, not quite yet. I was going to say who's going to fall first. This Mowgli gets picked up by Deepek here. Halver in a good spot to feed info to his team. And all he's got to do here, Tim, is survive. They've thrown the impacts at him, and he's remained standing. This is where he's got to communicate now and call. And sure enough, he will. He called out Savage here on this doorway. They have to know and have to deal with him some way, shape, or form. But Citizen, he's going to get 2 back. The long spray coming in from Savage doesn't quite find his man. Halver coming up close to apply a little bit of pressure. Both players left on the side of Secret doubling up here, but it's against him, a 3 versus 2 for Fnatic. They played it so well last time. Surely they do the same again.
Savage manages to get the reverse angle onto Wizard, and this is where the Monty kind of gets a little bit less powerful here. As soon as you come into that 2v2, you've kind of lost the gun there, and you've only got 1 active ADS versus 2 effectively. It can be tough. Hauver's thinking about going for it. He's got the cover from Deepek, but no, he's going to be cut down. That is not ideal. Hauver comes off the plant, and it is surely going to be over as Team Secret pressure forward. Citizen gets the final kill, and Team Secret takes Chalet to mean we're going to that 3rd map. It's going to be bang.
A real roller coaster map overall, I think, Tim, as well. I think after those first 3 rounds, we were sat here thinking, oh man, this is going to be a 2-0. What the hell's happened to Secret today? But they have recovered, and they get to step into Bank next, which for them, at least what I remember, has always been a pretty solid map. Can't wait to see how it goes though, Tim. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see how this series ends.
Secret equalize, they take the series back, and we look at that final round because we could have been sat here playing overtime, but for somehow Fnatic, same old thing.
Oh, the more it changes, the more it stays the same. Fnatic, you know, unfortunately, were you know, they raced into a lead. They were good. I think it's worth saying. They were good. They were competitive on a map, really, that they don't play. You know, in all fairness, it is a very, very low preference map for them. So arguably a 5-7 loss against a team that was in the SI Grand Final, in the context of that, isn't that bad. But the very final round for me, it was just, they were thinking too much. They were in their own heads. The round was in their control. You just need them to play with the confidence, play with the balls and just go for it. And they didn't, ultimately. And that's why we're sitting here talking about a 7-5 victory to Secret rather than a 6-6 going into an overtime.
I think that confidence was shattered ever since the tactical timeout from Twister. I think he finds something in the game that gives them an edge, right?
Yeah.
Which is that cool about the fact that they don't play wild and the fact they can go and play for the rush, right? That gives them then the rush. And then after that, they snowball. They snowball on this one. And like, you wonder, right? 5v3 at this point.
It's looking so good.
Yeah. And then where's the trade potential?
Yeah, I don't know. It's looking so good. And I think the fact of the matter is they got a bit blinded. They wanted to maybe do things a little bit too perfectly. They wanted to try throwing flashbangs, using the Monty to plant. Just, you know, I see the vision. Monty turtle plant, hold the cover. They've got to push the Monty. You kill them as they're pushing. Get it completely. But I don't know. They were just a bit too flaccid in that end round there.
It's a game of two players, really. If you look at this, look at the stats from these two players. I mean, Deadshot is at 30 kills in 2 maps. Noah, 24, incredible cost for the two of them. Really aggressive, both of them heavily involved in opening engagements.
Yeah.
15 opening engagements out of the 2 maps for the 2 guys. No, 15 actually. Incredible DPS. I mean, it's really up to who's going to be the best here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Noah's kind of been on the main character arc for a while now, hasn't he? But
I mean, he had to because of Joom leaving,
yeah,
right?
and especially now in terms of the new Team Secret, yeah. But I am actually quietly happy for Deadshot because I don't think so far this stage in this team he's really put in a great account of himself up until this fixture. If he can then be the guy to spare his team on to get them into the next game, yeah, it'll be absolutely phenomenal from him. But he's, you know, certainly both players have had very positive games so far.
They have, and regardless of who wins this match, I'm just really glad that we're getting a final competitive game,
So
right?
the first one.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually going to have to go to a third map to decide the victor inside of our bracket. That's kind of crazy to say. It takes 4 games to get to that point, but as we said, we will need to decide to see who stays in the competition, and we'll talk about Bank after the break. Just one more map stands between these two teams and their hopes and dreams of making it to the Salt Lake City Major. Now, we're going to go to Bank as our decider. And I feel like we talk about Bank quite often in the form of Secret being a really good Bank team. But if we look at the numbers, Leo, they're a great Bank team.
As soon as we started to see the comeback of Secret, I was thinking, wow, what happens if they go to Bank? Well, Secret, they've won 16 out of the last 17 times they've played the map. In fact, before SI Grand Final, before facing FaZe on Bank, they had a 16 win streak on it. They were the best Bank team in the world.
So you're telling me they did lose it the last time they played it?
They did.
But they're a phenomenal Bank team, and we think that Savage is probably the best IGL in the world on this map. Just has a way, has an answer for everything, directs his troops around. That being said, obviously we now know that, especially on the attack, there are some more voices. So even though we've not seen this Secret on Bank, we still expect them to be phenomenally strong.
I do think, however, that looking at the side of Fnatic, a team that has a tendency to lose their composure in the late round, that has a tendency to feel the pressure, and that will now be on the back foot after having led 3-0 on a map where they already had 1-0. They just needed to win that map. I think they will feel the pressure. I think mentally right now, the team that has the momentum is Secret, and I just don't see how Fnatic gets that momentum back if it's not for Deadshot going crazy again.
I mean, I don't want to be in their shoes right now trying to find out this final map here. It's a do or die situation for both these teams. You lose your chances of the Salt Lake City Major. You win. You keep those hopes and dreams alive. Just one more map, and we'll send it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Jan. You are right. One more map stands between these two teams and either going home, they're playing from home. Going home in terms of being knocked out, it's more of a metaphor, or going on to face Falcons or Virtus Pro. It's not a particularly enticing prospect either way, Tim, but only one of those two paths could see you go into Salt Lake City.
Oh, it all comes down to this. It's the best of one, Des. They've won one apiece. And right now, I feel like you've got to back Secret at this point. Fnatic, it feels like their chance might just have sailed them by like a ship in the night, Des.
I don't know. It's a bit early to call that.
I don't know.
Look how well they've started both maps. Incredibly well.
Do I think Fnatic can win it? Yes. Do I think they will? I'm not sure. I genuinely think Secret now come out of that. I always like the team that wins the second map. You know that, in a best of three, if we go into the third map, especially in this matchup and the way that Secret finished the back end of that. Whatever Twister said worked. And yeah, I think I do favour them.
My worry is, and I think we saw it very, very plain today on that previous map. Yeah, we've seen them make changes compared to a couple of days ago. The big notable one on my side has been the role that Halver's been playing, right? We put him on shields a lot today. And it's good because on shields, you still get to put pressure down. You still get to force defenders away. They have to move and react to you. But outside of that, I think we've just seen a few situations where we really have got to be asking a little bit more from him. I was looking down at the numbers during the break, for example. I think overall now he stands at like 31 to 65 on KD. And it's not all about the numbers of kills, but it's the manner in which we've seen those kills and deaths go by that is, I think, probably really frustrating. It just feels like they're having to play around, him by forcing him onto shields at the minute. And that's not the way that Fnatic have tried to play historically. As we saw during both the Kickoff group stage and back on Monday, it was a different affair. So I hope we see him step up and perform now, because if he isn't on a day that Wizard isn't playing super well either, to be very, very frank, Croc's had a very, very quiet first map. It's mainly been Deadshot that's had a really good day so far today. We've got to see other players stepping up, but I'm still waiting for that day when we see Halver being that player to step up.
Today would be a very good day to do it, Des. Today would be a very good day to do it. As you say, it comes down to this. This one is for all the marbles. Lose this, and you will be eliminated from kickoff phase. You will be sat at home watching the Salt Lake City Major. I'm going to have the long angle being held by Noah for the time being. I don't expect Deadshot to be giving himself away to that one. He should be familiar with that. And there is indeed no opportunity to take any pot shots at him for now. Just has a look at the old elevator repel there, but there's not going to be any opportunity to find anybody.
Nah, we'll ask them the questions to make sure they get into that part of the map, right? Start their march on forward. Fnatic aren't biting. They have back to play towards the other side of things. You can see that they've got a good few players still around here on this top floor. The problem now is Secret are going to cut off their retreat back in towards site. This could be genius, to be fair to them, if they can get away with it. They can stop everyone getting back in towards site, even get rid of a couple of them. That makes the execute downstairs that little bit easier. And again, it's Halver that's been picked up first. Weird that.
Just a slight missed opportunity there. It was only a fleeting one, but Deepak does see the man move past on the rappel. Wasn't quite in position and ready to do anything with it. A bit of support is probably going to be needed here. Citizen just absolutely running over Croxton. You thought that Croxton was going to win that fight all day long, and then Citizen just comes around with a beautiful pre-fire. The Blizzard is in and the Blitz is in and bullying, and we've got now a 5v1, and it looks like round one is going the direction of Team Secret unless Deepak can do something really special.
It was a bit of a blizzard though, Tim, weren't it? A bit of a winter storm to just flood on through and cause some absolute chaos. That is not the way the previous two maps have started. It's looked great to Fnatic normally, but here, Secret have come out and put a statement down in round one.
Yeah, great start from them. That's kind of what I was expecting, coming with that momentum that they've built up on Chalet. It's a map that they are very, very familiar and comfortable on, as the desk have said. And, you know, I think the thing is as well, they've started on the attack, and if they can come through here and get 3 or 4 rounds, I don't see them giving anything up on the defense, so I feel like it piles the pressure on Fnatic as well. This is the map that we actually saw Fnatic. If you remember, I was a little bit critical earlier of a previous Fnatic performance. I was saying that they were actually different tonight, and they'd been, you know, that was something they'd done previously. And I spoke about when they had a default cam. I think it was, I can't remember who they were playing against, but they'd had a default cam left up by the enemy team.
It was Cafe Twisted Minds above Brown Stairs.
It was Twisted Minds, yeah, and it was above Spiral, and they had every opportunity to watch exactly what was going on in main lobby. I think it might have been Hasham walked through and got 2 kills, and I look at Bank and I think, you know, it doesn't fill me with confidence for their defences on Bank, so I feel like they need, you know, as good a half as they can to start things off.
We shall see. This one's always a fun site to play through. We've said it quite a lot, actually, you and I lately, I guess. We've always seen different approaches in terms of attacking it. Some very, very smart, some really interesting. The one that was missing earlier on when we spoke about it was the focus on lobby side, right? And look at what we've got here, a player on lobby side. How weird is that, Tim? Key difference to really note, though, of course, is that he's not playing hard breach here. He's on the KB. So while he's got the ability to poke a few holes around and ask a few questions, that wall should very much stay closed here, and that means that Fnatic have got a lot of security to be able to play through Whitehall itself and have a much more resolute defense. Come on,
He's the man, he knows he's there. Surely they're aware of somebody hanging out in lawn office. It's one of the first places that you know you need to check.
He's got to hit the phone, so that'll be all right.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Crocs misses his chance and loses his life. That's the one.
Bottle.
That's the one that you've really got to pick up. You know, he's got away with one to be allowed to be there in the first place. You know, if you go in on that rappel, it's usually one of the first places you check. Is there anybody in lobby? Is there anybody in lawn office? So I don't get picked off. You know, they've actually given him the opportunity by not doing so and not finding him, and then he hasn't got the kill on the back of it. Deepak does manage to find Nave. That takes the Dockerby off, so they at least have one less call to deal with. That's something. Savage finds Deadshot. Secret continue to find themselves in the advantage, 4 versus 3.
Not just my eyes that very reflexively then cast down towards where all chat would appear, right? When Savage just paused for a second and he was smirking on the camera, I was like, he's getting in all chat here. He's got something he wants to say. But nothing follows. However, think back to what we saw as the big turning point back on Chalet. It was kills from outside the building. We're seeing a lot of that stepping up now. The 2 kills that we've got from Secret in this round were from outside the building. They're letting Fnatic just kind of play themselves to their own death.
Mowgli manages to take down Wizard. We've got Citizen just having a look at the little Spider-Man attempt there. He decides he's going to come down on in and get onto the action because he knows if he doesn't, Mowgli's going to find all the kills because he finds another one and it leaves Deepak. How many times has Deepak been left in these situations? This is at least the 4th that I can think of between Bank and Chalet. He was in round 1 and round 2 of Bank. He's been left in a 1vx, and then we saw it twice on Chalet as well, one of which he was able to win, but he gets the first kill onto Citizen. Plant goes down, nothing that he can do about it. Final kill comes in, it's that man again, Mowgli. He's starting to find his feet here on Bank. It's 2-0 Secret, and they're looking to be a little bit more dangerous now. The smiles, the laughs, the all chat, it's all starting to come together.
I think it's entirely avoidable, though. Being honest, like, back to what I said during that round, a couple of players on Fnatic are just a bit too keen. They're exposing themselves to players that aren't even inside the building. Admittedly, yeah, Crocky, he had a massive cock up there when he could have got a freebie onto the player at the top of Lone, and then obviously died to Noah inside of ATMs for free. You know, the second player died from outside the building from Savage on the windows. That is going to happen sometimes, but both deaths there were avoidable. It was just through trying to do things a little bit too... trying to do a bit too much, a bit too extra, I think, that has cost them. And Secret are a good enough team that they can capitalize on a 5v3. It's a very early timeout coming in here for Fnatic as well, because I think they realized very early on this can only carry on going one way unless changes are made.
Yeah, I think early intervention is probably needed here because, like I say, we've seen that Bank isn't necessarily kind of, you know, their most solid of maps, especially not when you look at it, you know, in comparison to the performance Team Secret are going to be putting up. So I think, yeah, you've got to stop the bleeding early. If you think there's something that you can say to do that, especially with the manner of the 2 rounds that we've seen so far as well. Like I say, they've both come down to serious 1vx's for BPEC. You know, they can't just be allowing that to continue. So hopefully Fnatic have you know, recognised something there that's going to be able to turn things around for them for a couple of rounds, get them back into this one. You know, let's not forget, this is the first time they've actually been behind pretty much in the entire series. They started out really well on map 1, went on to win it 7-3. So all of Chalet is just Secret catching up to them. And now that they go 1 and 2 rounds behind here, that puts them behind in the overall series. So this is the first time that we're seeing that. This is where they're really under a little bit of pressure and start thinking, you know, those thoughts creep in of maybe this is the end of EML Kickoff for us. And so, yeah, that's where we're really going to start seeing how they perform under pressure.
Okay, well, let's see if that timeout has any impact or if it just goes from bad to worse for the side of Fnatic. This time around changing into a few trap operators being brought along here as well, mainly towards the time wasting side with the Go, of course, but again, it's how can they slow the other side down. We know that Savage loves playing on shields, and a good response towards that is to bring something like the Legion. This is that open site we're stepping into now as well. Was maybe the one looking to get a little bit busier out and about with the bulletproof and the barbed wire already being deployed. He is now a bit of a free gun and can afford to go and do whatever the hell he wants to around the map. But now set out towards Tellers in a very, very minor extension. Croc upstairs alongside with Halvar and Deadshot. 3 of them all playing above and looking to deny. Will probably demand that Secret go in and clear that top floor before they think about the site itself.
Noah just on the edge there, wanting to get himself onto that stock window, I think. They're just having a look at exactly what's going in, and we see the drop in front of us there. Crocs is going to take a little bit of damage, but that does mean that stock is now available. I think we're going to have... Savage, where are you going? He's going to go into electrical, actually, as Mowgli manages to pick up DPEC. 5 versus 4. I thought he was maybe going to push in through top square and try to push down and work and get access to the wall that way. Oh, he's gone back up and he's now going to go in through top square. Thanks, Savage. So he does ultimately push in where I thought he was going to push in. But I think they were fairly confident that there was nobody else upstairs. But Deadshot has worked his way back up there, now drops back down. So Savage is probably a little bit more free now once they realise that, to be able to go in and start pressuring downstairs.
What's frustrating there for DPEC dying is he knows that Croxton took shots from Mowgli playing on that printer window 20 seconds ago. There is a very good chance that Mowgli hasn't moved because of how early it was in the round, but has exposed himself to that window and died for free. Hasn't landed a single bullet back. If he was trying to challenge it to kill him, right, it was a failed attempt. Nice try. If he wasn't, then it's a mistake of game sense there and just not being aware of exactly what it is that you're exposed to. So a little bit of a misplay, I think, at the start there by DPEC that's left him without the Legion. And of course, those goo mines come online slowly over time. That can only be a good thing to Savage, which may be part of the reason why he's changed the way where he wants to approach from.
And holding that long angle down through into Archives. I don't think he's going to get his opportunity. Noah manages to find Crocs. I just can't see Wizard pushing that far forward, but it means that he can't. That's the more important point. Deadshot does take down Mowgli. Ooh, manages to get himself a second as well. Onto Savage. 3 versus 3. Fnatic fighting back into this, and maybe the words spoken during that tactical timeout are doing some serious work here. Deadshot making a third. Citizen goes in and tries to get aggressive. Noah there for the ultimate trade, but 3 have been killed. Now you feel like Fnatic are just going to let another one pass by, are they? The diffuser's going down. Now's the time. It's all up to Noah, and he finds his man.
You know, A famous caster once said, why are you sprinting? I'd probably ask the same to Wizard. That's the time to be gun up. You know that you're 1v1 for a brief amount of time while that diffuser is going down. So yes, time is of the essence, but you know full well the player that is covering him is going to be looking for where you're coming from. They're going to hear you. They're going to take that gunfight, and you do not have a gun at the ready. You're going to lose it. That's a rough one to swallow, I think, because Halver has sat there in a spot where he's been easily gunned down by Noah, who's had another wonderful round, it's worth stressing. And then Wizard has really horribly misplayed that 1v2. It's not saying that they should have won it, but it should have been far closer than it was.
Oh dear, Fnatic. It's starting to look very, very difficult for them. 3 rounds down, and with Secret being on the attack, it's going to be a tough second half once Secret get themselves onto the defense. You really feel like now might have been their opportunity to get some rounds on the board. Like you said, just sprinting in there. It's easy to get, I think, tunnel visioned, especially when you hear that diffuser going down. Maybe he thought there was an opportunity to get into a position where he could do something about it. Maybe he thought that the situation was a bit more time limited than it was, but ultimately, as you quite rightly said, sprinting was maybe not the option there. Loses his life, and that's going to be Fnatic losing the round. 3-0 then to Secret, and they are going to be attacking onto the basement level once again. Locker's CCTV, they won it back in round 1. Just looking at what the additional bans come in, it's the Blackbeard that's been taken away, and so we're going to see instead a no-shield approach this time, just the Ying instead.
I'm still trying to reason why you sprint there. Like, did he think he was 1v1? He couldn't have, because he had 2 pings. Like, both players, he could have wall banged it as well. Like, I don't know. That was just a very, very weird end to that round. Very weird. Very weird. And Secret are up 3-0. That's off the back of attack timeout, as worth stressing, which means things now probably only go from bad to worse. The Goyo has been taken offline and away from the side of Fnatic, one of the most played operators. They love it for stalling out rounds. If you look down all of our teams in Kickoff, they are the team that has played Goyo the most by quite a way as well. And now that's not available to them, so they're going to have to turn towards other options. And that's what we're seeing coming out here. Things like the Fire coming out from Halver, or of course Tubarão coming out. They are trying to replace it here, but I think things just got that little bit easier for the side of Secret.
Our breach charge going to be going onto the teller's wall. That's going to maybe make Fnatic think about this elevator position. All Wizard does to think about it. There we go. Drops away. I thought that was going to be coming. Has a little look through the drone hole. Doesn't get his opportunity.
I think I've lost you, Tim. I'm going to assume you're still speaking, and I'll say nothing.
Starting shock drone.
Never mind, Tim's gone.
I'm reloading.
Woohoo! It's the Des Show. Let's go. In which case, we'll crack on and see how the round plays out. Mainly focusing around square here. 3 players on the side of Secret are being matched up against Deadshot. On that smoke, 2 of those canisters already burnt. Now all 3 gone as we get down to the last 60 or so. It's worth noting, though, Halver hasn't used a single fire canister yet. They are available, and if Tim was here, he would wax lyrical about the... Come on, man! How? Halver! His job is to be there to deny the plant. You can rotate through 2 of those pellets at the same time and stall out for a solid minute. There is less than a minute on the clock. He could have had a big impact here and forced Secret to have to go deep. That is no longer an option. So now they push in. They get rid of Deepet. They're into a 5 versus 3 with 30 seconds still to work with. Savage looking pretty damn low. Lots of candelas he can yeet in towards sight. Smokes in back pocket. They've got the utility to get this one done. But Wizard, of course, is available on the Warden as well. A C4 at the ready at the same time, being so careful about what Halver died to, which was a player down towards Garage, but they moved away. He's left 1 versus 5. This one is a wash. Secret yet again pull off a brilliant attack and go up 4-0. And again for Fnatic, it's going to feel like a bit of heartbreak here, unfortunately. They really can't fight their way back in. We've got Jack joining me. Woo! One Northern swapped out for another. How are we doing, Jackie boy?
Hello, Des. This is a strange one. I lost power last week. Tim covered for me. Tim's now lost power.
Hey.
And I'm covering for Tim. But yeah, it's... welcome
I
to
made the joke at the time last week, like, you guys up north are only just starting to discover what electricity is. I'm glad that we're getting there, and at least here by you being in Copenhagen, power's online. We're all good.
I know. I tell you what, power's not online for the Fnatic defenses so far, because they're
No, it's not,
0-4
is it?
down. Wow. We've actually, just as a little bit of insight, the analyst desk get the ability to listen to teams during the game. And listening to the secret attacks is so clean. It's so clean. Such good information from absolutely everybody across the attacks. Savage is absolutely singing like a songbird, and everybody is giving him so much energy. It is night and day difference from map 1 and the first half of map 2 in Chalet as well. They're really flexing their muscles on this map right now.
Having a lot of fun, and you can see why even with the roster changes, you know, it's their favorite map. They've got like a 6-1 record on it over the last 6 months or so.
Yeah.
This is their battleground, and it feels a bit crazy that we're even here in the first place, but this is the battlefield that Fnatic have chosen for us to come to, and so far, only one team has turned up to actually fight, it seems. Let's see if things can turn around these next couple of rounds, though, before we get the side switch, and then maybe, just maybe, see Fnatic show a little bit of teeth on the attacking side, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about just getting a foot in the door at this point for Fnatic. It's not gone well so far. You know, you've got 3 players sitting there looking like they're on donuts, Wizard, Halber, and Croxon, with, to be honest, Deepak and Deadshot not going too well either. I felt like Wizard had a big brain fart in the round that he could have clutched, because there was players that were being red pinged as well. But anyway, like you say, they move. They've gone through open area. They've brought a little bit of information. They've got a mirror window set up on the upstairs. They're going to try and bait Secret into coming for this top floor attack, and then hopefully capitalizing when they do, trying to pick them off on that push.
I hear Tim's back on his way, by the way. It sounds like he's got his hamsters running in them wheels
Nice.
again to generate a little bit of power so his PC can come back on. So it's been fun, mate. It's been emotional.
It has. As much as I wanted to keep you casting solo, we couldn't have done it for an unlimited number of rounds. Good information
I
here
wouldn't
on
have
the player
minded, mate.
walking up.
It would have turned into the Dead solo podcast. It would have been fab. That's a
He
great
still
shot
gets
from
the
Noah
kill.
to Deadshot. Deadshot should have had him dead to rights there, but no, Noah's walked away. I tell you what, mate, I'm sure you feel the same. Noah has been absolutely phenomenal these last 2 maps.
Yeah, he really has. He's been so good, and I think he really had to take over the mantle after Doom left the roster, and he's done it perfectly. In the end, you know, Nath found a kill as well. You've got Secret, they've taken top floor control. They've got a minute 15 now to work with. For them, it's all about establishing control. Can they clear this player outside of Teller's office? Deepak could be a problem if they don't have information. If they can't, how are they going to make their entry into site? You see Nath with Diffuser, Elevator Hallway. You've got the Ying. It's going to be Savage that's going to have to force his way through Teller's, but there's going to be some resistance until Deepak gets found.
Yeah, that's big, because when 3 versus 4, you feel you might be able to recover. We've seen it happen a lot throughout this series. 4v2 is a much harder affair. And here we go. Down goes Wizard. It's going to be another secret round going up to 5 and 0 here on the scoreboard. Plant going down. Halver trying to do what he can with the C4 going not really anywhere. Full flashed out, swung on the corner. Savage finds his kill, and then they find the round.
Yeah, and when the going's getting good, it's carrying on being good. For Team Secret, I think 2 big engagements there for me was the walk up the main stairs, the lobby stairs. Even though Fnatic had the information, they lost the gunfight. That tells me that they're stressed. Tells me that they're a little bit, you know, they're not as confident as they previously were in the last couple of maps. They're losing those ones, and sometimes it does just come down to losing that entry engagement. They win that, they retain top floor for a little bit longer, they maybe feel a little bit more confident. It doesn't maybe, if they win that engagement, it doesn't force Deepak into that hero play on square. He got shut down as well, and from there it was just Team Secret controlling the entire round and the pace of the round.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's just their battleground. They know what they're doing here, and no one, even with the roster changes, looks like it's going to be an easy fight against Secret. And for Fnatic, I'm right there with you, Deepak, I'm afraid. Not a massive head shake and a scream, but just a very, very gentle side to side. It gives off that kind of, I'm not angry, I'm just really disappointed kind of vibe, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not looking good. Well, let's see if anything can transform here. It would look pretty dire a bit like Secret earlier on today, and they managed to turn it around. Maybe we see the same for Fnatic here, but I feel to do that, they need to get this round over the line. This is their best chance. They're down in the basement. They've got the smoke. They've, of course, got the Chanka. Let's not die first time round this time round, however. They've got the Vorden on side to be able to deal with the smokes that come out. They have got all the tools they need to pull off an effective bunker defense here, but it requires the players playing their part in that defense.
Okay, I've been told that your wonderful co-caster is back from his couple of rounds out, so this is where I'm going to depart here, Derry, and reintroduce Ace back into the mix.
Thank you very much, Fresh. I am back indeed, and I see that things haven't changed. We had a little spontaneous power cut, second in 15 years. How about that for bad luck?
You missed a little Halva crash out from me, mate, when they were defending downstairs, as they are now, basically.
Another one.
And he was playing Chanka, yeah. 40 seconds on the clock, 5v5. I was like, oh, great, he's Chanka. He's got 20 Shumakers left. They can win this. And then he dies to Garage. I mean,
not ideal. Not ideal.
Not ideal is a nice and easy way to put it, sure. I believe that was the exact words that you used when G2 killed themselves twice in the same round on Labs against Secret. Not ideal was the exact phrase that you used then, and I agree, it's still true.
We try to find the positive, Des. Let's see if there's any positive in round 6 for Fnatic to be found. It is 5 versus 4, so they've got a little bit of something going for them at least. Noah has been taken down, so that's the sentry off the striker off the board, and a lot of utility gone with it. And much like Secret did previously, you know, they were behind on Chalet. It's about getting that first round for Fnatic. They're going to be now working the utility. Twitch drones going in, just seeing if they can get that hatch open, which is now going to be successful. They've got a little bit of access in towards servers, so things are at least starting to work for Secret on the attack.
Yeah, I can't imagine it will stop. How many hamsters have you had to get in wheels running around to keep PC powered now?
I'm surprised how quick it came back on, to be fair.
What? Why is he there? Why is... You're playing a bunker strat with denial. Why is Halva at the bottom of Garage Ramp? What is he looking for? And you've had a player run down main stairs and go, oh, thank you very much. I don't get it. By some miracle, the rest of his team have managed to recover this. Deadshot has done a wonderful job on blue stairs to potentially save this round. They've got 2 C4s. That's what they've got left to play with here inside 40 seconds of denial, but I think Secret now have to go for kills.
Yeah, Savage has, unfortunately, it looks like he's disconnected partway through the round. I think he was still alive, so certainly not ideal for them. It leaves Citizen in a tough spot. Deepak takes him down, but look, you know, as far as Fnatic are concerned, however they've got across the line there, whether, you know, a player drops out, you know, things happen. It doesn't matter. They've got the round won, and it gives them something to work from.
Before I have another crash out about Halva Sim, let's go to the studio, please.
I love how unhinged everybody's become with just crashing up about what's happening with teams so far. But I want to take us back to one round in particular in this first half. Again, we could crash out about that if we wanted to, but it was well executed by Secret.
What was this round? It was. Well, it wasn't, because Deadshot was over here. Deadshot was killing everybody. He killed absolutely everybody. Even look at this shot. Phenomenal. Then he dies. And then it gets to a 2 versus 1. 0 seconds.
Sorry.
Wizard, he's been red pinged. He's being red pinged. Why?
2 players out.
2 players red pinged. Just kill the planter and you're sprinting. Just
1v2.
Why?
1v2. Timer is at 0.00. You see 2 red pings. So that means that someone is planting, and that means that someone is covering. 2 red pings. One is planting, one is covering. And you can either wall
That's where he is.
Either you pick the guy that's covering. It's just basic.
That's a brain.
Late round composure problem. Once again.
Yeah.
But it's just Deadshot brings the round back, and even then he made a mistake, by the way, because when he gets a triple kill, he was
on the overheat.
He's safe behind the couch in kitchen. Someone jumps in printer window, and he tries to pull his pistol and stands up, and he dies there. If he just stays hidden, they win the round.
We can joke all we want, but so far this has been a really good half from Secret, and we have to give them credit where credit is due to.
Yeah, no, they have. I think, you know, Savage is, I said it when I jumped
such a good IGL.
Like, he really, really understands everything in this map. The way his brain works so quickly in terms of knowing, okay, we're doing this, we need this. If we're not doing this, we need this.
Exactly. It's this target. This target is down. Next target. Target is down. There's this guy. Okay, let's follow this opportunity. And the main thing is,
there's no hesitation.
No one is speaking around him.
Yeah.
It is literally Savage pinpointing every target, and they just achieve that after.
Which is night and day different.
It's beautiful. It's proactive. It's exactly what we needed to see from Secret. And I think we will ask him eventually if he wins that, but I want to know how much of an impact was the tactical timeout at the end of the quarter of basically of Chalet. And since then, we're seeing a team that is playing so well together. Yeah, it's very impressive.
Liking the look of these bans coming in so
Ibana
far.
Next, I assume.
Hopefully, if it's a banner, that's kind of what what I'm thinking is cause Fnatic problems in the early round, and then they're not going to have too many problems in the late round. They do leave the Havana open, but they have got rid of the ace. Capitao again for the executes. Mira and Clash coming in from Fnatic.
Makes a lot of sense, to be
it
honest.
makes a lot of sense, but what it does leave open is the strongest site on Bank, which is the basement. It leaves open the Cade and the 2-brow, which means Fnatic in this round, in round 7, are going to have a very big problem in the late round. You can see already, Smoke, Tachanka, Cade, 2-brow picked from the defense there. We very clearly know what Secret's win condition is going to be in this round.
All right, well, seems like a lot of problems for Fnatic to solve, not just in this upcoming round, but this round deficit that they've got going on for themselves going into the second half.
Yeah, they've got problems all right, and probably a few too many to count at this point. It is looking rough. 2 more rounds for Secret, and this show is over. Their chances at making Salt Lake, despite starting in the upper bracket, it's going to slip through their fingers. And I think Noah could probably claim that he was the main perpetrator of their downfall
10
tonight,
seconds
Tim.
left before insertion.
Yeah, look, the main problem that Fnatic have got right now is that 5th round. It's always the 5th. If you lose the 5th round, if you go 5-1 down when a team's going on to attack, it's a problem. And the reason it's a problem is Secret only need to find one side. They just need to find one side that they can win twice. You know, if top floor's not there, jam today, it doesn't matter. Just win server twice. If that don't work, just win open twice. Like, they just need to find one side to lock down. I think they're actually probably going to do it, you know, quicker and probably a little bit more convincingly than that. But it just ramps the pressure up for the team that's facing that situation. You know, Fnatic know that at some point they have to win all 3 of the sites that Secret choose, and that is going to be tough. As it stands, we're going to have an early track coming in. It's onto that man Noah, who has been a serious headache for them over the last few rounds. 9-2 he stands, and the information will be waylaid. He will or relayed rather. It will find himself being challenged by Hauver on the shield. He drops away to safety, and Secret continue to operate with 5 players.
All right. Well, they've got control pretty early on as well, let's not forget. Only 60 seconds in, and they've got all they need. Every player on the side of Secret is down in the basement. Did he get down by the C4 from Mowgli? I don't think he did, because that came after, right? I need like a live action replay of that. I'm dead confused how the hell he's just gone down. Either way, he's back on his feet, and they still have all those Sens gadgets to be able to work with here. Another track of the round maybe coming out from Deepet. Was testing it for a couple of seconds. Can confirm they still work. Now they need to get themselves set up for the site itself. And let's not forget, touch wood, Nafe is on the Chanka here. Sat deep inside the lockers, able to deny the default plant spot. We aren't going to die to the entry. We aren't going to go wandering down garage ramp too early in the round, are we? We're going to do sensible things here. And he will enable them to stall out a lot when you combo it up with things like these Goyo canisters. No C4s, but also 3 smokes to work behind here. This is a lot of stall potential available to Secret.
Yeah, I love this from Nerf. This is a perfect example of the Tachanka defense. He's just burning out that entire, you know, plant spot. Hauver's not taking any damage. Though. He's got his Shumika launcher deep enough. He's just gone default. He's not gone for the additional. I think it's always a good idea to fire 2 at a time in there. Get 1 default and 1 slightly deeper onto door to prevent that happening, because it forces them deeper into sight to be able to put the plant down. So that's actually really big from Fnatic, being able to get that diffuser down whilst the Shumika launcher is active and bringing them in. It's a big play. Wizard with a huge double on main stairs, stopping that flank from coming up. There is no reason that Fnatic should be losing this now. Deepek picks up Nerf, and it is all up to Mowgli. He's trying to get anything he can going. He picks up Hauver. That's going to be it. Dead shot with the final kill, and Fnatic get themselves another round.
Bless Hauver. He'd done the hard work, got the plant down. Still really wanted to go for the
He did a job that round.
Find it.
He did a job that round.
He did.
Found
It
his
was a good
space.
round. It was a good round overall for Fnatic as well. Well played both in the pre-plant and in the post-plant, I thought too. Like, executed as a round overall very effectively. And it's why I'll always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. Don't count a team out just because you didn't play bad on one half. Things can turn around quite drastically afterwards. I'm not saying that's necessarily what we'll see for the rest of this half, that Fnatic will go on like a 5-round win streak here. They could, but I think it's still looking promising here if they can pull off a very good execute onto basement sides of Bank. Now we go to the top floor. Let's see how they fare up here, Tim.
Well, look, this is it. You know, we've always got to base we've always got to base it on what we've seen. And what we've seen so far is Secret being very dominant on bank. So yes, the reality is they possibly or probably win this. But are we writing Fnatic off? Absolutely not. Any team that is in the server can turn it around, can bring it back, can fight their way into a match. And Fnatic can only do that one round at a time. The promising sign there, if you're a Fnatic fan, is that they've taken the hardest site they've dealt with, or arguably the hardest site. Server has been cleared out. They've got the attacking win there. They will need another one down there likely, because I think we will see Secret go there again, you know, should Fnatic come back into this. But for the time being, they are going to be attacking up onto that top floor. Just having a look at the lineup, we've got the Blitz, so I'd expect to see Hauver maybe going in from top square or stock, trying to create a little bit of space, trying to deal with Janitor. And then you've got Deepek on the Ying, you've got Crocs on the glass, so it's going to be a window heavy focus, I would expect.
Yeah, it's normally isn't this type, right? At least a couple of players up on there is what you look for. And then the rest are looking to try and ease the pressure, or at least create the pressure that lets you get stuff going elsewhere. Like Stock we spoke about earlier, a player normally looking to open up double walls so you can see down the hallway. But they haven't got the option to do that in this round. The banner was available, chosen not to take it. I'm trying to very much go more direct towards site, and Hauver's the point man. I hope this works out, team. Here we go. The Blitz stepping on forward, juiced up as well. Held back at least for a moment, though, while they deal with everything else. Flashes up and over the top to try and make more room for the rest of Fnatic to push on forwards. It was Wizard creating that distraction for them. Not a whole lot of ground gain so far, Tim, but at least they're inside the building.
Glass manages to get the opener. Crocs takes down Savage. Nath with one onto Wizard himself. We've got a little bit of a blind spray through the smoke. Not going to find any joy, but it doesn't matter because Crocs is doing serious work with that glass scope. Manages to make it a third in the round, and that could be a real critical moment because it swings the balance now to 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1 as Deadshot picks up Mowgli. Fnatic are just running around site at will at the minute. Nath starts to fight his way back in, but the problem is they now know where he is. Or do they? It didn't look like they did for a second, but Deadshot reacts, manages to turn, get the kill at Elevators, and that's going to be Fnatic taking a second attack in a row. Is it on, Des? Is it on?
You tell me, Tim, is it on?
I think it might be.
I mean, those are two really good attacks on the two primary sites of Bank. Unsurprisingly, just like Fnatic did back in the first half, after just 2 rounds, Secret are calling an attack timeout because they've realized, oh, we've been slammed 2 sites in a row now. We need to turn our fortunes around.
Yeah, we're going to have another one of those mythical Twister timeouts. We saw what happened last time around. It had a big impact on the game. Can he do the same here to get his team over the line? You know, I've spoken about Secret playing under pressure. We've seen them kind of wobble once or twice. They've not been under huge pressure, you know, in the best of ones in the group phase. 4th place was fine. You get yourself through into the playoffs. You know, there wasn't necessarily huge pressure there. But yeah, I think when we've seen teams kind of go at them or sort of come back at them, they seem to be susceptible to losing a few rounds here and there back to back. We've seen that happen. And if that continues, 2 more and it's level. And it's absolutely anybody's. So I think Twister needs to be having as much of an effect as he can right now. We've seen them down in the basement. We've seen them on the top floor. I'm now wondering, do they try one of those again, wherever they're most comfortable? And yes, they do. I was wondering, do they do that or do they go to open area? I always think open area is a difficult site if you've lost the other 2. So yeah, we're going to see them back down to server.
I do agree. It would be a weird one, I think, to go to here. Like, stick to the primary side, which is always going to be the basement. It's like on Club, really. Teams will always default to going downstairs first. Similar vibe here. Haven't got to worry about verticals being opened up over your head anywhere near as much as you might on somewhere like Club, which makes it a lot more defendable. Lots of utility you can just stack to lock things away. It dictates really tight time from attackers to be able to flood and overwhelm defenders that are otherwise set up and bunkered in, I think. And looking at how they're setting up for this site, again, it's a similar sort of story. Maybe even going back to the days of old, Tim, when it's been this one for a while, with having a pulse playing inside of gold to call when the diffuser's going down.
Deepek on the Dermos, actually going to relocate. He'd gone down there to have a little look at dirt, but decides maybe that support is needed for his team elsewhere. Of course, on the Dermos, you'd expect him to be going in on the roam clear. Noah manages to take down Deadshot, again continuing his great run. He's going to be on the Fenrir upstairs. I'm just a little bit concerned of how Fnatic are dealing with Noah or whether they are. He manages to escape. He's got away scot-free with an opener onto a sledge there. not the biggest loss necessarily for Fnatic. The bigger loss of Deadshot going here is the kills that he's been getting. The utility, not the end of the world. There's not too much verticality down into this site. You're going to be wanting the hatches, that's about it, and you're going to need hard breach for that anyway, which they've got. So, you know, maybe the nades, but they can live without them. Like I said, the bigger problem is the man himself. But 4 versus 5 at the minute. They know that there's somebody on blue stairs. Deepak's just going to hold that angle for the time being. 3 versus 5 as Citizen manages to find Crocs. And they still haven't got open area control or map control yet, and Secret have the luxury now of being able to hold those positions for much longer than they otherwise might have done.
It's again another death where it just feels like those first 2 deaths in the round, they've lost needlessly. The number of times that we've watched old Virtus Pro or Team Empire, as you may well think of them as, where we'd have Joystick pushing in top floor on Sledge and there would always be a drone at his feet. You've had Deadshot try and push in upstairs, die for free. Croxton's pushing towards open area without knowing if it's clear, die for free. At least now there's one that's come back, but these are wholly avoidable deaths that we've seen Fnatic incurring throughout most of tonight, and I don't know, it's just very, very weird to see. Reloading.
Access has somewhat been gained by Fnatic. They've got themselves established in server at least, but what is their answer to this? The classic Pulse in gold bars, just sat feeding all that intel with the Pulse scanner throughout the wall. They've brought the nade to deal with the shield. Fantastic. Recognised that the Tachanka was part of the problem last time. They did manage to work around it. They didn't want to have to again, so they've removed this shield, and that will force Nerf to step away from that cover. So a good first step here. In comes some more utility. You'd expect to see Fnatic making a move pretty soon.
Wizard needs to get off drone here, really, I think. Okay. We got the diffuser down. He's in a good spot. But if they come for the retake here, which they should do and send to upstairs, he's done. But no, they'll watch him on the reverse angle. And like that, they will deny. Unfortunately, Halva very much left. A man on an island as Wizard watched on from a drone inside a garage. And that, unfortunately, has cost them.
Nerf really confident of the cover being provided by Noah then. Didn't flinch, didn't move off that diffuser, and it was a beautiful angle that Noah held reverse up that hatch to get the final kill. And Fnatic, any momentum that they felt that they might be building has now seemingly been lost as they find themselves on the receiving end of 3 match points coming up from Team Secret, which will see them, any one of them won, will see Fnatic eliminated from the EML kickoff phase. Secret will progress into that lower bracket semi-final where they will have a tough matchup. No matter what happens tomorrow, Des, they will face either Team Falcons or Virtus Pro. Neither of them will be easy, and Secret have got a lot of work to do to get themselves to Salt Lake, but it has to start here and now.
Yeah, you also can't spend, I think, as much time as they did today, like, warming into this series. Like, we saw it ourselves. They were very slow to start things off. And you can't afford to be dropping a map against one of those teams if you are going to make it. I think you've got to come out the gate swinging and really have them on the back foot from the off, rather than playing a recovery game yourself. Like, you're already at a disadvantage, and then having to play a recovery game, there's just no way you come out on top there. So hopefully a lot of lessons to learn, and hopefully a different Secret that we see turn up. Of course, assuming they get this one over the line here and now.
10 seconds left.
There are still 3 rounds where Fnatic could fight back, but it is a tall order. That's a pretty noticeable deficit, Tim. I'll be surprised if it gets to OT.
Yeah, well, again, the big problem is Secret have got a full rotation now, haven't they? You know, they can go top floor, they can go open, and then they'll have servers open to them again as well, and it was a comfortable win last time we saw them on servers. So, yeah, pretty good, you know, position for Secret to be in. But again, let's not write Fnatic off just yet. They've certainly shown improvements today, you know, over some of the issues that they've had throughout kickoff, and they did enough ultimately to get themselves into the upper bracket. They've dropped down here to the lower bracket, and it is still in the wheelhouse. It is still possible, but it is going to take a mammoth effort from all the team in order to get themselves over the line. For now, the Roteros will start raining in. That is not ideal. Noah takes down Hauver. The Grim is lost. It's going to be a big part of the execute. That Nitro absolutely on point from Noah on the Tubarão, and his great bank game continues.
It does, yeah, really been a bit of a terror, hasn't he, so far? Unfortunately for Howard, then, puts him down, I think, at 8 and 26 throughout this series. Really hasn't been his days, his tournament. It's not been a good tournament overall for him, unfortunately. and it only goes from bad to worse here at a time when I feel like they really could use him. You know, yes, we've seen Grim have a nerf. He's still ridiculously powerful as an operator. We've seen him banned out a couple of times so far tonight as well. Really could have done with that for the execute. Now instead, they'll have to turn towards a bit of old in terms of operators, the line and the Dockerby to try and keep them going, but there's a lot on the other side to contend with, and they've only got half the round to work with.
Drone just having a look around site. Can they locate anybody? I think they're just trying to get anything to go off here. Deepek didn't see anybody. He's going to be leaving that for Hauver to watch. I have no doubt he's scrolling through the drones at this point in time. Just trying to feed a bit of intel. Need to be careful though, because Savage has got another Nitro ripped and ready. Does take a bit of damage there. I like that. Had been spotted out. Those drones doing their job. That does just force him back away. Nitro back in pocket. And it also means that Janitor really playable at this point, and Deepek is able to open up that wall. Fnatic need to be careful though. They're giving a few too many chances there to lose a body at top square.
Yeah, really fighting an uphill tide here, it feels, unless they can get a player off the board and just equalize things that little bit more. But there we go, Savage. He had so many chances inside of Janitor, inside of that long death, to try and get a kill. Wasn't able to find it, and eventually it's been bitten back. Flash has come on through, and the stream on 4 pushes in, but another kill goes the way of Secret to him, and they managed to get Savage back up. They get at least one back, but it's a 4v3 here, and not a lot of time left to work with.
And look at all the damage that Mowgli's done. I know he doesn't get a kill, but he damages Crocs, he damages Deepek. Noah manages to pick up Deepek. These are one shot now. Crocs as well. Quad kill could be an ace to finish it off and push them into the semi-final. No, Wizard says he's not having any of that. What magic has he got left in his pocket though? 1 versus 4 becomes a 1v3, becomes almost a 1v2, but can't quite find his man. 3 seconds left to go, and surely this is done. He shakes his ADS. He knows the outcome that it's going to be, and Team Secret take the map, take the match, and move on to the lower bracket semi-final.
Very well deserved, I think, and shown some real resilience tonight, I think, to battle back when things were going so bad on that first map and turn things around. Just shows that that fighting spirit is still there in Secret despite the recent roster changes, and that they could still be building something pretty beautiful here. Commiserations, of course, to Fnatic. They will be out and not heading to Salt Lake City, but that's the end of the game, and we'll go to a break, and when we come back at our desk, we'll break down what just happened for you.
What a great comeback in this series by Secret. They keep that great streak alive on Bank as well, and therefore we get to speak to Secret. In fact, we get to speak to Savage to ask him a few questions. Savage, congratulations. Keep your hopes and dreams alive of making it to the Salt Lake City Major. My main question is, how did you guys manage to get such a big comeback?
I think the maps helped a little bit. Like, I felt like on there we are quite a linear team. Like, we don't really have that many variabilities, like in kind of plays on attacks, so that kind of doesn't help us. And I think as well, like, we just went into the game not on the wrong mindset, but like on the wrong playstyle, you know. Like, we knew these guys are good individual and like they'll be more than happy to take their 1v1s, and we just kept feeding them 1v1s and just giving them solo swings, and they were punishing us, so that was quite hard to play on there. I think then on Chalet, like we understood like changing maps like were like kind of what we needed to do in order to like to get the best out of us and to actually, you know, to win the game, you know, like to play a different playstyle than what we were doing at the start.
Savage, talk to me about the timeout from Twister on Chalet particularly, because you guys were down 0-3 and just lost the clutch, and then you guys were able to come back and really assert your dominance after that.
Yeah, it was a good timeout. Like, he called for a very good play there, like the rush, mostly to try to go more into the direct play because they were very extended on the map. They wanted to take full off 1v1s, so kind of like getting away from that, kind of like how we did the first round. Like, it worked, but then we lost it. But like just doing that again, so we could focus more on the direct plays there, like catching them, like extending it to the side of the map, and focus more on like getting the bomb down rather than, you know, just giving these guys gunfights.
Savage, do you think after winning Chalet, you had won the game already going into Bank? Because you guys have such a crazy record on that map. 16-1, and then obviously you only lost it to FaZe. I mean, come on. And now that's 17 out of 18 the last time you played it.
Yeah, I didn't say out loud, but I'm not losing Bank to these guys. There's no way, so easy game.
Honestly, I'm just debating right now. Like, I'm thinking about Noah more and more because every game is just proving to be so consistent. I mean, this game entirely, like every single map, even the one you lost, he has double digits, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm just debating, and it's an open question to you. Do you think that because of Jum's departure, he has more place to shine?
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case because as well, roles-wise, like, he's still playing mostly the same role, but like even there, as you guys could maybe see, like for example, on Bank, he's not our Windows player anymore. Ben is, Citizen is, and he's taken out more a free role. Not exactly lurk, but more like more aggressive, like playing, like I'm trying to get him as much as possible, like behind me on the shield, because I feel like every time like he's behind me, he's just like how the guy he just destroys him. Yeah. So like he's been able to even shine a bit more, like taking more aggro like roles, and I think obviously like he kind of stepped up to the lack of Jum in that sense, you know, like obviously Jum would always like show up and be the savior for us sometimes, not always, but a lot of times. And now he's taking that role, you know, like now he's Noah, the guy that steps up and does that.
Yeah, I think you've worded it really nice. So thank you so much for giving us all these insights, Savage, and best of luck on the continuation in your bracket one.
See you guys.
The savior of this roster is what Savage is saying right now with the departure of June, but we're seeing that so well in these games, keeping up an insane KD over all three maps. So
many triple kills, so many moments.
You wanted the ace. You just wanted the ace in that round just to cap off an amazing performance.
Look at his reaction. I mean, he's really becoming the main character of that roster. I think it was hard for him to really fully shine when you already had June that was achieving similar statistics, and now that, you know, that player that is beyond everyone else, that is one in a lifetime player, is not on the same roster. He's been given better roles. He's also been given more space, and he's also been forced to step up because you don't have that player getting multi-kills anymore. He needs to be that one. And if you look at the series overall, 39 kills. He was 1 kill short of 40 kills, Jack, out of 3 maps.
Yeah. That's just phenomenal. That's what you want from your frontline player. That's what you want from a player to be that consistent in a best of 3.
The second best has 22 kills, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But when you're in, and let's be fair to Secret, they played really, if we're going to be honest, well for a map and a half.
Yeah.
When you're in those types of best of 3s, when you're facing not going to your first event in a long time, over 2 years, you need somebody to step up to just drag you through it. Now, of course, it was a team performance, especially on Bank. It was really, really good. But Noah was the one that was the driving force behind that step up.
It's just that when I look at the map scores, I can't help but feel bad for Fnatic. I mean, it's
shot as well.
Again. Yeah, but and
he
they
dropped
got
40 kills.
Yeah, and they got the first map. They look really good in the first half of Chalet, or the first quarter of Chalet. And then again, we're looking at a day of the life. In the life of Fnatic or Fnatic fans. And then again,
it really felt GG after Chalet. It really did feel GG after Chalet, and that is completely biospace alone. I feel like Fnatic really messed themselves up. There was a couple of rounds on Chalet where they could have forced an overtime at the very minimum. It's hard to say because they've had that stage, and up until the start of this game, where they've not looked great, especially in those late rounds, the crunch time, the crunch points. Then they showed us Lair, and again, it's Fnatic in a way kind of similar to Shifters. There can be a team there. They can show us that. They went and dominated a team that was just in the SI final, but it was only for 1 map, which isn't good enough inside of a whole stage.
Map pool, depth being exposed, all these kinds of things in a best of 3.
Late round composure as well. Some players clearly missing the mark, let's be real. Like, I think out of the 2 recruits that we highlighted before the match, Hauva and Deadshot needed to step up.
Yeah.
One stepped up, dropped 40 kills, the other struggled. And he's playing a rough role, to be fair. He's playing Monty, he's playing the anchor at the same time.
I think that's new as well.
Yeah.
I think, over the way some of the group stage went, I think they've kind of put him on the shields. And he had a couple of bad shield moments, it's worth saying, inside of particularly Chalet as well, when he was playing the Blackbeard and the Monty, just to try and force him to, force a team play around him. But that it kind of speaks to me that they maybe lost a little bit of trust in him in that game, if I'm being brutally honest there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is for Fnatic.
That's a question that they will have to find an answer to in this upcoming time before stage 1 starts. But before we get there, we can take a look at our updated brackets and look at the lower brackets of how it's gone out so far, how it's turned out so far. Today we say goodbye to Fnatic and we say goodbye to Rebels, our 2 losers from today. That means that Secret and Shifters move on, and mind you, the losers from match 5 and 6 will drop down to the lower bracket as well, but that's where the bracket flips. Right, so Secret will be playing against the loser of Falcons Virtus Pro. Very rough matchup. And then Shifters will be playing against the loser of G2 versus Twisted Minds. I feel like either way, you've put in such a show today, and then looking at the opponent that'll drop down tomorrow, it is not going to be easy.
It's formidable opponents across the board. I think realistically, G2, Falcons, VP look heading away the best 3 teams in EML. Obviously 2 of them probably will qualify. But even Twisted Minds, should they fall to G2, which isn't a given by the way, but should they fall to G2, they're a tricky proposition for anybody in this league just because of how unique they are as well. So, realistically, we're in for some bangers tomorrow and Friday. And
the tough truth is that if you looked on paper at EML before the stage started, you would have said that the top 4 would have been Secret, Falcons, G2, and VP. And in the current scenario, you know that they cannot all 4 qualify because one will have to fall. Falcons, VP, or Secret. One will miss Salt Lake City.
Yes.
Because of the way the bracket
works. And that's down to Secret coming 4th.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that basically triggers a whole chain reaction of like one of these 3 big names are going to miss it despite being quite good at this in Kickoff.
But that means one of Shifters, G2, and 2 of Shifters, G2 and Twisted Minds are going to go to Salt Lake, which is a great story for either Shifters or Twisted Minds, who were probably coming into the stage considered outside of the top 4. One of them will go.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? When the bracket gets really difficult on one side, it's opportunities on the other side to really kind of profit off of what's going on there and the matchups that you might be given in that situation. If you did have a good look at our schedule for tomorrow, you notice that we have a bit of a busy day going on tomorrow. Not 2, but 3 best of 3s in total. And for that reason, we're starting 1 hour earlier as well. So if you want to make sure that you do not miss all the action tomorrow in the upper bracket of the EML playoffs, make sure to tune in at 5 p.m. CEST. For now, we'd like to thank you so much for watching. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us here in the evening, and we'd hope to see you again tomorrow, 5 p.m. CEST. Have a good rest of your night.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.